everyone, and welcome to the Alliance Games. And well, we're already here at the playoffs, and of course, it is in between Viridis, Arcus, and LG Terra. We're in. We feel like it is already the semifinals, even if it is not. But we are already feeling that it is almost the final. So wow, man. By the way, I am Mochi and I am also with Ling, and we'll be your casters for today. And I hope that you guys are ready down for these two fired up teams to face against each other. And once again, it's the best of three, so there might be a lot of stuff waiting for us today.
Yes, like you said a while ago, Dito Mochi, we're going to be witnessing the games here now. Vertis Arcus and LG Terra. That is the classic DLSU versus ADMU. And just like we've seen here on the broadcast and pretty much on everyone everywhere else, we consider Alliance Games as the UAAP and NCAA of esports, where the Alliance student clubs from across the Philippines are hashtag ALG to compete in multiple esports titles and represent their campus. Just by looking at the bracket here represented in front of us, they have gone through a long way. And of course, speaking of a long way, we have actually seen firsthand the casters and the audience as well the stages that they all went through. So first we had the play-ins, the group stage, and finally we have the playoffs. For the play-ins, not just a while ago, we had 3 weeks of them just competing their hearts out with teams playing in with teams playing in a double elimination pool format, where the top 16 teams lang ang pwede mag-advance up to the group stage. Now, we're going to be witnessing the top 8 advance it to the playoffs, where the finalist nga pala is going to be competing at Conquest 2022. The first
Yun.
LAN event, I do have to say, Valorant, if I may add. Not just that, but other esports titles as well na makikita natin here on SMX in Pasay City on July 23 to 24. 20, I think tama yung dates
Yeah, yeah,
ko.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
But yeah,
Yes,
I don't
yes.
believe in the concept of time. But yes, the Lion Games wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, by the way, which is Globe, our co-presenter and our official telco sponsor. And of course, our gear tonight or today is going to be powered by Logitech G, which is our official gaming gear. So Alliance Games teams will be competing across different game titles where their victories will be corresponding points on the Alliance leaderboards. And wag niyo kakalimutan, ang top 5 players or ang all 5 na Alliance leaderboard will receive a scholarship grant worth 30,000 pesos from AcadArena Scholarships and Aid that is exclusive to their campus students. Now, sa mga sponsors natin, we have a word for you because here we are fiber strong, family strong with the new Globe only Fiber 2099 ng Globe at Home. We
Yup.
can game for speeds up to 100 Mbps. Mabilis na unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com/broadband. So of course, guys, may mga pag-giveaway din tayo sa stream na to. I know you like free stuff and I like them too. Mochi, gusto mo magsamala? Alam mo ba kung
Syempre
paano
naman.
sumala?
Well, all they have to do is to watch, share, of course, follow AcadArena, and just comment down below who are the teams that they're vouching for, and also see the pinned comment so that they'll be able to see what are the additional stuff that they have to do in order to join the giveaway. So, yep, there is a chance for them to just sit back and relax and even win a Logitech G Pro Super Light. Yeah, so better keep it up. Just drop hashtag AllG. And by the way, these are the 3 maps that we will be jumping into for our first series, Split, Ascent, and Bind. Really interesting. Split for the first map.
And it's sad to say that Valorant right is gonna let go of this map anytime soon. This might be our
Yeah.
last chance to see this on a competitive setting. And to talk about the map draft itself, not just concentrating on split, makita natin dito sa pinagpipilian nila or sa mga natitirang mapa na lalaroin nila ngayong araw, it's gonna be Ascent on Bike. Pretty much a staple map, I do have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Ultimate test for their fundamentals and when it comes to a map like Ascent. And for teams coming from Vertis Arcus, from LG Esports, I would have like a sort of an set of expectations, especially the players that we will be seeing here as the highlight or as the MVPs that we're going head to head. We have Savvy 8K and Moses. Mochi, what can you say about these players?
All that I could say is that we have seen them grow here ever since the first season of the University Alliance Cup. We have witnessed them just actually establish their prowess and grow. And now look at where they are, especially having 8K being one of the main rosters from brand Esports. Just really crazy, as well as Moses still being able to be consistent as ever. And so far, these two players are really, really excited to face against each other. And as far as we can remember from the post that AcadArena just said or just put out there yesterday, Heavy 8K already said and declaring that this might be the fourth lose that LG Terra will receive against him.
Man, I hope not. For LG Terra, I have like all hopes for them. Like given that this could be their ultimate chance for a redemption arc. Like you said a while ago, nangangamoy finals match na tong series natin na first
Yeah.
game, by the way. The first series of the day natin ma-witness ngayong araw for the Alliance Cup for this weekend. It's already spicy enough with the banter that's going on between the players, with the teams, and so might as well just say na may konting beef na. I like this. I like this. Not just the tenderness of it all, but you know, there has to be some sort of seasoning that makes this competition even more exciting. It's not just the gameplay that we're going to be witnessing here. Kung anong mga pinapakitang gilas nila ng mga players na to, but also what they can be as personalities.
Select your
because,
agent.
My God, they already have a reputation in hand, and now it is up to them to put our expectations not just on hold, but fulfill them, fulfill their own full potentials. And do you have to say here on Split, it is going to be the first setting for them to run their tracks. Good luck to both teams, and given the lineups
Yep.
they're currently seeing, man, we're going to be seeing a fate pick coming from LG, I believe.
Good luck to everyone. Well, just a little bit of history from both of these teams from the previous stages that we had. LG Terra and Viridis Arcus both have wins, no loses, both of them just wins. And LG Terra fought against CITU Wildcat Esports and won with the 2-0, and as well as Viridis Arcus, who went against MCL Malayan Warlocks in the upper bracket final of Brew Stakes and got 2-0 as well. So this time it is already the moment where either of them should really take the first lose for the whole run that they have here in the Alliance Games. And I am quite excited, as well as laying for sure, of what is about to happen here. And considering that their lineups are actually pretty similar, except for their controller, and as far as I may recall, it is an Astra and an Omen. Well, it seems like everything's about to get down and excel as the Chamber and the Cypher. So I guess it's just all about the strategy that they're gonna put out here. Would it be the aggression? Would it be the methodical thinking? We're about to see.
No, we're definitely about to see kasi given the fact na sobrang magkakaiba talaga in terms of how they handle themselves in terms of pacing inside the map, both for coming from defending and attacking side. I'm pretty sure that they have it all figured given the amount of experience that they have against each other. Not gonna play this too safe. They're not gonna play this too aggressively or not, I wouldn't say too aggressive, but too risky. They understand their own rewards. They understand the calculations that they have to actually try to do before making such moves. And speaking of that, we are gonna be seeing them quite spread out across the map in this early or the first round of the game.
Definitely, but will immediately gonna be denied. And also, though, I guess they're really looking out to pursue the mid area here. Seems it just gives them a lot of control into choosing on which side they should pursue. But at the same time, they're just gonna hold here inside of VA, and as well as the fact that they're gonna just hold once again. Like, no pushes as of the moment. It might be a potential slow paced game, and everyone really finals vibes.
Really final spies, just playing it surely, just trying to creep their way whichever is going to be safest. But the time to be or the place to be could be A dito mo. Chinikita mo naman yung, like, I wouldn't say cypher traps, but those are chamber traps. And the stars do come into alignment. That's Zeal. Takes out the first skill here. Fish will be the first one to fall down, but Grosov is going to be out for the frag. Unfortunately, he's going to be taking out not more than one here. Moses out on the board, and we are going to be playing this on a 3v4. Spike being planted on A, and Elbow could be a place to be for Savvy 80 as well. Not exactly the kill to secure the 2K possibly. He's down to 22. But can they secure the last one? Nope, not even the clutch. It's a 1v2 here. Tino can do a lot more things. He has done those clutch plays, and yes, he delivers. Not exactly sure what the Fate could actually been doing, but still a round one by LG Terra.
Definitely around on their end, and I really love the fact of how fast they were able to rotate on towards the A site. And the moment that the Growstuff has managed to secure one, then everything just all follows. The concept of trading is prevalent at the A site on its own, and I really love the fact that Tino has been able to secure the last jewel. That just means that it is gonna be leading them to the bounty of having their respective specters, their phantoms, but wow, okay, a phantom on the second round. I guess they're really confident in winning this one. Of course, with the advantage in terms of firepower, well, that would be a really great sign for them to win this current round.
But we still could not even discount on what Virtus Arcus could basically do at this point. We all know that they have given the chance or given the gift of having proficient aim. It's just a matter on how well they will be able to channel these skills and the remaining amount of utility that they have on towards this game. But it seems like they're playing it too safe. This is a very, I wouldn't say what game this play is coming from. A very different esports title play that they're trying to play at, which is them stacking on one side and basically just playing in for retake. It's a lot better for them to play this and while the entire roster is still intact. As much as they can, they have to use all those utilities in the best way possible. Speaking of that, they're not even contesting for A site. 7-Eleven is going to be always open and make that A site as the final destination for this game. The shorties in hand coming in from Gross is playing out his luck inside the smoke. Fortunately, the dash expires just too soon. The postman is going to be on its way, coming from LG Esports. But the flank coming in for 3 is going to be Tino canceling it out with the wall. What was that? As Simpy actually read this smoke already. Not exactly lullaby, but it is going to be a sleep time for you, sir. Vision takes him out, and they have the ghost in hand. Now the retake on its way. Gilson still has 2 TPs and a smoke. Not exactly quite sure where or even when to use it. It's still gonna be a winnable situation. Oh, they will retake even after playing it in a 1v2 situation on the rules, but unfortunately, they could not even delay or at least secure more frags. Even still, a good on 3-3 round could have been a good on 3-3 round for them, but damage to the economy coming out from LG Esports is, I have to say, an indication that they still might bleed in this game.
You know what? I find it interesting that despite of all the buys that LG has, they're still down to 2 members, and that would just mean that they not wasted, but sadly they are been able to possess all the credits that they could get, or even have the guns from the earlier round. And I also like to point out the fact that VA actually did well. I mean, they are well aware of the risks and the weaknesses that they had. They didn't buy, but the others did, of course, an advantage. But still, they managed to play it out and made it a bit more expensive for LG to afford the current rifles that they have. But that is a really quick pick off here for the side of LG. No trades as of the moment. And as ever, this might be a really slow round. But, oh, oh no, it's not a trade too. They're already down to 2 more members here for the side of LG, but we are seeing some further encounters here. And of course, they're just gonna be waiting for one another. But so far, already rotating towards the A site. Goes up already good for 1 as well, but it is still 50 seconds on the clock, and they can't actually think of which side they could go for, and it's going to be pretty difficult for them to reach onto the spike, considering that there's already 2 people eyeing that specific position.
Man, it's just too difficult already. They don't even have the spike in their possession. This could be quite a difficult situation for them to even overcome. There are so many obstacles they have to come in their way and make it 3. Although, no one's going to be spotting out by that. No, not even a single point of information. Grossov is going to be taking out his 3rd kill of the game. Could possibly be going in for the last one and the 4th. Nope. He's still alive. How is Zeev still alive after that? After an engagement, hello. So it's 1-2, and given the fact na ito naging delikado dito, Mochi. They forced out that buy just a while ago with those rifles, and now they're gonna be back on eco territory dito sa side ng LG Esports, which is quite unfortunate. But ano mo yung, sure, you're playing in for defaults a while ago, but I was not expecting for them to lose that many people early on in the round. They were unable to win their duels, unable to even play for trades. And I do have to say, parang the map control that we expect them to have as the attacking side was not exactly well properly executed. Hopefully, on the next round, they could still do it.
Yeah, it's definitely, but just as the moment that you're saying that they would be able to do it, I mean, we already have a heavy AK already good for 3-4! Holy one more person remaining here. He can even pull up an ace. But I guess Pendulum will be able to give that to him, and instead it's going to be a 2-2 flawless on the hands of VA. What an interesting turn of events.
Savvy's an eco fragger. Somebody please stop this. But yeah, that was almost an ace, and around it could have been. I could have expected, given the level of uncoordination, or perhaps siguro choreography to the play that they're trying to do. The ramps push was like the whole idea of the ramps push could have been good, but it's just that there was a savvy there, and that was the problem. They couldn't eliminate that problem, and might as well just try to look for another route. They're gonna be going straight on towards A, and you see that coordinated pushes, and we have the Astral Cosmic Divide, not exactly dividing, but subtracting people here. That is gonna be efficient, doing all the math, doing all the trades. Is gonna be Moses though. Now Moses is gonna be going in for the plant. Now Krosov has the Blade Storm in hand. We have the stars that come to align on towards heaven, but we see the flank once again. A classic Viridis Arcus move that them coming in, pretending to be attacking side, and the only blanket of protection for Flex is gonna be the smoke here coming out from the Astra, but the one goes to swing, and what was that kill? Mr. Savvy 8K and Yao Cutie is gonna be out for the action as well, and a clean retake for the side of Viridis Arcus, putting this game on a 1-point advantage to their side.
Definitely a clean retake, and I really love the fact how everyone just coordinated with one another. Flex might have been expecting a flank coming in, but didn't expect that both of them would cave in the moment that the smoke is there. So it has been a really easy retake once again for VA, and this would just mean that LG will be forced to go for another weaker round. Despite of the ultimate that the Zeef has, it will be pretty difficult, but if ever they'll be able to pick off some members here, I guess that will be a free Vandal or a rifle on their end. So they better make this count. But Krosov though already with an operator, that is gonna be really deadly for the side of LG.
Imagine losing 4,700 credits just for this run alone is going to be costly for their side. But speaking of costly, they're going to try to make it worth it though. We see Zeef. Oh no, the wall doesn't get him! He takes out one! Not even the second! Good turnaround from Yao there. But they have the res, they have everything right now. And barely losing a single person. Oh my god, cross that out. It's going to be Tino again. 1v4 for him. The Pain Chelsea is going to be tagging him down. He's down to 51. The Cloudburst is going to be his only walled up. That's not even a wall for him to be protected by those tactical crouches and the plays by Viridis Arcus. They're just in it to win it already. It's 4-2, and what I have to say, they're asserting dominance early on in the game.
Yep, and they're really fired up. They're really going for the approval of everyone that they're still the best team, and they'll be going for the 4-peat. But so far though, we're seeing already the buys coming in from LG and a couple of ultimates available for them to use, but we also have the Tour de Force and that has sufficient, so if ever they will be deciding to use that this time, it will be really efficient, but not so much because everyone's just scattered here. Some of the people here at the ramen, they're just chilling, still the same stance that they're going for since earlier, but the moment that you peek, you're gonna die. Okay, shot gonna be not gonna be connecting, but still gonna be dashing out, and of course bring out the barrier. But also though, Watcher not gonna be detecting anyone, so they'll be backing out just in a bit, still contemplating whether they will be pushing or not, and waiting for any pickoffs just to say and be comfortable enough to commit into a specific side.
Well, I love the utility usage coming out from the defending side. Viridis Arcus just knows pretty well on how well they would be reacting to one another. Speaking of that, we see the Dissipate being coming out too early as Flex takes out Yao. Now, the Sage, no heals is gonna be coming out from Viridis Arcus just yet. We see those showstoppers not exactly throwing off any nades just yet, and exactly connecting to any player, just the bullets for Flex. And we see them just trying to secure B-Heaven even once more. Completely unaware that Savvy 80 is gonna be playing it for hell, but Flex is taking out 3 already. Now it's 1v2. Spike being down on towards B, and it's still gonna be a clutch that could still be pulled off by Fission himself. Now he compromises his own position, destroying the wall on Heaven, but plays a few mind games here and there, tries to play out his luck on Ali, or perhaps re-engage himself towards the verticality of this angle, where he has better better positions, I have to say. Better duels, better odds of him winning this game. Moses is going to be down to 100 HP, no armor for him. Can he play out this 1v1? He goes in quick on Taparu, but the Chamber's playing it a bit too safe tonight, sir. Astra might not know where he could possibly be. He's gonna be completely vulnerable. One bullet to any part of his body could make him fall into his own demise. Not enough time, and that is gonna be not enough bullets for him. Just one for Moses, and that is gonna be the kill, the execution, and LG Esports taking out the momentum.
Well, definitely we were seeing how VA played that time. Well, Vision, I guess he overthinked through a bit because he's actually looking at the heaven area or the tower and of course even the alley just to make sure if anyone is in there. But dude, it's planting for long or it's planted for garage, so it just means that Moses will just gonna be chilling there, really preventing him into defusing this spike and popping off the stun from his skills at the right moment in time. But also though, we're seeing some crowds here from the side of VA going aggressive, pushing in, might be occupying all the necessary angles for them to do so, and as well as the fact of denying anyone who's gonna be trying to pushing them through. But also though, it just means that it is a potential for them to go towards the ace sites, and the Fade just transported there just this time. But Fission, quick enough with the trigger, holding that tour de force, would say goodbye onto Zeef, but B side? B side would be their ball? Yeah, prevented by the smoke. But still, some shots gonna be put out here, and seems that Flex will be eliminated with that awkward position. But of course, shots still gonna be connecting here from Fission. Already good for 2. Spike is within his reach, and it is going to be really deadly for anyone who dare to cross that path.
One thing that I actually love about both teams is that they already have those dynamics being established coming from 1, 2, or perhaps 3 core players in the team, and it's just quite unfortunate that I'm not seeing that dynamic coming out from Flex and Mete that I am actually just been expecting. Speaking of that, that was an unexpected play coming out from Fish. An aggressive plays from the Chamber has quite paid, well off for every one of them, but for Moses, he's going to be paying the price, perhaps putting out a sacrifice for his team, as making this round a bit too early to end. And the Fission is there just to put in, like, I have to say, rewrite the stories, making it a 2-point advantage for Viridis Arcus already, and putting them down on the ground back to bankruptcy. And I'd have to say, it's not looking so good for LG Esports right now.
Definitely, and I don't know, I cannot say that it's a cycle, but from time to time they're being continuously shut down here by the side of Viridis Arcus, which makes it much more difficult into trying to go for a counter, and as well as the fact that VA is pretty good in segregating them too, so if ever that they're trying to go for pick-offs, they're able to successfully do so, and as well as the fact that, oh my, Flex, that is quite careless, but still though, at least it still counts as a really valiant effort, but no pun intended with HAU or Valiant Esports, but by the way, there's already a lot of bodies on the floor, one more remaining person, it is still Moses, and that will be immediately eliminated by YaoQT.
We didn't really talk much about the agent drops, but one thing I do gotta point out is the Flex Metaina dynamic wouldn't work on this Fade Rays picks that they have for their agent drafts. I mean, they're good on their own, but the fact that they've been trying to be a little bit more experimental in this type of situation might cost them the first map, which is I hope that wouldn't happen. I hope they would still make this work. They have these Astra, and like a while ago, you said there's a controller difference, and well, the overall feel with the pacing that they currently could run on is not exactly what I expected LG Esports to play in, but probably a different dish that haven't been served before could catch Viridis Arcus completely off guard. But here's the thing, they're playing on comfort. They know exactly how, when, and when to peak. And this is where we see them making things work. Compared to how the opposition is doing, how the opposition is playing, they have been quite more organized. And speaking of organization, we have the chaos here coming out from Grozlov, where we see 2 being taken out. Mateo is going to be out for his end and his demise, and it's going to be Fisher not exactly connecting a single shot from there. Paint Shells will even zone him out any further, and seems like they have complete control over B site, not just yet. Oh, the plan is going to be happening. Showstopper is going to be out. We see him. Savvy 18 taking out 1. Could possibly going for the second. Not exactly quite sure, because Steve is going to be there in for Raptors, and Yao here on a 1-1. Spike being down. I'm not quite sure if who could even pull that off, man. Zeef knows where to look, and LG Esports just know where everyone else is at right now. I love this energy, sudden burst on towards the site. It's something that we want to see from them. Coordination, tradings, executed properly. It's just the casualties that we have to polish on. Good round for LG Esports there.
Definitely good ground. And yep, Grosov might have executed double or some members from LG, but still, it seems like Zeef has managed to take the last lap. But this time, though, it is already the tug of war of momentum and as well as the fact of the rounds of whoever is going to be taking it too. But there are a lot of utilities still available for both of them to use. But you cannot get rid of the fact that Flex Showstopper could have been already in an automatic -1. But there's still a lot of members here towards the mid area, just waiting for the right time to strike. Might be waiting for the ice wall to actually break down. But LQT has managed to get a lot of inflow from that situation, and that would just mean that they'll be freeing a bit of a space just in a bit. But also, still, the waiting game continues.
The waiting game, the ultimate test of patience and their virtues. These players might actually fall in for the quick on Nightmare. Not exactly falling asleep too soon, but you know what else is there? Is going to be the trail of nightmares that could possibly be haunting them across the map. And speaking of that, it's going to be Cosmic Divide. Another ultimate being committed on towards A. And Flex is going to be leading out the parade here on towards the side. Unfortunately, Savvy 8K out for the trade. Now we're playing on a 4-4 situation, but Gilson could actually do a lot more. Possibly last one towards the smoke. The Angels could actually delay the fun even further, 28 seconds, and make that count though for Yao out for another kill. Now Grosov is gonna be delayed even further by the Sage Wall. He knows where he could possibly be. Tino is out again. Now elbow position. Good push in for them. Could actually be in for the trade, but there's gonna be a shorty. Decipher, what is Zeef even doing that corner? Savvy 8K, 1:1, even wins that out. And another retake being executed. I love this rally that they're trying to do against each other and the banter. The classic, dude. When will this man ever stop? Just trying to like put more fuel into the fire of this competition. I love it.
They have to nerf Heavy 8K to be honest. But anyways, there are a lot of stuff that went so right at that moment. Like they tried to fake the nightfall. VA is unshook. Like they know there is not enough utilities to say that they actually committed to pushing through mid to vents or whatsoever. So they decided to just wait it all out, just anchored it through until they eventually transferred towards the A site, put out the Cosmic Divide, and still everyone, we know that that moment of silence existed, and that moment they're already planning out of how they'll be able to go for the retake of this site. Zeep might have been able to be unexpected here at the elbow area, securing 2, but Javier K is quick enough to follow that through, and this time 7-4, one last round remaining here for the first half. It might be a real potential here for LG to actually reach the balance, just make it a bit more manageable for them to climb back through in order to go for a 7-5. Let's see if that will be the case, but Vision though, with a judge, well, we'll see if that will be connecting to anyone.
The judge, the jury, and the verdict is going to be coming his way. Flex is going to be first one to fall down, putting him to the death sentence. I do have to say now, he picks up the medal. No, make that a Spectre. We only need a head stopper, or headhunter, I do have to say, to even take out more kills. But seems like Moses is going to be doing everything for him. Now in this 2v3, the Cypher camera is going to be cancelled out. He's going to be down to 40 HP still. And it's still gonna be a deadly angle for him to watch. That is gonna be the judge, but that is gonna be the sheriff for him to even take out his own consequence and make that more actions being instilled on towards the map. Not exactly getting enough map control, sure, but taking all the few steps necessary for them to have at least an inch away from the site, from the spike plant. And speaking of that, the only thing that could prevent them on towards the spike plant is going to be the Omen smokes. Now, dark covers, and this hooded figure on towards rafters could be a nightmare that will haunt them. Or perhaps rain terror onto them with this phantom. Not exactly putting out the whip for Ghost, but the bullets in between the eyes. That's coming in from Moses. He's gonna be putting Grosov on this clutch once again with the operator. Difficult situation, I do have to say, but it's still doable for him. Oh no, the drill theft is there. Now everybody knows where he could be possibly be coming from. It's the cloudburst, updraft, but not the information. And there goes the backstab. Nope, it's coming out from under him. Not exactly demons, but it is gonna be his foes, his enemies, just waiting for him to fall down.
Oh my. It seems like the mid area became their arena. Like, it's just a massacre. It's like you open the door to your house and then there's less everyone just already scattered in the floor. And you know what? Really great with execution here from the side of LG. They managed to go towards the B site and just actually chill. After that, they are well aware last man standing is holding an operator, might have switched, but still the manpower is on their advantage and they managed to go for the win at that last moment for the first half. But this time though, let's see if there'll be some differences. It's just now that occurred to me that there are some disparities in terms of their lineups. It is the classic versus the new generation or the modern what do you call this, the modern agents. So that might have been able to be contribute to the factors of how they're actually addressing their current stances. And not gonna lie, it's actually playing out pretty well. VA is really flexible in terms of their rotations because of the Omen, and LG really has to execute a lot of high commitment as well as a lot of information before making things work. But Keith though, very good for one. And of course, a lot of damage being taken by one, but they will be coming into the A side and we'll be seeing a lot of casualties already for the side of the A, but still they're still pushing through, trying to make up for the losses that they had from early on, and that is an immediate win here from the side of LG, not even letting them plan.
Not letting them plan. I do have to say, parang, if you see these elements, like you said a while ago, new generation of agents being played on against an older meta, this is where we see them. This is where we see the games being tested out on how efficient they could still be, and this is where we see the type of mobility coming out from the entries could be good enough as well. But what comes after that? It could easily be denied or sabi natin being counterplayed by the different set of kits that we're witnessing against, and we see them pose this challenge, but it's only up to Viridis Arcus on how will they be able to play around that. But the given set of utility that they have been playing on, they've been quite efficient, sure, but can it be a type of play that we could be seeing here from Moses? It's just gonna be the firepower that they need to win up against Viridis Arcus on this eco frag and the ace, I have to say. Now they put this game on a tie score and Moses just made sure to deliver that.
Wait lang, anong nangyari? Bakit nag-face bigla tong si Moses? Dodge lang gamit. Bastos ka. By the way, 7-7 though. That deserves a replay. Already 3-4. Just letting out five shots from the judge and even securing the last one with a frenzy. Oh my. Moses already done to that 20k too. So, of course, just tremendous amount of morale boost coming in from their end. But still, VA doesn't want that to happen. But the problem here is Moses is pretty confident in doing that. But seems like the line's been tamed. Abby will be able to do that. And still, they'll be committing towards the A site. Might be a really good placement here as for the retake. But there's still a couple of utilities they can use, but I think it will be sufficient for this time around. Well, I'm gonna be blocking the screen. Sufficient already good for 2 here. Just by waiting for any person who's gonna be coming through ramps. Already expected and calculated. We'll be seeing still the hesitation coming from the side of LG. Trying to go for retake. They don't have the guns that they need, but they have to put this through because if not, their credit's gonna suffer. They would be able to take that in, but still, it's going to be the winning for the side of PA. Heavy be able to pull up a 3k, and once again, it's going to be another round advantage.
Another round advantage, and we see how I do have to say the attacking side for Viridis Arcus just puts out not just the advantage, but shows us on how it's supposed to be done. Those post plans are going to be solid enough, and they made all the right moves. Just as if this is going to be a chess match where they would lose almost no one in this game, where they have almost the minimalist casualties that they could even incur. And speaking of expenses, they have to even do for this round. It's not just going to be their time, but it also the effort that they have to take, where they have to take these games even more seriously. This is a close matchup here, Mochi, where LG Esports is finally rallying their way back and forth with the scoreline. And speaking of that, there goes the duels once again. Okay, they've lost both the Rays and okay, that was just an almost losing a duelist against like the Sentinel against the match. I mean, for the defending side, it could be costly, yes, but for the attacking side, it could still pose a problem given the fact that they don't have anyone that could have that sense of mobility in their kit. And just for penetrating a site alone, and for this age gap, it can be a bit more slow paced than usual, but they still have the jet that could come in handy dandy. And I hope that Grosov could still deliver the role as he should. Speaking of that aggression we could be expecting here, they're disengaging themselves even here on mid, pretending to be rats, going into sewers, and ASA could be the place to be. I'm not exactly quite sure if LG Terra could actually have a read on this. Now the Cypher traps, as you can all see, is going to be placed all across the map. The Cypher camera just even make sure that no one is going to be crossing the site just yet. And for them to even play this in for contact, it could be the best, or rather, the worst decision. That's completely up to Virtusar. That is completely up to LG Esports even follow this through. Now the Cypher is almost immediately out. Not even a second to delay. 12 seconds in for them, and Gilson forces out this plan. The ice walls even further lock down the side is a complete recipe for LG Esports to not be able to pull out this retake, but it's up to them to go against the odds this time. They have the smokes, they have the information, and they have the paint shots to even zone everyone off. For Elbow, for the site, and not exactly going to be spotting off anyone just yet. For Mateo, it's going to be him against one. That is Yao, and Flex in for the trade. Gilson takes out and plays out his luck against the gravity well, and still lives another day. What is he doing? Now for the Astra. Can she pull this off? Can he pull this off? Moses, can you show us another clutcher? You have the star and you have the aim. Unfortunately, though, Grosov is there. What a gross shot from him.
Yeah, actually, there is some pointers that I want to point out there. I mean, there are some, or not some, everyone's at elbow. Like, someone's just tried to look towards the screen, look at main if ever there's someone there, but sadly not, and everyone just proceeded to go towards elbow. I mean, there are a lot of possibilities that they can actually put out at that situation, but still, at least the effort counts. And though that is going to be a risk here for the side of LG, because that would just mean that they won't be able to get all the guns that they'll be needing. It is going to be a mix in between an SMG, a pistol, and of course the shotgun. But let's see, it might actually work out for themselves. I mean, they're defending, and of course their correct weapons are actually in favor for close range, so that would be a plus. But also the risk of what just happened from earlier here from the side of VA, it might be another sort of hesitation here, but they might just be planning on what should be the next course of action that they should take. But the spike is just going to be left out there. They'll be looking out for any potential pickups that they could get, prioritizing of course the system of having 3 towards mid. Might be pushing it here towards the fence, spotting off 1 or nothing. But there's already a lot of sound cues really executed there. Still the anchor here from the side of LT, really waiting out for anyone who's going to be crossing down their path. And really admire the disability they currently have here, but the coverage will be put out. Moses is going to be securing 1 with just a judge, traded by Abby with a showstopper, and there already comes all the executions. The massacre from both sides now ended with a 2v2. Spikes yet to be planted here. Still the cage gonna be activated. They still have a couple of utilities they can work with, which is really ideal for them to offer a retake, but also can be hindered, of course, in terms of information, since it is already the coverage gonna be activated as well as the fact that we might have still a dark coverage here. But oh no, they've been caught off guard! Really good trick, really good bait, and that's going to be a 10-7 here, still in favor for the side of Viridis Arcus.
Ooh, I love that crossfire. It's just anything could go wrong, but unfortunately, Virtus Arcus just know how to do it right. All the right angles, all the right timings, and we see them doing the right things and making all the right, the good results. I do have to say, making them a 3-point advantage, and where we see everyone out for the buy round finally. And I do hope they could keep this up. It's just as much as I want to see LG Esports play out this game. It's just this sheer amount of dominance and trying to exert early on this series is what we expected from them, from 4-time champions, and hopefully being able to follow through in that set of expectations that we have for them is something that is a pressure for both the rosters and for the org itself that they're representing. a lot of big names, a lot of big plays. At what big play that we could be expecting for this round in its own? It's quite standard for them to go in for this default push, mid control heavy, and standard as well for the defending side on these passive positions. The only one aggressive that is going to be the Rays. Pretty sure Flex can do a lot more than that if they have Mateo on his side, but unfortunately, we're not seeing any point of spark, but an explosion that could possibly happen here on A. Wait, bit too hesitant. I'm not sure what they're planning. They're pinging their utilities, or perhaps waiting for someone to make the first move. That is going to be 8. No, that is going to be Savvy 8k, not even a 1k to even go in for the entry. Flex is out there to castle everyone out. Moses is going to be going in for the quick on assist. Showstopper being hand for Flex though. Now, the Cypher is going to be completely in danger, and his dad is going to be coming into his demise. That is a Chamberlain. But you know what? He's going to be out in the chambers, out in the jail cells. That is going to be people in from Rams. Set it free, said the attacking side, as the Cypher trap is going to be playing them and binding them to their own deaths. Now, Omen has a spike. Where can Gilson go from here? He has complete control over B side, but unfortunately, the Cypher Zeef is not going to be here to grieve. He's going to be here to deliver death to his in front of his eyes. That is going to be the Angel to take away your soul, sir. And wow, close round here for LG. And Viridis Arcus almost had it, but it's a good thing that rotations are going to be on point for the opposition.
I don't think that he really expected someone to be there. He really thought that the B side would already be clear for them for the taking, but sadly that hasn't been the case. And instead, the win has been in the hands here from the side of LG. But there are a lot of stuff that actually went wrong here towards the A side 1v. Tried to push. I mean, it is really remarkable of how they were able to plan out, ping out all the stuff and utilities they could show. They should put out there. But sadly, it seems like the rest fell behind. Crowsoft was able to go for the updraft and the dash towards the heaven, but sadly had been caught off guard and been secured by Moses instead, and Fission was just left at the hell. So accepted the showstopper, and the rest of the members has actually just fallen down except for Guelson, tried to contemplate and use the ultimate just for the sake of planting the spike. And still, good effort, but still, once again, we're gonna be having them execute towards the mid area, pushing in, might be breaking the barrier now and just putting out the paint shots here, really damaging Tino out, even securing him in return. There's a lot that is happening here, a lot of utilities being thrown, as well as the gravity, well, preventing them or delaying them to pushing further, making them think twice whether they should push or not, because it might indeed be a risk. We still have the Resurrection active here in Yao, so Moses though will be able to secure that Resurrection in, as well as the immediate trade here onto Grossoff. They're just clumped here at the Heaven area, one at the garage, and you might be actually seeing Flex getting a lot of damage from that encounter. There's already a lot of there's a lot of people just definitely being executed, but still VA. So having 3 healthy members active. Now, one more round away from the match.
Healthy. I like the word. It's my first time hearing that in this setting. Like, whoa. I mean, you do make a great point. They're not even their morality rate isn't even questioned at this point. They're almost, I have to say, I wouldn't say undefeated, but in this setting they still are. But for these players, they're indispensable. Unstoppable with these pushes. You see that satchel coming from Savvy with the judge. Mateo as well here with the quick on answer back. I love this conversation. He's going to be happening on B side, but Mateo as well. He's going to be pulling out his skills with the Spectre, with the sprays, with the bullets that could come in handy for him. He uses out that ultimate. Could be the worst timing possible as the Cypher goes in for the flank. Now they know where they could possibly be. The Trail of Nightmares is going to be putting out their composition, putting out the... do the same. Putting out the composition, testing out their luck, testing out their patience. This is gonna be a game here on luck, here on my games, here in the cyber games. I think it's gonna be only a blanket, the protection, the shorties is gonna be there. And bonk, yeah, bonking his head right there. Gilson dead, and LG Esports and BA 11-9. Somebody, please put an end to it. This hurts.
Yeah, I know, right? It's getting closer and closer, just in terms of their scores, but also, well, still the Prowler is being active here, but also this might be a chance for LG to actually execute or secure this round because there are a lot of ultimates that they can use coming into the resurrection as well as the cosmic divide. We
You
might
want to
still be
play?
doing the
Let's
same
play.
thing in terms for the retake, really just dividing and splitting the site into parts, make it more manageable for them to move into and coordinate with one another. But this time, it is fairly different. They would have expected that BA might still be at the mid area. So Javi's just putting out all the audio cues, make them assume that point. But still, there is a lot of people here, heavy presence at a main, and this might be an opportunity for them to actually push forward. But this time, though, they'll be heading towards the ramps, checking out if ever there'll be anyone who's gonna have to hinder their push, and they might actually execute the moment or this moment as Paranoia is gonna be coming out with its smooth execution and push here from Grosov. Javi though will be there to follow. Just not enough punishment, but still though, the punishment being consistent, still what matters. 4v4 Spike still gonna be popped up here at the site, and still there's still a lot of people here trying to go for a retake, just checking out of what should be the next thing that they should do. But the showstopper's already active here in the hands of Javi AK, so this is going to be pretty crucial. They're really losing a lot of time here the moment that they're just hesitating, trying to go for a retake. But yep, that showstopper is going to be connecting on to Moses, one of their battle players, but still is going to be traded until it's going to 1v2. And so far, Tino might actually be able to control. Never mind, there's not enough time, and that's going to be an easy match point for the side of VA.
This is just iconic. Like I said a while ago, these post monsters is gonna be completely on point. They understood each other's timings. They understood the crossfires that they were supposed to implement in that given situation alone. And might have to say, parang experience does come a long way for this roster in its own, because aside from the players being possessing enough experience in the competitive scene, it's just them just learning a lot of things from each other. Parang nagtuturoan sila at some point, and the communication definitely is the key for them to actually land out this victory. And for a team like this, being together for the longest time, I do hope that this season is that Viridis Arcus could play out something. I wouldn't say better. They keep getting better every day. It's just that them giving out something that we haven't seen before. This chamber pick, complete, not, I wouldn't say it has been completely unorthodox for this current meta, but I like what LG Esports is doing instead. They've been quite experimental with their agent traps, and I do hope for the side of Viridis Arcus they could pull off the same card, but show us how it's done. Show us how a Fade Raze lineup could be done here in this matchup. And speaking of that, mid control is going to be out once again, and Mateo is going to be taking out, I wouldn't say trash, but it is going to be the players coming in who are playing in for Garage. Not exactly going in with the cars, but with just the Vandals. Enough damage to be inflicted for Flex here. Now, slower, paint shells, Grozov is going to be landing enough bullets on his body for him to take him out. Now, 12-9, match point already for Viridis Arcus, and they have completely secured the bag at this point. They have map control completely seized against from the opposition, and it seems like LG Esports is not even too eager to go in for the pushes, go in for this aggressive plays. They're completely giving out every side possible, and we see the setup being played out on B. For Mateo, though, he's going to be out for the risky plays. Savvy 8K is going to be there to punish him even further. Now 12 seconds to make that a spike fun for them on B. Now it's going to be out for two players with two ultimates still online for them to use. Now it's 12-9. The ultimate behind the Omen is going to be there to secure them information, but I don't think the Sage even know that there's going to be someone playing in for Market. Good thing though, he also still hits his shots, and of course the Paranoia does connect for Moses, and he even takes out another there. Sir, Zeef, you have to win this for LG Esports. What can you do in this 1v4? Wait, he takes out Yao? No, he does not. And we see Viridis Arcus taking out the first map of the series on Split. Wow.
Oh my.
Grabe.
Grabe. You know what? The last few moments is just serves like a cherry on top of the cupcake. Like everyone's been put down, it's been baked. There's already a lot of stuff going on, and it's just the last thing that they're good to go. And Guason though actually gone big the last round. I mean, it's just him being able to go use the ultimate from the shadows and just been able to deny the resurrection and even more. And that just served as the 1-0 of our first series for this day. And well played for side of Viridis Arcus once again. But Do you think that it would be a 2-1 or a 2-0?
I mean, at this current rate, I am just quite confident that sooner or later that LG Esports will be able to come up with their senses right now na pipilitin talaga nila ng game 3, which is something that I really want. In this level of competition and the gameplays that they have been displaying so far, their performance on its own just takes a little bit more polishing, and I hope that they would realize their mistakes even sooner, and hopefully for the second map, ng LG Esports, they could do a lot more. Honestly, I've seen the potential, I've seen how they could be, and I've seen the roster perform out of their minds. It's just that level of like the activations we are going to be expecting for today, and fully enable your duelists. I want to see that Flex Mateo matchup, and hopefully it's gonna be more than just two players carrying out the entire team, but for everyone else performing out of their hearts, performing out of their minds, and completely blowing the minds of the audience, which is they did on the first map, and hopefully in the second and the third. Malay mo, Mochi, makikita pa natin yun.
Yeah, hopefully. And I think that there is a lot more to offer for both of these teams. I mean, they're just the two, I mean, our favorite rivalry throughout the seasons here that we currently have here in AcadArena. And it is really prevalent that we have witnessed all the growth that they had. And I guess that we're about to see that more of that later after we chill, after such a fired up match. Once again, it is Monchi and I'm with Ling, and we'll be back after a quick short break.
Uy, isa dito.
Nice team.
Isa
May isa
dito.
pa dyan. Ayun o.
Ito, isa dito.
Ilalim ba sila?
Pinatipi nyo, pag pinatipi nyo, ayun, kinuha niya yung TP.
Nice one. Spike trap na.
Ito. Right side ko. Right side ko, pre.
Okay, atin na.
Nice
Well
one.
played, guys.
Nice.
Pakis nga. Mwah.
Sorry, Rai.
Hindi ko
Yo,
na-
na ako! Nawala.
May wall ka pa.
Wall mo.
Sige lang. Okay, go.
Push nyo dalawa. Hold mo na lang.
Kita ka.
Kita likod mo. Nevermind.
Gago.
Kunin mo up! Sorry!
Ingat na naman dito baka iwasan yung ano, top.
Ito isa, taas.
Hindi maiwasan yan.
Yung taas, kita nyo.
Naka-show.
Ikaw pala yun.
Papatay mo, nice one.
Backside.
Sagodin nyo, tulungan nyo si Ryan. Nice.
Sige.
Tulong.
Tulong. Ako sa ano nyo.
Open
Tulungan
plan,
si Ryan.
pwede
Ito na.
close.
Sige.
Okay,
Yan nyo lang.
tulungan kay Ryan.
Isang ano?
Dead.
Nice one. Screens.
Okay, walang ko na yan.
Screens pa rin.
Well played.
Last one.
Nakop na ako, di mo manalo yung chamber nila.
Pushing na, yellow. One more. Trade.
40.
Hello.
40 sa akin.
Kalma.
GG!
Well played.
Nice one. Nice UI. Play pop up.
Well played, guys.
Papara Pacquiao.
Pakis nga ako, kay.
Hindi na. Ang hirap na. Shit.
Tight breach.
Wait
Minus
lang,
70 breach.
wait lang, Sent.
One garage.
Di nila ko alam.
Garage. Back pillar.
Walang sabay tayo, Jaspong.
Back pillar 70.
Nice.
Dead na 70. Garage
Baka
comment.
baka nag-amin na. Nice. Nice. No info. Heaven. Nice. Let's go.
UP, kabahan na kayo! Hindi, waiting na yung UP.
Waiting na ba yung guys?
Uy, rushing mga pogi.
Hashing ba?
Wala pa.
Wala pa, hindi pa pasok.
Dalawa tayo dyan. Lupa sage. Sage smoke. Heaven. Gulo na.
Apiran mo ako!
Okay, nod highlights later. Habang kinikilig.
Girl.
78.
I think we just play with them.
Yeah, let's go.
You spawn ahead of him.
Garage clear.
Nice.
How many times do I need to tell you guys, dude? The pistol strat doesn't fail, dude. That's 100 and 0 on that pistol strat. Dude, I'm telling you, we could play PRX and we'd win with that pistol strat, dude.
And then we got one round.
And then that's the one round we win, dude. Play together, guys. Play together.
No.
Time, Tino. You have ult.
It's aft.
It's out.
Nice!
Nice! Let's go.
He didn't stick it.
Nice.
He didn't stick it.
Impact, bro! Impact!
Impact, baby. That's warm up, baby. That's warm up. One more, boys.
Oh god.
Okay.
Close left.
Charge close left.
Yo, he's knifing you.
I have heaven.
One
Jen.
Nice!
You have a turret. You have a turret. You can heal. What is this? I'm scared. I'm gonna go with you guys. Why is my Soba on the other side of the planet? Relax. Mateo. Mateo, no.
No, with the dart. Dude, they tried doing the UPD pistol on us, dude. If UPD uses that same strat, you guys aren't gonna win the round.
I have lane, yes. Oh god. This
Oh, lot spawn. Oh, they all came from spawn.
Dami.
I'm flanking spawn. I have your stairs.
Okay.
Don't be Kita from
Watching
stairs.
lane,
I have stairs. Don't be Kita from stairs and I have it.
On that lane.
You don't have it.
On that lane.
50.
Play time, guys.
After that, after that.
Play time.
Turning.
Out. Nice.
Oh, where are you going?
I just want you guys to know.
I want
going
you to
on?
know. How did you die?
The juice box. The juice.
No, he got
The juice box.
I
The
whiffed,
juice
dude.
box is out. The juice box
I
is
saw
out.
everything, he whiffed.
I told you guys.
He
I had you
whiffed.
guys. Dude, I had Ken on split.
Should be on stream, he was flanking eh.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. Dude, the whole world saw that. Dude. I promise you, they saw that.
on stream.
Oh, for sure, dude. I'm not happy about it.
You guys always last alive. He's beating the entire team. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh my god.
Okay, you're good. Three more. Oh.
It is lamppost.
No way. You're actually correct.
Am I actually that good?
Look at Mateo's camera. He looks so bored. He wants me to die so badly, dude. Rest!
Okay, rest.
My duty is not over!
Go Trent.
Omen's 10 HP.
One short, I think, and one gen.
Oh!
What are they doing?
Let's go!
What are they doing?
He's sleeping right in the front.
What?
Guys, games are done. Focus.
Don't shower. Let's do shower, I think.
No. Flashing.
Defuse. Oh, nice.
Nice.
Nice comeback. Nice one. Warm up. Bago pa biyo mata. Wagi ko warm up. Kilibangon, biyo.
130 jet.
There. Oh my god.
Oh my god, I got 3? What the f? I got 3, I held the click. I was so blind. Heaven is a. Nice.
Oh my goodness. He's getting
Ano ba?
against the wall bang as well. 1v2 left remaining. He's on par for the 8th slot. He gets the 4th. Will he get
Nice shot. Sorry. Smoked off ka. Offset?
Goes long, abajo.
Oh, nice guys.
Hi.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the second game. And of course, this is going to be the Lions Cup games, guys. And we are going to be playing Valorant today. Well, not us, but the players. Sa mga kakarating lang din is going to be the Viridis Arcus versus LG Esports match. DLSU versus ADMU game, guys. A finals-worthy match na kung saan to catch you guys up to speed. Map 1 is napunta na po sa Viridis Arcus. Now, the question still stands, Tito Mochi. Can they take this to game 3? That is up to them now.
Definitely
Up
up
to
to
Viridis
them, and we can't wait. If it will be the latter, would it be a 2-0? Would it be the 2-1 reverse sweep? We're not sure. There's still a lot of possibilities that is about to unveil right before our eyes, and especially we are onto our favorite map at the PH, the Ascent map. Can we like put a limit into how much they could pick a set because you're taking or you're getting too many assets. But I mean, it's a wonderful map. It's the classic. It is a blank canvas, and our players will be the painters of what or how different their art would be, their performance, how would it be perfect or how flawed would it be, because it could still contribute to the story. It's still, the imperfections count. So I guess we'll be seeing that just in a bit. But what do you think are some adjustments that LG should do this time?
I mean, with the given VODs na available against each other, for sure they've got enough information kung ano yung mga weaknesses nila, ano yung mga strengths nila as a team. But sa ilang taon, no, ilang season nila nakakalaban ng isa't isa, Ascent for sure is no stranger or parang not unknown territory for either side, and I'm pretty sure they are fully aware of that. Agent drafts could be a complete indicator on who will be who will land the victory on this map. And hopefully for LG Esports, like I said a while ago, experimental. They have been bold with their choices right now, rocking with the Fade and the Raze. I mean, it's no surprise for them to actually land out a few glimpses of hope on what the team can do. And with a very staple map, for sure it's going to be a comfortable setting for either of the side. And regardless of whatever agents that they will be running on, it's just those micro adjustments to their play. Sabihin natin, you're going to be swapping the Fade with Recon Bolt of a Sova. That could be a good trade that you could actually have for either of the rosters that will be playing here today. And hopefully it's not just going to be the agent draft, but overall behavior. Nagkakatikiman na sila dito, Mochi, sa split. Alam nila kung paano sila mag-a-ascend, paano sila mag-push, ano yung mga plays na ginagawa nila, ano yung mga tells to their plays, ano yung mga, sabihin natin, possible counters that you could possibly give sinusubukan nilang gagawin. And for sure, either side have a lot more tricks up their sleeves. It's not just gonna be about those plays, it's also gonna be those explosive behaviors, this different type of behaviors that is not exactly for the norm or what we're accustomed to, and their custom conditioning as 4 agents being suppressed here is not exactly a conversation we will be expecting early on in this game. So a minute 20 left on the clock. It's pretty much a standard dance, standard choreography, or I do have to say, just the standard play that we could be seeing here on Ascend as they go in for the ace play. The A side could be the place to be, but for Moses though, in the frenzy, can be completely deadly. There's no trades that could come along his way, but for Fission and Saviate, can just make sure that it is not gonna be something he could even bear fruit out of the trees. And for Flex though, he gives on a quick on answer back with the Sheriff's Mateo as well, with a quick on assist, and he's gonna be up for 21 HP. Make that 0 for him. But for the Jet mains out there though, it's gonna be a 3v3 with both players still intact, and it's gonna be a battle of aim duels with the minimal utility that they currently have running against each other. It's gonna be time for the spike plan, for the retake, and for the post swap that could come along its way. For Grosov holding on a cheeky angle close to switch, and Zeef and Flex playing out for trade. 1v2s for him, and Grosov is gonna be dismissing his way away from the battles, away and disengage, re-engage. I love this game. I love this game so much, Valor. Just don't know what to expect. And yes, I love the POV na nakita natin. All the angles, kita ko lahat. Yes.
Agree.
Yun. Ano ba? Guys, baka naman.
Diba? I mean, parang tag-iba bigla yung aura na binibigay ni Gross of the Hero. I mean, it's just a great pick. And of course, except for Javi, I mean, Javi is already given such a great player. But Grossov has been able to actually secure or take a share of the bulk of the work. And so far, actually doing well. And it's just the first round. I think we'll be seeing more of that, considering that they're already on their respective specters. Of course, it's the firepower, which is their advantage here. But the problem here is for the side of LG is that if everyone's gonna be, yep, it is the risk of being cornered. Everyone's just at the site or even here at the CT or the spawn is going to be really indeed the problem for him. But he's going to get aggression hit from both sides. Gonna go here for the trade off at the 8K. 12 down, 2, but still 1v3. They're going in with the shots here from the Spectre. It will be an easy team ace here for the side of Viridis. Arcus securing them the second round, which is actually already a given because they have the advantage in gunpowder.
Advancing in gunpowder and pretty much making sure that the buys are definitely worth it. But unfortunately here dito, they're playing this on bonus. Dalawa lang yung magiging outcome dito. Either they lose this or win this. Expected, diba? Diba? It's a game of Valorant. Just win rounds or lose rounds. If they win this bonus, it could be a good indicator for them to actually play this on a landslide. Or if they don't, might as well just try to play out their luck for the next round, and hopefully they could actually win a lot more in terms of economy, in terms of map control that we could be seeing here from Savvy. 8K as he cancels out the dagger, and it seems like a dash is going to be expiring too soon. As soon as he actually goes in for the push, we are going to be seeing the gravity well as the counter here coming off from the Astra. Now Moses, Mateo though on the other side of the map, who's going to be taking out the 1 kill. That is going to go off, make that the second. Although it's Xiao, he's out for the spree, and he's going to be out for the third. Make that the fourth for him, and where is the next guy? Out for the duel and out for their own deaths. It's gonna be Savvy 8K down to 6 HP, and we see him with the Spectre still doing work. And speaking of work, that is gonna be a lot of ground to cover for Gilson.
Definitely a common choke point here at the tree area, and that has been suffered upon here by the side of Viridis Arcus. And they tried to go for the trades, of course, but still not really sufficient. And this time, though, it is going to be an opportunity for them to go for the revenge because they currently have their respective rifles already. But still, at least I actually want to point out there that is actually a really good dash by Javi. Like, the gravity, well, or rather the star is already put out here at the center of the tree. And of course, you just dashed in, faked it in order to trigger it. I mean, just the little things matter, right? But sadly, it's just the difference in terms of their positioning and the angle of where Mateo is. It has been an advantage for his side. But this time, though, it is going to be a pretty different thing. But they might be pushing towards this mid area, but the flags are going to be popped out. Been thrown by the KO. No one's pushing as of the moment, but this might be just another waiting game. Everyone's just propped up here at the mid area, and Spike's just being held on by our Omener side of VA. And we might actually be expecting some pickoffs here that should be executed by either of the sides, but they're hovering once again here towards the tree area and both the mid or at the pizza. So there's going to be a potential for them to actually secure someone out. It's going to be Flex, and there would actually be some additional added in the bag. There's going to be just 2 people down for each team. The opportunity for them to push forward. 30 seconds left. They have to commit already, but there's still a lot of utilities they have to work with since they're going to be indeed hindered by those. But I guess they will no longer pass through that as Tino will be able to pull up a 3K. Just definitely unexpected at that corner.
Oh, they just know how to counter them in every angle possible. See them, even if they were playing on a man disadvantage early on in the game or early on in the round, they still managed to bounce back into where their positions are still going to be most advantageous. They played out their luck with those passive stances on their defense here on B side, and this is where we see them pay it off quite well. They canceled out that market control, the map control. They definitely lost coming up from the attacking side. Was definitely something that they have sort of like huge loss for them. They're unable to take out the give out the objectives, and might as well put out LG Esports back on towards their track, back on towards the momentum that they should be running just a while ago. And seems like Viridis Arcus is just scratching their heads right now. What can they do at this point? Now that they have the Chamber Ultimate, now that they have everything on their hands except for the guns, except for the rifles that they should be needing for this game to even win out the duels, it's just going to be them playing out as a team. And hopefully it's going to be more than just a teamwork, but the magic of friendship. Wow. Friendship is magic indeed. And speaking of magic, we see the abilities coming out with the Blade Storm here. Coming up from the Jet. Oof, they're leading it out on towards A already. I love how they're making their presence known quite too early, but for Zif though, he just knows how to respond just right in time. And unfortunately for Grosov, he's gonna be taking out the trade with the Sheriffs, and we see those frags happening as well on site, and that is gonna be no ID, no entry zone, sir. Bawal pumasok. You shall not pass. Oh, I wish there was a Gandalf here, dude. No staffs coming in. No long bearded wizards that could come their way. It's just gonna be the agents, the players.
Yeah, actually, they might not have their ID, but they don't have their backs cards, so... Yep, denied. 3-2 already on our scoreline, and of course, still an opportunity for them to buy their respective rifles, but he cannot deny the fact that there is the operator existing in the hands of Flex. This might actually be a good thing for them, but the shot will not be started connecting. He'll be forced back out, and instead, he'll be shut down here by having the trader continue, but also he's already good for 2. And of course, the 2v4 still not gonna be able to push it, Charlie. I mean, they tried, but still not enough because the manpower is not on their side. And instead, that is a really quick round at 4-2 already in our score line. They tried to push through, but sadly, immediately being clogged up here at the main area. It has been, a tape has been put up in the hole, and they can no longer pass. Now, the timeout's active.
Good call for the timeout, because at this point, current behavior that I'm seeing for Viridis Arcus, they're just trying to push whichever part of the map works, which is not exactly going quite well for them. They had parang sabi na marami silang rounds na nasasayang, even if they had those buy rounds, which wasn't exactly that quite fruitful as I was expecting. They were unable to inflict casualties. They were unable to pull out a play that is something that we expect them to execute. Like, the whole thought was there. It's just the performance that we are expecting for Viridis Arcus to play on Ascent was easily countered by LG Esports themselves. We see them playing this on a 2-point advantage, and it definitely showed. Sinabi ko kanina, an agent draft that could possibly counter the meta that Viridis Arcus was playing could be something like LG Esports could run at. And we have the double initiator against the double duelist. We haven't really talked much about it, but it pays, or it makes a huge difference. Whereas we could be expecting aggressive plays, and for these flashes that could come in handy for the information that could use for this game is something that is quite crucial in the micro decisions that each player has been doing. And for the macros, might as well just see it in the bigger picture that this works quite well with their playstyle, where LG Esports, where the LG Esports mentality is currently running right now. And this one big fight that everybody wants to see, wants to witness. We are up here for a finals worthy match, and they have definitely displayed that. They have definitely shown us on why this is worth every second, and these teams have to make every decision count, every push count. And I'm pretty sure for the timeout being called, they are fully aware of it. They're not supposed to be making any mistakes now if they really want to win this on a 2-0 clean sweep, and might as well just try to not feel any tiltedness or I have to say negative thought that would run in their head as a team, because that will greatly affect their performance here today.
Yeah, I actually agree with what you said. I mean, they may have the mechanical and the motor skills that they should need in order to play such a fired up match, but of course, it's still the morale that counts, and of course, their mindset into going into this. Like, it's just small things like their tactical crouches and etc. It might actually count and contribute to how they're thinking or how they're viewing their overall game right now. It might actually change or affect their performance, like what you've said. But I guess now the time has been lifted. It is already the ball game here. Gonna be pursuing towards our mid area once again, prioritizing the mid control. No one's peeking us off the moment, and of course it's still the matter of going through those shots. Yellow already good for one with the Marshall straight into Flex's skull. But we'll be seeing some misses here from Fission. You wouldn't be actually expecting that Chico will be at the market just selling his onions, his grapes, his oranges, but still really looking out to any people who would be able to go through his path. But of course, they might be pursuing the B side as of the moment, but we would be then rotating towards the A side. Look at the breach. Look at that push. Everyone's already at the heaven area, but it's still Moses being there. A tremendous amount of trigger discipline has been exhibited at that situation. And it is already down being lost of what they should do next. 30 seconds left. They have to commit now, but it is their choice if they would save. But I don't think the guns that they currently have would be able to do so. 3K already good for Moses, but he's going for the pistol with a right click. Easy kill. And there is going to be a 5-2. LG really knows. Seems like Ascent is their home.
What was that, Moses? You just went on sneaky peeky right there, just pretending to be a ninja. And, sir, I don't think that is, I mean, I do think that is a great for him to split the team. He's not just going to be splitting oceans here, but splitting an entire play, making it just not the path we're taking here for Viridis Arcus. Sure, they made enough map control, but I'm not exactly this is the most ideal situation they should be running at right now. I'm thinking of that ideal situation. Ideal to us. We take out 2 here on mid. I love this conversation. I love this engagement. And the duels that has been happening where they put themselves in a 3v3 situation. Flex, who whips out the operator. He's going to be down to 87 HP. Just trying to secure a little bit more angles here on this game. And I'm pretty sure they already know that someone's strutting their way on towards Catwood. On towards Sabrosa! That is going to be gross off. Not exactly putting out those race plays, but the Reyna isn't even gonna live another day. And speaking of that, here's the play. We see Savvy 8K here to make everyone sway with his games. No! Jatif, question mark? No, it's just gonna be flexing his way. That is gonna be the market play. Not selling any onions, just scoping his way in. Sure aiming for anyone there who challenges his position. And speaking of challenge, that is going to be the push. Gilson, not exactly going to be contesting for anyone or anything just yet, except for these smokes though. Can Dave even pull out an early utility? Yes, turret being cancelled out. Can Gilson even pull this one even further? Take the team into greater heights. And speaking of that is going to be the verticality being utilized and the lockdown. Defender Killjoy, 7 seconds left to pop, and Gilson might exactly take the first one, and the second, no! He does not! An almost though! And the clutch here out for Zeef, and the clutch, yes. Clutch, defuse, everything else that comes along this way for LG Esports is gonna be their victory to claim. 62 already, and Mochi, you were just talking about the redemption arc a while ago. Sa intro pa lang, gusto na natin marinig ng mga hiyaw nitong mga players na ito. And for sure, it is gonna be a war cry for them already as they charge their way in here on Ascent. Looking quite promising, I do have to say, yeah.
Yeah, definitely promising. And I guess we have already expected beforehand that it is going to be a third game. So we are expecting this match to actually be on the side of LG. But let's not cut that short. I mean, you're putting out our expectations there. It is up to them if ever they'll be fulfilling that, like what Sling said earlier on. But this time, though, we are seeing heavy presence here up to Odin as well as the operator. And that's of Zeal and Flex, but that's going to be one shot connecting onto Flex from Fission. Instead, operator no more, but we're seeing heavy presence at the mid area as well. Just the free fire is going to be not connecting actually to anyone, but he'll be caught off guard by having the moment that he takes the second time. But still, the jiggle picks going for the double picks, and now a flawless on the hands of BA. And yeah, I mean, it's just the first half, so there's still a chance for them to actually breach the Browns and make it to a 6-6 and go for a full reset in the second half. We're not quite sure, but it is, boy, a possibility. There's a lot of ultimates already for them to use, and I guess we'll be seeing more of that later.
And more of that. I mean, given that these players have basically triggered one another, it's gonna be brutal out here at this point. We see those setups. Could be quite efficient against this push. Could be something that Savvy 8K could run against. And speaking of running, there's nowhere left to run here as the Hunters being committed quite too early on this game. Coming out from Tino, coming out from this B main position. That's going to be a market position that the Sobos are trying to even contest for even further. But no one is going to be connecting any of their utilities, any of their shots, except for Fission. Now, for the side here, the Viridis Arcus, they're trying to take their way with brute force on towards the side with Flex and Mateo, just making things happen and make that Moses as well, who's gonna be joining in the action. Now, they have utilities, they have Cosmic Divide that could possibly use, and they have committed that quite too early. And it's Spike being planted on towards B. It's gonna be posing as a challenge here on this postman. As the one to fall down, it's gonna be Vision, who takes out 4 people already! And quite too quick on the trigger. Galit na galit, Mochi. I love this. Holy, I like this game already.
Galit na galit, gustong manakit at gustong bumawi sa second up natin. But I don't think that they should actually go for the revenge. I mean, they can actually set the par up now. Like, right here, right now. There's still a couple of ultimates they can actually work with. And of course, it is going to be a potential eco round for LG if ever they'll be losing this. So, they should better make it count. But the paranoia is going to be put out here at the B site, forcing them to go back onto the spawn. All the utilities are just scattered here at the B site though, so it's going to be pretty difficult for BA to actually push into. But so far, Tino will be pulling out some of the shock darts. Shook dart, no connect. Okay, they'll be backing out. But still, a lot of time, a lot of space. Not much information though. So they should better make it count. Might be expecting some people here at current situations or current positions that they're currently at. No aggressions too. Well-behaved players, just the discipline being rampant. But I guess there's already a couple of intel being leaked here. Growstoff just detecting Mateo at the tree. Well expected, occupying both angles here at the main and that area. But that's going to be an immediate response here. A couple of members already being down given the side of LG. And I guess that is going to be an eco round for the last round and a half team.
They basically pulled out the same card, but this time a little bit more cautious than usual. Learning from the mistakes and everything else. This is what we expect players and teams to basically run at. The mentality that, okay, nangyari to, how will we make this more successful, or paano natin ma-execute to ng tama? Natalo tayo dahil ganito, what should we do next? The timeout was well called out for their side, and hopefully it's not just gonna be a tie scoreline here, but perhaps a round worth taking, where each breath being drawn here coming out from the both sides is where they would be putting themselves, hopefully not in the most difficult situations. Tino, we need your recon ball for those retakes. What are you doing? I'm not gonna continue that. What are you doing, Tino? But hopefully it is just gonna be more than him being stuck in a really uncomfortable position. Not exactly elsewhere, but here on speed, where everyone is expected to be rushing at. Well, the recon vault is gonna be there to compromise everyone, and good thing that is not gonna be the outcome for his death. Now, 65 on score, 50 seconds left on the clock here, Mochi, and we see the map control being taken away already by Flex. He's on top of mid already. Well, what are they doing? Look at that. Market control, mid push. Mateo out for the flash. He takes out one. Yes. Nope. Out for the trade. He's going to be Savvy 8K already. Now, Savvy 8K, no dash in for you. Has an elf draft, has cloud burst, and waits for anyone to even push out any further on towards CT. Meanwhile, Zizif, he only has a Spectre in hand. But we see the flank coming out from the Jet. That is going to be Flex. Not flexing the muzzles, but the Vandals that could come in handy with these duels that could possibly win. He takes out another one. That's going to be one Jet, one less lonely girl to even worry about in this game. Out of the equation is going to be the duelist, and we even still see the dash coming in handy for this player. Has enough draft, has everyone. We put this in a 1v2 situation. Make that a clutch for Yao! Cutie, what was that, sir? A dirty shot and the flick from him. Hello! Viridis Arcus is angry right now. They're running at full speed, and everyone else just wants to get a whiff of their everything. How? Anong mouse nila? Feeling ko na G Pro Super Light.
Yeah, and by the way, I think we're about to have a giveaway. I'm not sure when it's going to be, but we're already at 6.6 viewers right now. 6.6k to be exact. But I have to agree with what you've said. Every single adjustment, may it be micro or macro, it really contributes to their overall performance as a team every single round. And it's just being able to get and finally go for the right piece to make up the whole picture of the puzzle. And so far, it is really rampant for us to see that there are some players here actually standing out earlier on. I mean, it's not just about Javi, it's not just about Mateo, it's not just about Flex either. It is the rest of the team just doing their fair share of the work, and everyone's been able to do and go for the executions that they need in order to win the round. Fair adjustments, but now it is actually really rampant here at the mid-air. Heavy presence of VA going aggressive, but that is going to be an opportunity for the side of LG to push towards the A side. A couple of shots to be popped up here, making our agents here for the side of VA winded a bit. Though, might be pretty difficult for LG to actually defend the spike since they're already one man down. But still, there is a possibility for them to reach the bounce and make it more equalized. But so far, you're just planning on what they should do. But there's going to be the push here. Body system being active now is down to 2v3, but this leads us to lone survivor here for the side of PA, and will no longer have a single breath as Zeef ended him with the sheriff.
Everything else is just... Ayoko magsalita ng patapos sa larong to. And as much as I want to see a similar performance on Split, man, it's just them testing each other's patience, testing the waters, and I'm pretty sure they just haven't given any full force yet to this series. And makita mo yun sila. They're holding back so much in this game because they're still exercising the level of professionalism, their level of discipline as expected from a professional team, or sabihin natin a collegiate team aspiring to be professionals. And this is where we see them not just playing as one, but also behaving as one. Flex just make sure that he has an ego for one as he goes in for the quick on entry. Good on trade coming out from the teammate, but unfortunately it is going to be A-side completely open and a two-man disadvantage coming out here from the defending side. Not the most ideal situations that they are going to be playing in for this retake, but it can still work. Fortunately though, Recon Bolt being able to tag down Tavi 8K, information being secured, and it's still gonna be them to play out their luck with the classic, with just their aim. Yao might actually be quite too efficient here with just the burst play. Can be a bit too deadly, but you see the lineups here coming from Zeef. Everything's just going well for him. Stars aligning, heads aligning, dude. Crosser placement being on point. What else is there for Zeef? Thumbs up to you, sir. I don't know what else to say.
Team died.
Yep, you're so great. But actually, Moses, like what you said, he's been able to, I mean, astronomy class? He's been studying and predicting where the enemies would go, and so
What's
far...
your astrology? What's your astrology, Mochi?
Oh, like my sign? I'm a Taurus.
I'm a Leo. Yeah. Not that it's relevant to the game, but speaking of Leo and their territories being known and of course exerting so much dominance, not exactly putting a rein to this parade here on B-side. Eco Fraggers, hello! There! Savvy 8K and Grosov just making sure that they're wiping the floors clean, and Viridis Arcus just made a huge answer back to everything else. Here, nagsisigawan sila, and this is just... I miss the LAN setting. Have you ever been to a LAN tournament, Mochi? They're quite fun. The
Actually,
trash
no.
talks and... Oh,
So
you
if
should
ever
try it.
that LV and Conquest, it would be my first one, definitely. So if you guys haven't been able to buy your tickets yet, you should now. It is running out first day, second day. I mean, 60 and 50% gone, and also both for the weekend. So you guys better look out and buy now if you have the chance.
Buy na kayo. Meet Kaide. You can meet Mochi then as well. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, Ling being there too?
Will I be there? Question mark?
You should.
Well, we will never know, but you know what else is there to know? It is gonna be players here coming out from LG Esports on B-side already. Habang nag-uusap tayo dito, because this conversation doesn't come to an end unless someone pulls out this game up to a 13. You know, one step closer to that objective is going to be attacking side. LG Esports just making sure it happens. Speaking of happening on towards the side, it's going to be the retake though. Lockdown being committed, and it seems like Flex is going to be taking a few frags for himself as well. 7 seconds left for the pop. It seems like, what was that wall back? That was dirty, sir! You're not going to be doing them this nasty. Backstab still, and yeah. Okay. Okay, LG, we see you, we hear you, and we definitely witnessed that play. Now, VA, what is gonna be the response? Nope, wala kayong response. Iko tayo muna ngayon. We're gonna be forcing out the Spectres. But hopefully, hopefully it's just gonna be more than just the guns in their arsenal that we could condense so much information out of this play. Makita natin on how many teams have won their thrifty rounds, and for a team like Viridis Arcus to perform that or to deliver that, I wouldn't be so surprised.
Definitely. I mean, both of these teams, I mean, there's always something new about them. Like, regardless of how great they are, there's always something in addition to their greatness. And so far, it is pretty rampant that it might actually be a close match still, because so far it's just 2 more rounds and they're already equalizing it out. And so it is going to be this drone. Who's gonna be spotting anyone? I guess not. They're pretty safe in terms of their positioning, not leaking any single information. I mean, there's some sound cues, not enough to pinpoint their locations though, so now creeping up to A, really being careful if ever there'll be unexpected guests in return. Would they be meeting each other out? This is already put in. Above the cloud first. Life already out there defending and just really having those shots connecting into one another. The daggers though also in the hands of having AK, but I guess they haven't been able to see where Guelson is. Guelson as chic as ever, knowing their presence here at the main area. That is going to be unfortunate for them to actually push, but they're really respecting the fact that the 2 people here on the side of LG can make anything possible. They're just gonna wait it out. 15 seconds left. All they have to do is hold, and if ever they could get any guns that they can, then they should. But we'll be having a lurk, pushing in, trying to respect over there. Number here for the side of LG, and that would be an execute suppressed round for the side of VA. And free guns as well. It's like a buy one, take one.
I was just talking about it a while ago. Oh, hello, have I watched this one? Viridis Arcus winning on a thrifty? Pretends to be surprised. I mean, okay. They only had like 1 Spectre, a few sheriffs, diba? But the Blade Storm ito, one thing that I do like about the agent in itself na Jet is that how much value ang Blade Storm that it brings on eco rounds of this stat. It makes a huge impact, and might have to say the ultimate game changers to this play is just the ultimates in itself. They're ultimates for a freaking reason, and they're able to turn it out regardless of the situation there is. If they play their cards right, and speaking of cards, might as well get my fortune being told here on the market. There's no lady there posting on duty, perhaps, but just the fish. Fish on baskets? And I could already smell the stench here of fish and playing his aggressive pushes. He's being detected out by the turret, of course. Does pay off quite well, taking out Kino, information player, and Flex is gonna be here to join in the party, has still the Blade Storm, and could actually go in for those aggressive pushes on B. A bit too risky. Where's the flash? No set coming in from you, sir. Vision anticipates that! What was that kill? Hello! Giving up to having 8A to fend this side, all him to himself. Spike being down on towards both, and there goes the backup. Good timing in from Gilson with his rotation, and Viridis Arcus is gonna putting this out on a tight scoreline. Okay.
Fast round so far, and now it is already a 9-9. And though it is going to be an eco though on that side of LG, so that would just mean that they can make this work practically, but it would be fairly difficult. But we cannot underestimate the one-tap potential that a Marshall and Sheriffs can give. And of course, we also had the Hunters here if ever they want to deny anything from the side of VA. They can actually use that into their favor, hopefully. But 2 people already at mid, scouring to every single angle that they can see. But so far, it is still LG going for the respect here. I mean, rather VA, because they're well aware that even though that they're on eco, they can still make things work. But they already have a -1 from the side of LG. That is, but they are one of their initiators. No more blinds for you, my guys. But still, it'd still be possible for them to do something. Moses already good for one with the Sheriff being able to secure a gun for himself in return, or I guess not. It's too far to take that in. But still 50 seconds left. You'll be able to secure one with a crispy shot of the Sheriff onto Grossoft's head. 20 HP onto Wilson, and I guess he's not going to be expected here. And Hamido would still be executing 1-1. 3K already. He might be able to go for the 4th kill, but I don't think it will be needing Grossoft. Might try to go for the push, having the drone, and I guess he'll be securing the last kill. 9-10 still in favor for the side of the A.
I mean, it's just history repeating itself. Them trying to force out this A main push, being unsuccessful, and it's just Viridis Arcus just bullying them in a single corner right there on wine, and just making it seem that they don't have any other choice, which is they did. I'm not sure if they were aware of that. They could have gone for rotations. I don't see any effort coming in from the defending side for them to be taken away from the map control they could possibly have. And I guess it's just that level of creativity that LG Esports is not using right now. They're a good team, not gonna lie, but it's just them being able to fully channel their skills into something more productive is what I wanted to see. In this map too, hopefully they could take this to map 3 because they have everything now. The buys, it's just them using that. Like, making all the right decisions this time around and hopefully following through with those trades, with those frags, and winning all the duels they could possibly have. For Flex, though, he's playing all on his own. Meanwhile, for Gilson, he's going to be taking one for himself. No, the dash expires too soon in this game, and we see the retake be coming on its way quite too soon, putting pressure so much for the post-line situation coming in from LG Esports. No freaking way! Quick answer back, and we see them almost deleted, wiped off across the map almost immediately after that objective. And okay, this is just a completely different pacing. Kanina, they were just trying to brutally trying to force themselves on towards the site, but this time around they played it smart, going for those split pushes, just for allocating the right amount of pressure sa side dito ng defense, which is quite good because they don't even know where to focus first. They were pressured to play in for push. They were pressured to take on the duels, and this is where we see Viridis Arcus finally crumbling down on their defense and making this game quite interesting, I do have to say, yeah. Oof! Galit. Galit na galit. Okay. Galit na.
Yeah, galit na si Abby, pero ay, second shot of the operator not gonna connect! And instead, it's going to be one for each member being deleted here on the side of LG and VA. And like what you've said, it's all about having all the respective resources to take what they would ever need and using it as a really great investment and taking all the wins in return. But this time, though, it's going to be Tino being able to expect someone from the wines. It seems like Grossoft is going to be tipsy there. He will be able to move an inch, and in return, he's going to be executed as well. But this time, though, from the shadow is going to be activated. Mateo on the sideline is going to be executed out. And so far, he'll be convicting here towards the B side. He thought it is available. I guess not. Mateo is just going to be chilling here at the boat. And so far, it's going to be Mateo pulling up the 3K just that simply. 11-10. One more round away from the match point. And of course, it is such a pretty quick round. This is just on the calls that they thought it is the A side is entirely available, or rather the B side is entirely available for the taking. And yep, now it's a timeout.
A timeout because I think for a while there Mateo was overheating. He was overheating. If you wanna take this robot out for a play, man, I'm pretty sure you have to take a few stops every now and then because he's been on fire. You see those flash peaks. Everything has been quite on point for this man himself. And utility usage from either of the side has been quite good. Yeah, the term is good. The term is properly choreographed. And it's just them making all those micro mistakes that each side has been capitalizing on. And this is where we see LG Esports up for a lead 11-10, 2 points away from victory. We're talking about Game 3 being a huge possibility here, Mochi. And might have to say, ito na talaga. If they stop now, they've stopped the momentum now, this is where we see them opening up a window for Viridis Arcus to let themselves in. Let themselves in and just completely uninvited, even if they're playing for defending side. I mean, we're not even sure if they're playing this on an aggressive stance, but we see the duelists playing for each other, for one another, and they're trying to make an effort to at least turn the odds around, given the fact of the matter that Viridis Arcus or LG Esports have finally come up to their senses. They know and fully understand that they play better as a team, and this is where we see them play for their strengths. Aside from the agent picks that they have been quite confident on, they've been quite confident on themselves, trusting these duels that they're supposed to be winning, and finally folding all matters into their own hands. And Viridis Arcus have been playing quite passively. Look at the stance that they're playing at right now, as if I do not even recognize this type of behavior that we could be witnessing coming out from the defending side, but still trying to make things work, at least play out their luck with the duels. For Vision though, he's gonna be taking out one, trading coming in from Tino, and 3v4 almost immediately. Doesn't really have much of a gun advantage right now, but Grosov, look at his catwalk push. He's not exactly quite sneaky there, as someone might anticipate this. He dismisses all too early and all too well. It's going to be his position. Mateo knows fully well where he could possibly be. Flashback coming on in. He's going to be down to 30, sure. But he lives another day. Smokes being there to fully control the map, and seems like LG Esports might catch this or put this in the bag already, where everyone else here is in a 1:1 setting on toward the side. They're trying to bait out the rotation here coming in from the Omen, who rotates quite on too soon. B-side is completely open. Now LG Esports is trotting their way in. Rotations can be fully cut off by the KO, but what can they do at this point? With the Hunter's figures out, he's going to be taking on one more player, and Yao Cutie takes out Moses. Now, Spike being planted, it's 2v2. Calm down, everybody. We still have the Blade Storm, we still have Mateo, and of course, we still have the Hunter's Figure coming all the way in. That is the flank, but that is going to be the cancel coming out from Savvy 8K. Tino, can you play this clutch? I've seen this man win these, but unfortunately, it is going to be a 1v2 he cannot even succeed against. 11-11, and Viridis Arcus lives another day and plays for another round this time.
The swing has been written into prophecy, and now it's 11-11. Make a wish. Would you be losing, and would you be actually accumulating the first ever lose that you'll be having throughout your full run this Alliance game split 1? But yeah, as much as I want to point it out, if ever that our members here from the side of VA would manage to go for the match point, that would just mean it's going to be pretty difficult for LG to afford all the stuff that they'll be needing the next round. So they better make sure that they'll be able to possess this and gain the win. But so far, it is already 34 is already activated here at the tree area. No one's at mid though. Everyone's just chilling at the B main. It is already an opportunity for them to take down or put the lockdown down. Oh my, that's a lot of down, but I hope that no one's gonna be going down here, as they're now really cleanly entering towards the site. Everyone's present, no one's absent, no one's late, all at the right time. Plant's gonna be popped out, and as well as the fact that everyone's gonna be rotating towards the B side, just short and waiting for each other out. Gather up, everyone. We had to go for a retake. We had to secure this round, but the Cosmic Device is gonna be preventing them, gonna be serving as their gate. They had to pass through. Do they know the security code? We're not quite sure, but let's see if that will be the case. They're going in, going for the shots, 3 shots, and hoping if ever that's going to be connecting onto anyone. They're just waiting patiently here. They're running off the time. That's going to dash in. It's going to trades of both the teams. 2v3, and a lot of things are happening here. 24 securing 2, but Mateo is just clinging to last hope. He'll be able to secure 138, and that will be the clutch! And a 12-11 win here for the side of LG. Oh my, they made it.
They made it work. They made it work! And Mateo just made sure that they are gonna be finishing strong in this game. What was that clutch and almost with that defuse? But you're forgetting that there's a Terminator just lurking behind that boat room, and seems like for Viridis Arcus, they are complete in shambles right now. Their defense, their economy, they're completely bankrupt right now, and given the buys, given the force buys that they're gonna be running with these guns, It's just the utility that is going to be completely in question. With the defensive side, no flashes, just going to be relying on that paranoia. Sure, it's going to be hard for the retake, but still, where is that effort coming from LG Esports? Where is that spark even coming from Mateo? Flashbacks on point. Everybody is just playing for one another and just made sure that they're playing as a team, performing as a unit, and God, game 2 pa lang to. Match point na, Mochi. Ang ganda ng mga laro. Ang ganda ng mga pinapakita nila. And I just hope the audience is just gonna be feeling not just the games here, but the energy that these players are exerting. Not just their effort, but everyone else has to feel the hype, has to feel these pushes, has to be the force that Savvy 8K is gonna be forcing here on towards the mid position. Unfortunately, though, no one is gonna be there to assist him any further. 4v4, only have the Sheriff in hand. I'm not quite sure if he still has the Blade Storm, but with the attacking side, LG Esports just playing a bit too cautious this time around. Regrouping, playing in for spawn, just trying to make sure if one goes down, we're gonna be out here for the trade. And for them, pretty sure they have a few more stars left to deploy to make sure that this execute is gonna be on its way. Now, Flex anticipating someone to even further aggress on towards mid position. Unfortunately, though, Sabi might play a bit more discipline in this game as we see them, as we hear them, as they make their presence known on towards me. Yao Cutie just relays that information. Just make sure that his teammates is going to be rotating just right in time for them to play this out. Now Aldron out, Hino securing more information is definitely what they can need to even further secure this round. Now, Postman on its way. Shockdart's gonna be coming in off alignment, and we see them playing out their luck on towards the wall box. Heavy 8K out for the dash in. No, we don't even have that yet, sir. Now, falling one by one, it's gonna be them. Oh no! Viridis Arcus is mad right now! What was that retake? Clean, crispy shots coming out from either of the side. They just push right on time for them to even put out in a very vulnerable position. And LG Esports is going to be out for another long game here today, Mochi. We're playing an overtime, and I'm pretty sure Viridis Arcus just knows how to play out those force spikes, those thrifties, and pretty much everything that they have on towards their deck. All hands on deck, yeah. No man left behind.
They force out the overtime. I mean, what's new? Never mind. It's just LGLV are just establishing all the dominations, skills, the strength, the courage. You know what? Everything. Put all the values in the bag. Every single member possesses it. They know how to listen. They know how to adjust. They're well aware of the odds, and now they're still proving themselves on this arena, still at this current moment. But of course, it is very, very expected that they might actually change something. But there's going to be actually a mid presence here from the side of the A, as well as the fact that the shock guard would actually be connecting onto Hat. I mean, not a lot of damage, but may still much impact any future duels that he'll be having. But onto sidelines, off-cam kill, Mateo will be able to secure Wilson. No more controller for the side of Viridis Arcus, definitely making themselves vulnerable for any information seen here for the side of LG. But that's going to be flexing able to go for further casualties. There's already a landslide here coming from the side of LG that even gave them a flawless round on their side. And I guess they're pretty confident that they can actually secure the remaining round.
The remaining round? Man, I'm pretty sure it's not just gonna be that. And a remainder of this equation is definitely gonna be coming down to whatever they play, whatever trick they hop up their sleeve is something that the opposition hasn't seen before. And nakita mo na yun, the market push mid-control, ginawa na nila yun kanina. And for LG Esports, knowing what to do is where we have to commend them as a team. They fully adjusted their plays just for them to make sure that they're not going to be committing the same mistakes. Kasi ang hirap, not just the game, ang hirap to even think about what the team is basically doing in this given situation. As in, for the IGL to make all the right calls, this is where everything falls down into his hands right now. We all know what they're capable of. Anong kaya nyo as a team, anong kaya ng kalaban nyo. Now, it's completely up to you kung ano magiging call mo. Whether or not it's going to be right, whether or not these pushes are going to be worth it, and whether or not your duelist is going to be able to execute those entries that you're going to be asking for them. It's not just going to be that. Controllers as well with the setup and the flashes have to be on point. And we see here that LG Esports have given us quite a promising performance on the attacking side, and hopefully this is something that we could see them follow through, and for time and time again it will work, and will definitely have to if they want to push this to map 3.
Actually, you're definitely right. Like, every single decision that they're putting out here, there should be no regrets. Whatever happens, happens, and all they have to do is to focus on the present and the additional stuff that they have to partake in order to make up to whatever decision that they did in the past. And of course, that contributes to the plot line of the story. Like, of course, both of these teams are really great in terms of their performances. They've come a long way in order to reach this stage, and as well as the fact that we are seeing some faces here who are actually now being more visible from the past, and it just shows of how much effort, how much time they are investing in accumulating every single skill that they currently have. But let's focus on the present as well. Flexo will be eliminating the counterpart Jet, and we are seeing a lot of bodies on the floor here at the mid area, pulling us off in a 3v3, and so far 1 minute still remaining. A lot of time to work with here for the side of LG, but might still be depleted, and just in a snap of a finger, if ever of our members here from the side of VA will be able to do the right thing they've got to do, which is to shut down the remaining members here if ever they'll be deciding and attempting to go for a push here towards the B side. Everyone's just rotating, going for further angles, are just pushing, really limiting the space that LG can work with, and as well as the fact that there's someone at the mid area who's just waiting if ever someone's gonna passing through the market, but that would not be the case. Fishin just gonna be chilling here, and as well as the fact that we are seeing some people still just wait for the right time to stretch 30 seconds of clock they have to commit into now, but the paranoia will actually be activated. The boss will be able to secure 1 kill and be traded eventually now in 1v2. Now it is going to be Tino as a lone survivor for the side of LG, detecting one, but will be taken down by the drone, and will stand no chance against Fishin, who actually gone for alert.
They're just waiting for any mistake there is. And speaking of that, that was just the late round. But imagine how either side tried to stir things up differently. They were running a completely different pacing. They forced out that mid engagement, even if there were utilities that were supposed to be there to cancel each other out. But they taken quite calculated risk, calculated aggression for them to make sure that it's something that they could be more productive on. And mid control could be the place to be. But for this time around, another A split can be a play coming up for Viridis Arcus. It has been quite slow, quite steady, and quite surely they're going to be pushing in for this copy position. Unfortunately, there goes the reliever. There goes the suppression coming in. And Mateo just trying to make sure that it's not going to be a walk in the park that they could be taking. Viridis Arcus going to be falling one by one in the hands of Moses. And Mateo now wins out every duel there is on Copy. Unfortunately for Grosov, he's going to be canceling out that streak and see if he's there to finish everyone off. And LG, 14-13. Everybody is just, galit. Guys, go lang. Sige, kahit 17, 21, 21, I don't mind. These rounds have been amazing. I've been clenching on my seat for the entire game because everything seems close. For a moment there, it seems like a Viridis Arcus game, but for some reason, LG Esports has been able to turn things around in every way possible. Parang maraming plot twist. Gusto ko yan, parang exciting. Oh, okay. Okay, so yes, they're holding each other's ankles here, and it seems like Mochi is gonna be back to take it away. Mochi, let's go!
Oh wait lang! Yun na yung shorty! Kagad dito kay Flex! Ay! Okay, so far some members who are still at the mid area. Mochi's gonna be out here, bite kick. Oh, and just going to be an encounter between the two sides. Grows up will try to go over and connect those shots, but sadly Mateo would do! Now with a 4v4, just some people actually rotating. You know what? Sabi na, huwag na nga tayo mag-B. Teka, kalmahan lang natin. We still have a lot of time to work with. We have to take this slow, but Fission by decides it will actually be expected here by Moses. Really being able to cover him, his back. Really great execution at that moment, but now it's already the time where Indy will be able to take the ace site. And of course, Shorty still in the hands of Javi and as well as the operator. He's able to get the opportunity to secure anyone, crossing down his path, but still a lot of time. Shot gonna be connecting, receiving a lot of damage, actually make elimination. And of course, might still be possible to go for a retake, but still definitely difficult with all the free fires that's happening here. Trying to inflict as much damage as actually can here for the side of LG, and in return, Mateo! With a really quick transfer! With a 3K, 15 tree in our scoreline, being able to pull up a couple of overtimes. Amazing.
Amazing, spectacular. LG Esports. I'm running out of words in my vocabulary to even describe that moment in itself. That I already see the end coming their way in the last round. Mochi retaking with the operator. Savvy could not even handle it. Everything himself. LG Esports secured the win, and it's not as much as I want to highlight two players here. It was everyone there shining. There wasn't any Astro picks, but they were just stars aligning and making sure that their prophecy has been fulfilled in their second game. And we were just talking about third, and they're here to deliver it, Mochi. They're here to give it their all in this one big fight. Oh my god, finals worthy na to. Finals worthy.
Finals worthy, right? Like
how
I
are
said,
we witnessing this?
Oh my, the
Holy.
moment that they saw the teams were fighting against each other, I said like, is it this finals already? But no, it's just the week 9 of the
Exactly.
playoffs, so I guess not. So we'll be for sure this time, and I guess it is already the time where they'll be showcasing one another their skills, and opportunity for them to get a grasp of what are the changes between one another. What is the specific change for Javi? What is the specific change for Fission? How about this other person? Did Mateo improve or something? Or is there a specific thing about Mateo that changed in terms of how he addressed this type of stuff, and along with the other members? So I guess it is opportunity for them to learn more about their enemy, and of course, it is also an opportunity for them to carry this luggage or carry this enough knowledge and wisdom towards the finals if ever they'll be facing up against each other once again, because we're not sure. There might be some other teams who are well prepared and might even actually face against them or either one of them during the finals. But yeah, what about that match over series second match throughout this BO3? But I guess we'll be back after a quick short break. You have to chill. You have to inhale, breathe in, and exhale, breathe out. Once again, I'm Mochi, I'm Ling, and we'll be back after a quick short break.
We help students meet, collaborate, and learn all the hype and wonder ng gaming at esports.
Dito, naging caster si Filippo, even just for that afternoon. He met students with the same dream, attended our workshop, and we funded a tournament where they can debut.
That was Jessica's tournament. Inorganize niya ito with a student club in her campus na ginabayan namin all the way. And that's how they met. That's what we do here in AcadArena.
We turn gamers into leaders, casters, breadwinners. AcadArena, it's not just play.
world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing, that X that makes me cool like crazy. That bad desire, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that makes me cool like crazy.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
I got my self-confidence when I become a radio jock for the university, and it basically developed my self-confidence to speak out loud to many people out there.
As an ate, you're supposed to know what to do. Minsan, parang hindi na pwedeng magkamali. Kasi ate ka eh, dapat you serve as an example for the younger ones. But as a student leader, that was not the case for me. I was allowed to make mistakes, learn, and do better. Just like how we encourage you, our Telecoms, to wear your stripes.
The community that we've built across the world have given us a place to belong. As the world becomes more connected, the opportunities will reach all corners of the world. I'm so excited to bring campus gaming across Southeast Asia.
Esports and gaming can be a great equalizer. Here, your physique doesn't matter too much. Your sex and gender shouldn't matter. You have an avatar. You're just you and all the awesomeness that comes with it. It matters less which part of the world you're in. The world is bigger, and there's so much we can do together in gaming and esports. You just need to meet the right people to change the world.
And welcome back, everyone, once again to the Alliance Games featuring Valorant, co-presented by Globe Telecom and powered by Logitech G, the benefit by the UAAP and the NCAA of Esports. And yeah, Alliance students around the world, or rather this Philippines, grabe naman yung world. But yeah, our hashtag LG to
Million
actually
fans
go
around
and
the world.
compete and represent their campus. And kitang-kita naman our series down below. LG, Terra versus Viridis, Arcus, and so far they've been able to exhibit their talents and of course their skills and how great they are in terms of decision making and of course their ways in order to do stuff and try to shift it in accordance to their favor. This time it is going to be on the map of what map is this again? Is it
it's supposed to be Bind on third map, I believe. But
yeah,
thank you,
narinig
Fod.
tayo.
Thank you, Fod. So yeah, a bunch of players running around the map just doing stuff, you know, hopefully it works. If it doesn't, sad, but you know, just another game of Valorant. It's not just another game of Valorant, Tito Moji. Like you said,
It is
it's Virtus
Valorant.
Arcus. Yeah. It is Virtus Arcus versus LG Terra. We're seeing 4-time champion versus, I wouldn't say the usurper, but it started to look like they're challenging their throne right now. Like the Panther said, like what Savvy said, I hope LG wouldn't lose 4 times in a row. And for LG Terra, I'm pretty sure that they have a response to that. They're gonna be letting their gameplay do all the talking here today. And with the 1-1 scoreline already, dito, parang the pressure is on for both teams. Sabihin natin, 4-time champion kayo. Sino ba naman kami, di ba? I'm not saying they're sad boys.
Sino ba naman kami?
No, I thought with the 4-time champions, this is gonna be starting to look. It wouldn't look like a David versus Goliath matchup because both teams have been equipped with the experience. It's just a matter of how these players are gonna be performing, not just individually, but following the right calls or making the right calls and making all the right decisions in every split second that counts in this game. Sa playoff stage pa lang tayo, guys. And the finals is magaganap dito sa Conquest 2022 on SMX. I hope we are going to be seeing any of these players. And it's just quite unfortunate na isa lang ba makaka-proceed dito? God, finals match na 'to para sa akin eh, Mochi.
Yun nga.
Medyo masakit sa loob ko, medyo masakit sa loob ko na nakikita ito. But it's great to see how everyone else is evolving. And this, speaking of the matter, we've seen a highlight right there from Mateo, then and them again with the KO and Ascent, and for Fission as well with those amazing holds as the chamber and as the anchor of the side. He just tries to make sure that it's not going to be a walk in the park for either of the side, and I'm pretty sure this game won't be easy. Like you said, game is hard, and I'm pretty sure that it's gonna be more than just those sneaky plays. It's just gonna be more than just those explosive plays, but something that we haven't seen before. What we expected from the players, what we expected from the teams. Expect the unexpected. Would that make it like the expected part since we unexpected? You know what? Kayo na bahala mag-iisip. And for the teams, sila na bahala para maglaro at ipakita sa atin kung ano yung mga gilas na tinatag ko nila. Fuck, what's gilas again? But yeah, and hopefully it's just gonna be more than just wits. It's gonna be more than just glamour. It's gonna be more than just the glory that you will be able to take home tonight, but also this type of victory that we all want to see, a redemption arc possibly. And for LG Esports, can they fulfill that?
Would they be able to fulfill that? Yep, that is a question currently, because of course, both of the storylines here from each side, it would be such a big statement if ever the LG will be winning this one. But for the latter, it would also be, I don't know, it's almost going to be like undefeated, VA, but further on, Prowler is going to be activated here. Molly not actually preventing anyone from pushing further. That's going to be a couple of members already going down here for the side of VA, and in with Sir and Joby, some wounded members here for the side of LG as well, but of course, it's still the advantage toward the side of LG, and it is already such a quick round. Before we even know it, it's already spike being planted, and of course, both sides having their own casualties. And so far, Shock Dart, yup, connecting, but of course, we'll be seeing Realist on the mix as well. Ready, and they'll be able to secure ahead the second one. And it is already first round for the side of Viridis. Nice seeing Realist again here in the arena.
Ooh, really? Oh,
Yeah,
he is playing. Okay. I guess it's not just it's not just the roster. It's not just the agent chat that will be different here, but it's also gonna be the players. So for Realist with the flash peak, that could come in handy with the given chemistry that they already established with Savvy 8K. This could be sort of, I wouldn't say a recipe for disaster, but a recipe that definitely have to need, and a dish about to be delivered for LG Esports right now. They already know what to expect. It's just that it's an explosion of not just flavors, but an explosion of plays. Not just with the flashes, but with this raise utility that could possibly be fully enabled. The control that they currently have on Hookah can be challenged not quite too soon. The raise boom bot being deployed quite too early, and we see that Grossoff is holding in for pocket. Position and A short can be theirs for the taking. Yes, no. Brimstone Smoke is still gonna be there, further delaying the push. Map control can still be intact for either of the side, and they haven't even quite decided on where to go to next. Not exactly B, but it could be on A. We see this crossfires being implemented. We only are going to be up against those pistols that could be deadly still. The headhunter is there. Being deployed is going to be not the recon, but the eye. The all-seeing eye, where everyone else here is going to be compromised though. Angel's aggressive push is coming from Savvy 8K is what we needed to see. No, he's not going to be a bit too eager with that push. Drop is there for the warm-up. Just on toward the smoke. Not exactly 2v2K. Make that Savvy 8K. Whistles down and takes out 3. What was that, sir? Dirty. Doing them dirty? Yes. Yep. I hate it.
That is disgusting.
I hate it, love it.
It's raw. Never mind. It's just 3K for having 8K. And we all know that Bind is his job. It's his favorite map. It is his land. It is his territory. And he's proving us the same thing. And it's up to LG if ever that will be proven otherwise. But I guess at the moment, no. Because he's been able to one already in the KDA, and definitely going to be the bonus round here for the side of Viridis Arcus, as well as LG might be going for the revenge for this round. Hopefully, because we wouldn't know there's something different side of Arcus, especially with the bite map. What a really great plan for them to be here at the third match that they currently have for this series. But so far, just gonna be chilling, anchoring every single position. Really play going down for the with the Tiger, detecting one, shutting it down. At least he's well just at the short. Or the B short, rather. The drone, gonna be detecting people, if ever there'll be people here. Yep, there's a lot of them, there's 4 of them. But it's not gonna be reached. And in return, oh my, I feel the nerf on Tips of Bus drone in that one. But there's a lot of people waiting for them to be it. Mate able to go on vision, fully eradicated here at this map. So it's gonna be detecting multiple people here already at the B side. Heavy presence here by the side of LG, but of course still the battery towards the side of LG.
30 seconds left.
Here for the side of VA.
I have the spike.
No, it going to be him. Just chilling at the spawn, trying to push. We'll see if Grosov would manage to clutch this out. Spike's going to be commenced here at the B site. And there is the potential of him actually securing a frag. Maybe a couple of them. I guess not, as Flex would be going for an unexpected position, securing Grosov instead.
That was a messy round. You know how it's like for you to like, I'm not saying I live in a messy room, but you have organized chaos where you know where everything else is, and you just wouldn't even bother in trying to organize everything. This is where we see how LG Esports is currently playing at right now. They try to make sense amidst the chaos. This is where we see them still prevailing over situations like that. And for a game like this, I might as well just try to insert a little bit more structure in terms of what they're trying to do. Because in most cases, sure, Viridis Arcus could still make sense out of everything, but speaking of that, it is going to be the frags that they could still be taking. Good and aggressive pushes coming out from the defensive side, not taking, or well, taking showers. Here in this game is just what they basically need in terms of mastering map control in itself. Now, good call coming out from them, and it just so happens that LG Esports was not well prepared for this in terms of them playing out their defaults. But the spike, not exactly in their possession just yet. They're trying to play out their life, playing in for more information that they basically need to even further aggress onto any side of the map, ensuring that there's going to be enough manpower that they could secure or perhaps take away from the defensive side. Now, Savvy 8K playing in solo for the side. Someone is already in for elbow position. It seems like the attacking side might exactly take this one side of the map for the for their victory. And for the objective, it can be quite too difficult because they're still gonna be defending people here on toward the site. A complete turnaround of events. What was that, Mochi?
Well, I think it all boils down to the presence of the early engagements at the bats. To be honest, I mean, there's already a couple of members going down the hands of Grosov at that situation, and I think from then on they continually hesitated on which side they should actually go into. I mean, they have attempted the B side, but still not entirely enough because they haven't been able to go for the trades necessary in order to even push in and plant the spike. But instead, though, it's still a good route. But this time, though, it is unfortunate for them to still pour all their guns. But the problem here is if ever that they will be able to win this round, it would automatically be beating them into an equal round later on. But that's going to be the showstopper being popped out here with a good combination with the guiding light. But it would be connecting onto one, not being able to go for the trade here. Side of LG, and in return, Hunter's really gonna be put out here on the other end of the map, trying to connect it onto anyone, but the gunshots are confusing them. A lot of engagements will be forced to teleport towards the A side, but everyone's just anchoring it. Really expected it to go in, but now Rose already good for 2. Already still engaging here on the back area, and instead it's going to be a really clean execution here for the side of VA, regardless of all the planned stunts here from the side of LG.
I mean, they've exerted quite enough effort for them to even meet the objectives, but this is where we see them having that point of desperation just for committing on that decision. They have to pay the price now. They're learning on eco, and it seems like Viridis Arcus has finally given everything at this point, with realists in the roster, I'm pretty sure this is where we see them work quite well, even better. Even a better performance that I have seen quite a while ago and versus a while ago, and this is where we see them just stomping on their enemies, just making sure this is not gonna be an easy victory from LG Esports. Sure, they had a glimpse of hope a while ago from the second map, but here on the third, they're just trying to secure everything as much as possible, no mistakes and no errors that they could be committing. And they just have to keep their opponents guessing. The attacking side they just have been caught off by surprise for the most part of it. And speaking of surprises, this is where we see Fishin delivering another one of his cakes here. Not exactly for the birthday, but an anniversary of his death here para sa kalaban nila. And it seems like the round has been going quite well so far in Viridis Arcus. Have they taken each and every one of them one by one? 3 players left on the clock here, left on the map, and they are not exactly making sure that they're picking all the right angles, the right timings. And speaking of that, Flex is going to be playing out his luck here on towards B site. Now he can TP on towards the back, and Zeef is just trying to make sure they can assist his teammates even further. But towards that decision to even follow through, they really need more than just utility. But even the frags along the way, Zeef, good on entry for him. Now the spike plan is going to be on its way all towards B, and Flex. That ultimate can be quite handy-dandy, but he's Salvi 8K coming out from CT! Steve is gonna be taking out 3, possibly the last, and playing out this clutch. 1-1 dito sa'yo, sir, and you have the 62 HP still left on your side. You even hit those, sir. Good clutch for Zeef. Another one on the board for LG Esports, and they have been quite feisty in this round. I like it. Okay.
Definitely feisty, and a bit of a change here for the side of LG. Zeef actually leading the pack towards that win for the 6th round, and now there's a lot of ultimates that they can work with there. And also we have the operator that has a and of course it would be expecting some pickups coming up from him, but I hope that the latter doesn't happen because we'll be waving the 4-point-something K bye-bye from that op that you just bought. But this time though, they'll be... Actually, it's the same thing. They're just gonna be waiting for anyone who's trying to push, accumulating all the important information that they could get, still the standard. But at the same time, they can actually go towards the A side. I mean, it would be much more easier for them considering there are some 3 people here just waiting at both of the entrances at the B side. And of course, it will be much more bearable for them that there's some things that they can pop up into. But still, Showstar gonna be active here into the hands of Mateo, securing 1, but also, no, it's not him, it's Javi going to be good for 3. And of course, still loaded to 2v5, never mind. 5, it is what's gonna happen here towards our last remaining. No more. It's a 4K already. That's what I want to say. Finally executed here, but it's had to be a heavy 8K. Really taking up the whole stack of the work here.
Honestly, Valorant is just one very proactive game of chess. You put people in a really aggressive positions and you just try to make sure that you still have, or rather enough space that you've committed for yourself, for you to provide any assistance to your pawns or to other elements in the game that is necessary for your victory. You see Savvy 8K going on showers control, and he has enough time and space for him to respond on towards that A short push. Quite well played off and good spacing that the team is basically doing. And speaking of that, good frags being secured early on the game, but this thrifty game, or this eco coming out from the attacking side, LG Esports could actually play out their luck and even pick out the gun, but unfortunately there is going to be a flank coming out for 78K already. Pagels coming in, had work to learn the coming position, and Moses could not even live another second as they have been swarming in every direction. Viridis Arcus is just trying to make a sandwich, yeah. Where LG Esports is going to be their next meal, chomping on everyone, yeah.
A fancy sandwich. A sandwich with a lot of motives. But now though, Javi, I don't know, man, this dude's crazy. He's just going berserk in a wide map, and he really knows what to do. What's the extent of his abilities, and the thing here is it's limitless, so that's a problem for LG. This time though, they'll be going here towards the B side, and it is a opportunity for them to actually take it in, but there's a lot of people here. look at all those people here at the garden area or the long. They're going to a couple of trades, gonna be present here, but of course it's still an advantage to the side of VA, and this is still the opportunity for them to go and push. And the problem here is they don't have the resources, they don't have the utilities, and it's just Moses and his stars. At least he managed to go and secure one. There's already a chance for actually go and locate to another position, but he's running low and he doesn't expect it. Avi, the welcoming him, saying goodbye.
Avi on Bind dominating. I mean, isn't this just another AcadArena VOD that we have seen? This map feels like their hometown, dude. For players like this, I'm pretty sure that they know every grain of sand there is in this game. In this map in itself, the TPs, the timings, the rotations, and the duration that it takes for them to go in for the rotations, it wouldn't be a problem for them. And for this level of mastery that they have on towards this game, just takes a lot more it would take a lot more for LG Esports to play the game even better when we've seen or witnessed how much experience that not just one player but an entire roster being fully equipped against them. Game knowledge, map knowledge, and for the given chemistry that each and every one already has, man, it's difficult to challenge us as much as we want to see that redemption arc coming up from LG Esports. It is like, I'm not gonna say like the vision is quite blurry at this point, but with the dominating performance, it might just shut them down quite too early. Itong mahirap. The mentality of the players right now. And I'm pretty sure chill naman sila kasi may isa dyan pataas-taas na ng paano yun.
Naka-4 pa siya, te. Just really chilling. You know what? Guys, we got this. You know, let's just chill. Let them be. They pull up the pass. It's okay. It's fine.
Bounce back. Tama,
Yeah.
tama.
Still a probability here for the side of LG to actually go for the revenge arc later on during the second half. Let's not get rid of that possibility, but oh my lord! Judge on the face! That disrespect towards Javi! Even just after tooling up respective and consecutive 4K bombs, but now Mateo
Mad.
being able to be mad. I mean, not just mad, he is excruciating what do you call this? That power, or rather this prowess being put out here by him. And as well as the Seeker still activated, but I don't think that it'll be needing a ability for them to actually go for the trades and even go for a retake. Maybe a possibility, ability of Yahweh for a clutch might already be expected here at the back. Tantino would just be quick on the trigger going for that trade, and now drifting around, even being pulled off here by LG. So an important might be a chance for them to go for their breakthrough later on.
Ooh. Thrifting around? Ooh.
Ooh, geez.
They're mad right now, sir. They're ma'am, sir. Them?
Sir.
Yes.
They, them.
2022. A really progressing age. And speaking of progress, we see them slowly progressing their way in this game. Is going to be LG Esports winning that thrifty round and finally working their way back in the momentum in terms of not just the game but also the economy. They're trying to save up as much as they can to even further secure this victory, but can we see POVs? Nope. We can't see anything, but you know what the eye sees? Nothing then. Wala din. The recon vault, not just here just yet. Showstopper gonna be coming in handy. Cosmic Divide even preventing the enemies from dying in his hands, and Mateo has secured map control, enough space, back of sight, takes out 1 kill on towards Sabi 8k, and Sabi 8k with the green shells can be quite utilized on his damage, everything, realist. Guiding light, not exactly guiding anyone to their deaths, but seems like they're going to be putting out the Trailblazer even to further secure more information. Yao Cutie is going to be making sure that it is not going to be just the information, but making well use of that, as the spike being planted on B, it can be bad news for the full-on rotation coming in from the defending side. Now, Viridis Arcus can be well known for the retake positions, can be well known for their postman. It's just a matter of time for them to even figure out where everyone else is going to be playing at right now. Realist is going to be playing in for Hookah, as we see this one is one situation coming in from Moses. Last one angle for him. Lives another day. 3 HP for you, sir. And the Astra is going to be making sure that they're going to be pulling out those covers, those kills. Meanwhile, for Flex, he's going to be pulling out another quick shot on CT, on Drillsoft. And it's 7-4, attacking side winning it once again. 2 in a row for them, and Viridis Arcus, where are they at right now, Mochi?
That is definitely elegant, to say the least.
Elegant.
Elegant, like really quick. Pull up the trigger here with that operator. It's really great execution here on the hands of Flex. And you know what? That is the challenge that they had to take into this bind map. It is the cracking the code, putting up all the necessary commands, functions, and variables all together in order to create a really good execution in order to, you know what? Crack the code of how VA necessarily plays. But you know what? All they need to do here is to shut Javi, actually. Because Javi, man, boy, if ever that we'll be taking this guy down, it would be really great. It would just mean that it is a major bone of a fish will be removed out of your throat. But this time, though, I guess that will not be the case. It will be other members here for the side of VA. A couple of members already actually eliminated, as well as the fact that it's going to be the showstopper here from Javi. Just shutting Mateo down, like, you know what, you got two of my allies, you don't need anymore. It is already them going into the side, might be able to attempt and go for a retake. 68 HP left here, and I don't think that's going to be a problem for him. Securing Z, as well as the fact that there's going to be the torch force already active and online, that has a Flex, a possibility for them to go for further encounters. But Moses by the sidelines, not entirely being expected here by Javi, but Realist will try to go for the respo, but not gonna be the case. Now 7-5 still in favor of the side of VA, but at least they managed to narrow down the odds.
That was 3 in a row. Good way for them to turn out this game, but for Viridis Arcus that they're currently running, ito, ang hirap sabihin anything. Because the only thing that I've been seeing lately in terms of them playing in this map is just them playing for themselves. Kanina, they were good on Ascent. They were amazing in the first map. But here on Bind, alam mo kasing level of confidence that each player has, and I hope that it wouldn't get to anyone's head right now. Sure, you're up for a 2-point lead, but for now, sooner or later, ang kalaban nyo is makakahabol na. And I do hope that you're not going to be committing this same mistake over and over again, being overly complacent in this game, wherein they have to pay the price sooner or later. Viridis Arcus really have to do everything right this time around, even if this is just going to be the second half of the game. That is just 2 points away from a tie scoreline, and I wouldn't want them to risk themselves in a pretty uncomfortable position, and it's just not what we expect them to do. They know better. They perform better, and it's not just the performance, it's just them keeping their head cool and keeping everything still intact, especially for the players that are still in the server, in their positions. And hopefully that they could even cancel out this spike plan. Look at the flex though. Cheeky angle towards smoke. What? Even the burst fires don't even hit the shots! What was that? Now the all-seeing eye is going to be spotting off more players onto this game. And for Yao Cutie, is going to be playing in for the heavy U-Haul's control. Good on crossfire in for one, but they could not even take out the first. Even the last one remaining. That is going to be Moses, who's kneeling in front of these players, marching his way. And like I said a while ago, never be too overly complacent. Wow.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the most potent poisons here in playing Valorant competitively. Like, it's being overly complacent, accompanied by a few doses of underestimating or overestimating your opponent. And this time, though, VA being on the attacking. What a great start. This is going to be pretty interesting for us to see. It is up to LG if ever they'll be trying to break the boundaries here, or rather do something about it, considering that, you know what, you're really aggressive. And we also have the duo side, the Raze duo, rather, it is real and how much it can offer, this combination, this duo. But there is already a lot of things being leaked here. Really great crossfire positioning here from the side of LG, but sadly it isn't actually doing well for them. And instead, Flex is left all alone. And look at the aggression, the push, the statue, the 3K in the hands of Javi. He even pulled up a flawless round, and now it is the bonus.
I'm canceling out hookah control against shorties. These people have the B word, which is I'm not allowed to tell on stream, but yes. I love the cockiness coming out from these players because they're confident enough they could counter whatever plays you have up your sleeve, and they fully anticipated that, which is quite smart for them to do, but also quite risky. If they lost this bonus, or if they lost out like guns on their arsenal, it could be a quick on turnaround coming out from LG Esports for this time around. They understand fully well the pacing that they're supposed to be running at, and this is where we see them canceling on every effort, every pressure being exerted coming out from the defending side, and they just try to make sure that the micro game still can be strong for their side. And speaking of that, even the duels is going to be on point coming out from Yahoo Cutie with the Bulldog in hand, and Silver Vision with a quick and dirty flick. What was that, sir? Now, Sabi being completely vulnerable in his position and not exactly going to be catching any bullets or any frags coming out from the opposition. And it's just going to be them forcing them back onto where to spawn as if this is where they belong. Not exactly on this side because this is theirs for the taking, marking their territory and making sure the postman is going to be on its way. Quite solid, I do have to say. And for this 2v4, with Zeev, not exactly in the fullest of HP and in the most ideal situations out there. They could either get one, get two, or at least play out for the save. One frag? Nope. It's just that it's 10-5 and Viridis Arcus is up for a lead once again.
And they've gone through a shopping spree after that. I mean, they even managed to go for free rifles, and plus the fact that the momentum is still on their side. I mean, they managed to snatch it up here for the side of LG. Just the moment that LG is finally cracking the code or finally understanding of how Viridis Arcus operates, I think that they're currently having a second thought. It's currently a struggle for them to actually go for a counter, especially now that they're on an eco round. But let's still try and see if ever that there'll be some unexpected stuff that's going to happen, since that's the theme this time around. You'll be seeing that teams are going to be teleporting out, but this time though there's going to be an interaction between the two. Fission will be winning that. And of course, it is still a -1 here for the side of ADMU. So far, just quiet, just tranquility, but further on we'll be seeing a war later as the time counts into 30 seconds, the moment they have to commit and make hell break loose. Still have a lot of utility to work with, everyone's just scattered, and you might actually rotate and regroup at this time around. And so far, they might actually be planning. There's just 2 members each site, and it is an opportunity for them to actually segregate them with the utilities that they currently have, make it in favor for themselves. Actually, it's already their favor. They're just respecting the fact that LG is still there. They are using their living. They're not denying the fact that they might still win the round, but it's not cut this short. Shocktar's gonna be connecting into one now, equalizer in terms of numbers. Tino with the Shocktar's actually doing well. Of course, still the smoke is just thing now. It dissipates. A lot of time for them to work with it. Javi still pushing through. Really confident with all he has. Denying all the retakes. That's here from the side of LG. Moses will be left with the judge, but he tried to connect those shots with the swing, but immediately being shut down or by Yao Cutie. One more round away from match point.
Para sa akin, I just don't think that, like, Faith is a good agent, but it could have been better that just because, like, Faith is a good agent where we see her being quite overpowered in almost every map there is, but it still boils down to agent mastery. Nakita natin they were unsuccessful with that on Split, but for this time around, parang hindi ko siya nakita fully na ma-maximize. And like a couple of lineups could be good for them to counter out these plays, which is not exactly what I've been seeing. It's pretty much a cookie cutter strategy for Viridis Arcus, but I don't see LG Esports actually trying to make full use of their current lineup right now. Which is I do hope that they can win at least the duels perhaps, which is they do, but it's now up to them to follow through. Now for Savvy 8K, just making sure that numbers are going to be fully depleted coming out from the defending side. They're playing this one on a 2v4 already, and for map control, sure, they've completely checked that one onto the box objective. Same goes the story for that as well, but for Mateo though, securing the frags is not exactly something that would check off the checklist for them today. Flex keeping on away and still dies in the hands of Savvy 8K, putting everyone to a match point.
Oh my, this is already the point that their pleas are failing a little bit. And I think they're just being overwhelmed here by the side of your Arcus mastery of the map. And like what you said, in terms of their agent pick, it requires the comfortability and of course knowing your limits into as you progress this match. And I have to agree with what you've said. I think it is still the comfortability over the meta. You could choose it any day, anytime. But of course, it is already the chance where LG should really win this one. Definitely a problem because they would be ending the round with no guns up. But at least you're not actually entirely connecting one. Still a lot of utility to seeking work with here. With 3v, both of will be able to go with Mateo, but we are seeing an interaction here at the hookah. Flex will be able to secure one right click down. V2, Showstopper still active. The moment they plant the spike, it is going to be almost a game over here by the side of LG. All of the advantage are at the side of Wave, being able to pin their resetting locations, but even be able to connect the shot. Oh my! Just really unfortunate here by the side of.
Yeah, it's just quite unfortunate on how they actually ended this out, but congratulations, Viridis Arcus. That is a way for them to celebrate their victory with fireworks. I do have to say, and not just that, a match MVP just basically delivered and handed their way towards their victory here. Hard carrying the team, and it's not just that. It's not just gonna be about the carry. It's just them fully enabling what Savvy 8K can do in this game, in this map, and I'm pretty sure that everyone has a contribution to that. But you know, huge props still for LG Esports for giving us one heck of a fight, man. It's worth watching, and I'm pretty sure everyone in the audience have supported either of the teams at some point because it's hard for us to even root for just one player or one team here. Everybody wants to see these players succeed, these orgs that have been quite supportive of this roster to even land their way towards their victory. But unfortunately, for this series alone, isa lang ang magwawagi, and that is gonna be Viridis Arcus winning this series up to a 2-1. An amazing performance on map 3, dominating to even describe it. But for the entire series, let's just say that they're better. And yeah, Savvy, they've lost 4 times in a row, just like you said.
Oh my. Imagine the declaration and of course the effort that has to go through in order to prove a point. But yeah, it seems like the Eagles are finally shut down here by the Archers crossbows, and now the Angels are wailing and declaring that Viridis Arcus will be winning this first series of today. And we will be having more of that later as we approach the second match, which would be in between FIT Pendulum and as well as MCL or Malayan Warlocks. So we're about to see that later on, but once again, well played for both of the teams. I really thought this is already the final, so yeah, I guess we had to take a mini break after such a really great series. Mochi once again, and I'm with Ling, and we'll be back after a short.
One more. That's it. One more.
No time. Nice one, Basti. Let's go.
Grabe ka na, Kiel. Ibang klase ka na.
Ano kami ko?
6-man bid free.
Ikaw kailan kung komportable ako pareho. Baka mamaya after sasabihin mo, di ko siya komportable mag-jet. Sabi ko practice na mag-jet ngayon para. Hindi, ako na lang. Kaya ako na mag-jet. Ayan. Topic, Migo. Topic. Isang bagsak. Isang bagsak lang. 1, 2, 3. Tama, bilis. 1, 2, 3.
Chamber. I think it's A.
Smoke A.
Molly na?
Yeah, it's A. Flashing.
Pushing.
I'll go. I'm dashing out.
Oh, I'm blind as.
Chamber. Hell.
Right side hell.
Timber's late, no?
Yeah, chamber stay. I have your shirt. I have your. Oh, shirt.
Oh my God!
Let's go,
Nakita yung
boys.
paa nyo dun, what?
Bro, the timing, walang pa ng bullets.
Ba't hindi kita yung paa nyo dun?
Magic, bro. Na ano, epic fail moments.
Yeah, nakita ko.
Watch Mojo.
This is a Christian server mistake.
Oh no, I'm gonna burn.
Okay, Darton, no? Okay, Darton. No.
Darting.
Flashing.
Are you guys gonna go?
Flashing.
Nice flash. One wine.
Jenny.
Nice one, boys!
Boy.
Ay, naku, may timeout na naman.
7 rounds, boys. 7 rounds. We win. 7 rounds. 7 rounds.
Muna ako, mataba ko sa thesis ko.
Huwag ka na mag-thesis. Wala bimin mo, bro.
Dungan mo.
Flashing. West flash, wait lang.
Low kill J, 74.
Padre.
16. Let's go.
Let's retake.
Thank you.
I'm lit, boy. I'm lit.
Wala, may check ako na close. Baka check ako na. Pero,
Flashing off.
ready na mo? Labak sa'yo. Smoke gun ko.
Under. Sud. Hookah.
Hook out elbow.
Munid ako, Chob. Nadasmagan ko.
Wala.
Kasi mo. Yeah, throwing team. Sabotaging reported.
Low ng raise. 1 HP.
Raise Keolo.
Ready flash ka. Nice.
Low na diba? Hindi, Keora. Ay, raise ra.
Out na, backset. Pwede mo din planted ko rin ako.
Oy. Staking nga. Unahang planter.
Nice! Ay, mura! Kabalera! Lain!
City Sova.
Akin heaven mo.
City lang, Sova. Last City.
Darting backside.
Yul na.
Pwede.
Tumigit ako sa heaven, pare!
Alam ko magaling ako.
Hookah orb.
One short.
Dalawa ba?
May pito.
May naka-city ako ah. One more. One more hookah. One more. On the left.
Dead long.
Grease hookah. Dead. He's dead.
Bro, he's dead.
No!
Dude, I was about to knife him.
Uy, ba't ka nag-lucky?
Gambang thrower!
Nabindot ko!
Oh my God!
Yun, dito ka lang.
Oy, yung die. Yan die ah.
Hindi namatay orb eh.
Push.
Taga, push. Tag.
I need a reset! Dito siya, Derek.
Oh! Get wrecked, kid.
I need a reset.
Could be reclearing eh.
Leave me. I'm gonna get him.
I'm blind.
I have last.
Wait, fight backside with him?
I'm stunned.
I'm pinging.
Good.
Sky 78, default.
Dalawa smoke.
Shit.
Tino, just help. Can
You have stun.
Can we go?
Both default.
Yo. Nice, Sasuke default. Stop.
Nice.
Nice! Dude, they know I play in my smoke and they still can't kill me, dude.
Give it to Tino.
Wait, they actually voted the way.
The neon stun! The neon threw a stun at my smoke, dude.
I'm done.
He threw a stun in my smoke and he still didn't kill me.
The stun's useless. Stuns are useless in this game.
Hey, you guys need to remind me to speak only English, dude. Because if not, I'm gonna get roasted again. I'm not trying to get roasted anymore, dude.
Two garage.
Nice.
One more. 80. Nice.
50. Planting default.
I've never seen you lose these.
Backside.
Sure win with the drone, dude.
Might take space, ah.
Yun lang.
Oh, good.
Nice!
Nice.
Yun lang.
So, Oh my god. Dude, I don't know why. It sounds like you were actually gonna shoot that. Dude. You actually
almost
type of
shot it,
dumbass.
actually.
You're the type of you're actually
Given how many times Tino has done brain dead stuff, I thought he was gonna shoot it.
You're actually the type of dumbass to
Oh,
shock
you wouldn't have
yourself.
that.
Got mine, I got mine, I got mine.
Wait,
Oh no!
Neon ramp, neon ramp.
I have a Vandal,
Neon
Vandal
ramp.
there.
Heaven
Come
now?
on, heaven. I'm
Minus
in the
four.
worst position you could.
Can you fight with me here? Because I have a Vandal. I don't
Okay,
want to have
okay.
it.
One ramp. Can you swing, Jeff?
I have heaven. I got it.
I have heaven.
Nice!
Anton, they're dead.
You're just gonna peek. Wait, what are you?
Hey, my KD!
This is Filippo.
This is Jessica.
Parehong freshies, parehong gamers. Gusto ni Filippo maging next big caster.
Si Jessica naman wants to make the biggest esports tournament in their campus.
But they don't know where to start.
They're also from different campuses.
In different parts of the Philippines.
They would have never met. If not,
For AcadArena.
In AcadArena, we help students meet, collaborate, and learn all the hype and wonder ng gaming at esports.
Dito, naging caster si Filippo even just for that afternoon. He met students with the same dream, attended our workshop, and we funded a tournament where they can debut.
That was Jessica's tournament. Inorganize niya ito with a student club in her campus na ginabayan namin all the way. And that's how they met. That's what we do here in AcadArena.
We turn gamers into leaders, casters, breadwinners. AcadArena. It's not just play.
What I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing, that thing, that thing that makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Makes me cool like crazy. Let me break it down. It's a material world. Show me what you got. I hope you came prepared right there. If you give me the thing that I want, wanna get that thing that makes me cool like crazy. That's not decide, that's lit. No if, no buts, no maybes. It's what I want. This is what I want. This is what I want. What I want. This is what I want. That thing that makes me cool like crazy.
Outside the game, I'd have a hard time making decisions and just go through life without any direction really. But when I'm in the game and as captain of the team, I have to make confident split-second decisions to lead our team and give us that direction we need to win the game.
I got my self-confidence when I become a radio jock for the university, and it basically developed my self-confidence to speak out loud to many people out there.
As an ate, you're supposed to know what to do. Minsan, parang hindi na pwedeng magkamali. Kasi ate ka eh, dapat you serve as an example for the younger ones. But as a student leader, that was not the case for me. I was allowed to make mistakes, learn, and do better. Just like how we encourage you, our Telecoms, to wear your stripes.
The community that we've built across the world have given us a place to belong. As the world becomes more connected, the opportunities will reach all corners of the world. I'm so excited to bring campus gaming across Southeast Asia.
Esports and gaming can be a great equalizer. Here, your physique doesn't matter too much. Your sex and gender shouldn't matter. You have an avatar. You're just you and all the awesomeness that comes with it. It matters less which part of the world you're in. The world is bigger, and there's so much we can do together in gaming and esports. You just need to meet the right people to change the world.
In AcadArena, I broke through solo queue and became a team player.
In AcadArena, I broke through my comfort zone and became more social.
In AcadArena, I break through my hardship and become more confident.
In AcadArena, I was able to break through my shy and timid self and turn into a student leader, kinda.
In AcadArena, before I was lost, but because of the org, I was able to find my passion.
Happy birthday, AcadArena. Continue breaking through the stigma of video games and academics.
Happy birthday to AcadArena. We look forward to all the great work you guys will be doing in the coming years.
Happy birthday, AcadArena. We hope you continue to support our industry and break the stereotypes of how student gamers can be.
Pinoys continue to dominate in esports globally. This startup aims to keep the streak going and provide education for those eyeing a gaming career. AcadArena secured over 170 million pesos for their projects. We get to know more about their initiatives with a young...
It's still crazy to think that it's been 3 years since AcadArena started. Today isn't just a celebration of our anniversary, it's a celebration of everyone who supported us along the way. We've had students who grew up with AcadArena, myself being one of them. We know what it's like to balance work and studies, and we know what it's like to feel like you're not going to make it. But you will, and it'll all be better. Break through with us.
Isang heaven. Pwede ako mag-TP ba? Watch kang heaven.
Watch nung drop. City dito chamber, tsaka bridge.
Heaven ako.
Nice one. Heaven, oh.
Heaven 1 na. Heaven seat.
Wait lang.
City.
Ako ko cross.
Low natin. Healing ka.
Last heaven, minus 13.
Tag 50.
Nice!
Well played. Wala
May pa-atas na kapar.
Ako din par meron.
Ano nag-FPS drop ako sa open cam ko?
Hawak ko heaven na kahit wag niya nasmokan. Hawak ko heaven.
Naka-heaven ha.
Wala na smoke yung city ha. Shock dart.
Nice kill.
Dead.
Sige, nasa amin city. Bulag ako.
Pumasok na.
Bulag ako.
Hawak ko pa rin heaven.
Take out. City.
105.
Hey,
Let's go.
May tatlo kayo dyan.
Ay,
Mali. Uy, isa dito.
nice team. May isa pa dyan. Ayun o.
Isa dito.
Ilalim ba sila?
Pag pinatipi nyo, ayun, kinuha niya yung TP.
Nice one. Spike trap ka.
Ito. Right side ko. Right side ko, pre.
Okay, atin na.
Nice
Well
sila.
played, guys.
Nice.
Pakis nga. Mwah. Sorry, Ray.
Yo, na ako! Nawala. May wall ka pa.
Wall mo.
Sige lang. Okay, go.
Push na dalawa. Hold mo lang.
Kita likod mo. Never mind.
Kunin mo! Sorry!
Ingat na naman dito baka iwasan yung ano top.
Ito isa, taas.
Hindi maiwasan yan.
Yung taas, kita nyo.
Naka-show.
Papatay mo, nice one.
Backside.
Sagutin nyo, tulungan nyo si Ran. Nice.
Tulong.
Tulong. Ako sa ano nyo.
Open plan, pwede kwento.
Sige. Yan nyo lang. Isang ano?
Dead.
Nice one. Screens. Okay, walang ko na yan.
Screens pa rin.
Well played.
Last one.
No, di mo manalo yung chamber nila.
Pushing na, yellow. One more. Trade.
40.
Hello.
40 sa akin.
Kalma. GG.
Well played.
Nice one, nice UI. Late pop-up.
Well played, guys.
Para Pacquiao.
Pakis nga ako, kay.
Hindi na. Ang hirap na mag-shit.
Tight breach. Minus
Wait lang,
70 breach.
wait lang, Sent.
One garage.
Di nila ko alam.
Garage. Back pillar.
Walang sabay tayo, Jaspong.
Back pillar 70.
Nice.
Dead na 70. Garage
Baka
comment.
Garage comment. Nice. Nice. No info. Heaven. Nice. Let's go. UP, kabahan na kayo! Hindi, waiting na yung UP. Waiting na ba UP, guys? Uy, rushing mga pogi.
Rushing ba?
Wala pa. Wala pa, hindi pa pasok.
Dalawa tayo dyan. Isa pa. Low pa stage. Side smoke. Heaven. Yeah! Kagulo na.
Apiran mo ako!
Okay, nod highlights later. Habang kinikilig.
Girl.
78. I think we just play with them.
Yeah, let's go.
You spawn ahead them.
Garage clear.
Nice. How many times do I need to tell you guys, dude? The pistol strat doesn't fail, dude. That's 100 and 0 on that pistol strat. Dude, I'm telling you, we could play PRX and we'd win with that pistol strat, dude.
And then we got one round.
And then that's the one round we win, dude. Play together, guys.
two,
Play together.
one,
No.
Time, Tino. You have ult.
It's out.
It's out.
Nice!
Oh
Let's
my
go.
god, he didn't stick it.
Nice.
He didn't stick it.
Impact, bro! Impact!
Impact, baby. That's one more, baby. That's one up. One more, boys.
Oh god.
Okay.
Close left.
Charge close left.
Yo, he's knifing you.
I have heaven. Jen.
Nice.
You have a turret. You can heal. What is this?
I'm scared. I'm gonna go with you guys.
Why is my Soba on the other side of the planet?
Relax.
Mateo, no.
No, with the dart. Dude, they tried doing the UPD pistol on us, dude. If UPD uses that same strat, you guys aren't gonna win the round.
I have lane, yes. Oh god.
A lot spawn. Oh, they all came from spawn.
Dami.
I'm flanking spawn. I have your stairs.
Okay.
Don't be Kita from
Watching
stairs.
lane,
I have stairs. Don't be Kita from stairs, and I have it.
I have on that lane.
You don't have it.
That lane.
50.
Play time, guys.
After
Play
that.
time.
I'm turning.
Out. Nice.
Oh, where are you going?
I just want you guys to know.
I
What's
want
going
you to
on?
know. How did you die?
The juice box. The juice.
No, he got
The juice
shielded, he
box.
got
I
The
whiffed,
juice
dude.
box is out. The juice box
I
is
saw
out.
everything, he whiffed.
I told you guys.
He
I had you
whiffed.
guys. Dude, I had Ken on split.
Should be on stream, he was flanking eh.
Yeah, for sure. Dude, the whole world saw that. Dude. I promise you, they saw that.
Actually on stream.
Oh, for sure, dude. I'm not happy about it.
You guys always last alive. Just beating the entire team. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh my god.
Okay, you're good. Three more. Oh.
Oh no! It is lamppost.
No way. You're actually cracked.
Am I actually that good?
Look at Mateo's camera. He looks so bored. He wants me to die so badly, dude. Rest!
Okay, rest.
My duty is not over!
Go Trent.
Omen's 10 HP.
One short, I think, and one gen.
Oh! What are they doing?
Let's
What are
go!
you doing, dude?
What are they
doing?
He's steeping right in the front.
What?
Guys, games are done. Focus.
Do shower. No, last two shower, I think.
No. Flashing.
Defuse.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Comeback. Nice one. Warm up. Bago mo biyo mata. Huwag ko warm up. Kilibangon, biyo ko.
But 130 jet.
They're in.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I got 3?
What the? I got 3. I held the click. I was so blind. Heaven is a. Nice.
Oh my goodness. He's getting the
Ano
kills
ba?
against the wall bang as well. 1v2 left remaining. He's on par for the 8th. He gets the 4th. Will he get
Nice shot. Sorry. Smoke off ka. Offset?
Goes long, Abago.
Oh, nice guys. GG, nice game. Mamatara ko sa'yo sunod. GG. But I need to poop.
Mid do.
Okay.
Face your fear.
Remida.
Dagan kayo. Tulo. Tulo. Nice. One more.
Last mid Goro.
Ako city.
Mid Goro.
Hold on, B main. Baka
Nice.
Oh my.
Let's go! Guys! I got you!
Kevin.
I
love you, Kevin.
Wala game mo compliment ako anong siya gikuha.
And guys, here we are back with the Alliance games. The playoffs looking absolutely amazing. My name is Dax, and is that a bias caster I see? But FIT represents. Mochi is with me. Pero ako sasabi ka lang, masaya ako kasama ko dito si Mochi because we have a great matchup right now. I'd say some names that we are so familiar in the AcadArena circuit here, Mochi. MCL versus FIT.
Yeah, definitely. It is the Warlocks, the item around. Had a long way during the previous stages. Like they've sacrificed like a couple of shutdowns, and now they're back again, and they're willing to prove themselves once again. And we are seeing some players here going to be the start. Thing I'm vouching for just one is Yanagi and as Trix, who really both of them even accumulated some clips worth including in their highlights or.
Come on, we've had some crazy moments right there from both of these guys, and you can see it here. Previous results so far, Yanagi with a 15-17 5KDA. Trickster absolutely dominant when he's able to play. And the thing is, between these two players here, Mochi, parang sila yung may experience talaga in the professional scene, no? They have been playing in pro teams for quite a while already. They bring that kind of experience back into the collegiate circuit, and you can see how effective they've really become for both MCL and FIT respectively.
Definitely, and of course we're about to see more of that this time around. I mean, it is really rampant here for the side that it is pretty visible that they really suffered a lot, and now it is the time for them to actually go for revenge. Possible for them to actually beat the FIT Pendulum, and look at it. Both of them are on fire here.
What is going on with Tricks and Worship here? So quick little heads up, guys. We got Worship back into the field of the Defy gaming fame right now. Also the professional circuit. And oy! Parang may naglabas ng picture bigla. So, alam ko na.
Smile, anak!
Just smile real quick. Both Tricks and Worship also had that experience playing back in the Oasis fam. Probably in the CT Next Chimera eras. But here we have it now. Best of 3 tayo dito, Mochi. Icebox, Bind, and Split. And to start things off, we're gonna be going on Icebox. Any thoughts though? Kasi we still notice that these duelist compositions are very essential for collegiate teams to get the entries on Icebox, diba?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I really like how FI performs in an Icebox for Malayan Warlock formation, but I am really for them to actually prove me otherwise that they know about it. But so far, it is really the staple here is to include a Chamber, a Viper, and even a Jet in the mix, and usually being accompanied by double initiators. But this time around, it might just be the Sova, and they can go for a mirror match here potentially as. Oh, never mind. They resorted to go
choose your agent,
and as well as Arena on the other side. So this is about to be pretty interesting. Full force rushes inclined team composition, or it be the other will be having more prowess in terms of 1v5 situations. Interesting lineup.
I'm just amazed the fact that we get double duelists in this day and age on Icebox.
Yeah.
Jet Reyna on
Very
one side.
Act 1.
Yeah, Jet Rays on the other. Parang laban lang talaga ng laban to mga teams na to. And that's the beauty really of the collegiate circuit. And don't forget guys, the Alliance Games wouldn't be a thing without our amazing sponsors and partners. Alliance Games is co-presented by Globe Telecom, our official telco sponsor, and powered by Logitech, our official gaming gear partner. It's high time though for us to get into the matchup, Mochi. And besides the head-to-head between Yanagi as well as Trix, any other players here you're looking forward to based on yung mga previous results nila so far here in the Alliance Games?
Actually, I'm also seeing Madly. Is that his IGN? Something with Mad in the name.
Yeah,
he
yeah,
has
you're
been able to really important rounds, and of course, he has been able to secure some valuable casualties as well from the opposing team. And I also want to point out that Port is really keen in getting pick up, so I guess that is something really important for the side of MC Hill here. On the other hand, I really like the fact that Hill has been able to follow up with what Trix is doing. Sometimes they're a great combination, but we are yet to see of what Worship will be giving us this time around, considering he's already back here.
Come on, of course, he has that utility, can go for the shot call, and really has been one of the anchors here for FIT all throughout their collegiate circuit career. But here we go now, starting things off. MCL. A little bit of on the defensive side. Shock Dart now gonna get thrown on over. Jet has to back on away immediately. And here we go, FIT. Good start with Miko. Getting the entry on. They're playing a default here, Mochi. And it's all about getting frags as soon as possible. Yanagi trades it back though. And NCJ, well, or in this case, MCL trying to go for more kill, finding Madly. And Yanagi able to get away with time.
Spike planted. Spike being commenced here, Kakatsu being put down, but also a couple of members here for the side of FIT. Pendulum has also been executed. That's also, we are seeing a couple of members here being caught off guard, and Poor just pulled up an astounding 4K just his first round of the first match in the second series. Really great play there from Porsche.
I like the fact that MCL was able to pull back, right? They didn't over-invest to try and hold that A site. They had someone like Yanagi who's able to back on away. And just because they could really rally around that post-plant screen stake, Poor just pops off and gets 4 kills to his name. So MCL, it's not just the Yanagi show anymore. I think yung parang pinaka point dito ng MCL. It used to be just Yanagi being the star of the show, but players like Port, players like Madly, they have stepped on up along the way and made the Warlocks even better than before.
Yeah, actually, everyone now has been able to set their foot on the ground and go for respective roles that they have to occupy on, and they've been able to stand up on their own, not just one, not just two. I mean, the whole team has been able to work in accordance to cooperating with one another, which is what's important to say the least. But so far though, Madly would be eliminated by Miko, accompanied by the shock that has been put out here by their Sova, but also a lot of damage is going to be inflicted here towards the side of FIT Cameroon, but still Yanagi being put in the trigger. Spectre is going to be a couple of executions here from there, and now it's 1v3. Last man remaining. It is Miko, who will be receiving a crispy shot straight to his head from Yanagi. And that is a really good buy round.
I'm just impressed by MCL holding things down by the maze itself. Usually, you get a few of those frags and you back on the way towards the site. Pero sabi ng MCL, laban na tayo dito. With Yanagi there to pop off like that, Port also getting the frags to get the Tour de Force out. In essence, this can be a good bonus here for MCL despite taking some heavy losses at the start for FIT. Eto na talaga dito, Mochi. They're gonna have the guns. They are very, I'd say, frag-oriented with their playstyle with that Jet and Reyna. And someone needs to start popping off here for FIT to get things going. We'll see if they can find the target kill, waiting it right smack dab in the middle. Madly, perhaps even peering through the tube here. There we have the peek, but it's a suppressive fire from 2. And FIT holding things down to start things off.
Heavy holding here for the side of FIT, but also this is a chance for them to actually go for the revenge. Only the point here for this match, considering that they have all the rifles they would need, all the resources, just the decision making that matters at this point in time. But also, what you've said, Tour de Force is already active here for the side of MCL, and they can actually make use of that if ever they really want to make it count and be sure to be in a 3-round streak here. Might be possible. And also, we cannot get rid of the fact that there is still potential here, despite of them just holding their Spectres and some pistols. But Basti has already been able to secure one frag already. Be able to give them the chance to pursue towards their B site. And so far, Java is just behind the top
30 seconds left.
Like, be potentially waiting for anyone to plant this spike. Spike gonna be receiving some damage from that, but still enough to actually put the spike down in a 4v5.
Corner though.
They caught off guard, take their corner. Yup, you're caught off guard by Nico here. Desmond will be going out after that, but Yanagi being able to secure a couple in return with the cage shells and the gut bites. But oh Malo is gonna be hindered. And now down to one more remaining people for each team. First, be caught off guard. The moment you look away, be dying into the hands of Worship with a 2-1 already on our.
Yeah, Worship went for the shoulder peek, and I'm surprised the Port didn't even see him coming. It was interesting though. Did you see how Yanagi got that altitude there? Watch, he's just like, parang, okay, I'm gonna fly in. But then again, if I put the blast back here, I might bounce back. And just because bigla siyang natamaan na sarili yung blast back, right? He just bounces out in the air. An easy shot there for FIT. From that point on, they do make the rifle round work. Pero we're seeing these rounds be very costly on the eco state. And my concern right now for FIT is if they don't pop off yet again the same way, they're gonna be in the eco yet again. MCL, they have a bit of a lead. They have that showstopper. And Yanagi, he's already there pushing. Getting two immediately. The garage right now gonna be clattering of bullets as Miko and Trix, the dynamic duo, already done and dusted. Yanagi's not done though much. He wants to push through the vulnerable state. He wants to push through the snake bite. But MCL, a big lead so far to start things off because of that aggression.
Definitely unexpected, and Yanagi is really confident that he's not being read here by the enemy, and in return he's able to off too. But so far, there'll be an attempt and trade here from Worship, but regardless of all the others, still gonna push, but he'll be caught off guard by Kill. Already expected, being read like a buck, but now this is already the chance for them to actually be side where Ford. We have seen Ford execute a lot of ring heads. That is one, but also gonna be leaping out, giving them an opportunity, or rather the advantage in terms of numbers. Also the plans to be commenced. Welcome to my world. And now it's a 2v2.
One enemy remaining.
Of the Viper's bit. Oh no! He didn't necessarily expected that. Basti's gonna respond under the hands of it also.
Oh, the reload!
Kill do something and oh my, the reload! Wrong timing! But he's on the sides here by Kill.
Heartbreaker.
Yeah, definitely a heartbreaker. Oh my!
He wanted to peek it. He wanted to peek it. Keldo backing on away immediately. Top screen into play. But there you go! Case in point! That is case closed here for the round. MCL do it again on the defense, and I gotta give props to the Chamber holding that snowman angle for so long. It's problematic for FIT if they leave that alone, that long angle, then they're just gonna get shot up from afar so many times. Even with the Viper spit into play, it's just not enough without contesting that. And you can see for Port, he's having quite the game already. What's that, 9 kills to his name in the past 4 rounds? This Chamber is locked and loaded, ready to show everyone who's boss.
Definitely, and of course, with the Viper Speak being activated, I really hope that Kill didn't give it. Because, you know, all the advantage are already on his side if that would be the case. But sadly,
you want to play? Let's play.
It has dissipated and in return, able to be secured by the players now. But Yanagi still being aggressive as ever. That sadly, 1v5, last remaining person here is Kill at the mid area with that. No chance at all with people here. Just hunting him down, ending the round with a 3k as well.
So Yanagi, why'd you kill Madly? That's my question. So Yanagi, may ginawa ba sa'yo yung tropa mo para mainis ka? Because that was such a quick round really for MCL. It was absolutely dominant from the Warlocks, and that's what they want to do. Diba? Nakakaiyak, diba? Pero parang okay na sana ang lahat. Eto na guys! Tapos biglang, pre, ba't mo ako sinaktan? Yung hindi naman kailangan. O, diba? Konting luha lang dyan. Tama. I don't know if that's a quote or not, but maybe I'm just gonna make it here. But look at Basti go! Already a shot onto Matty, erasing the Blade Storm from this round. Quick execute here from the side of FIT. Pendulum swinging back as Trix actually gets his first frag on the board versus Casey. And an immediate take onto that A side, looking quite essential and quite effective here for FIT.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Yanagi actually so far far is being remarkable here. He's been able to secure a lot
Here.
of very important frags
Teleport's
and
ready.
in return in the rounds for themselves. But of course, this time it is going to be an opportunity for FIT to actually win this one. But hold your horses, because Yanagi and a crispy shot on the jab is able to couple along with Java, and now it is already a possible great reason here for the one of MC. Warlocks are actually doing the greatest magic, the show, and this is going to be a clutch though by FIT. Henley.
That was crazy there from Kel. This is the greatest showman already taking center stage. And sometimes you just need someone to clutch it out. Kel go kill? That's the answer. Really goes to show though for FIT, Avachi. Ito pinakapansin ko. If they get that site with the numbers, kayang-kaya manalo. But if they're already getting stuck by MCL before they can put that spike down, then it does become way more difficult for them without that momentum from Trix and Miko to lead the charge.
I agree with what you said, but also though, with the continuous aggression that they would have, yes, sometimes we know contestment here for the side of Warlocks, but also they actually wise enough to go for the respective retakes they would be needing. But this time though, I think it's actually the case because both of them would actually
planted.
Taking it down, both down to 4v3, but the
One enemy remaining.
Taking it to Bassi, and now is the turn. Last remaining member here would be stand no chance against the 4 remaining members here by the side of Warlocks. And yeah, so far it's still the Warlocks victorious.
Yeah, it's not about the plant per se. It's more about getting those kind of kills. And they need that space here for FIT to get the job done. We looked at this FIT squadron for so long na parang, okay, these guys are like the most mechanically skilled team in the AcadArena scene. These guys are just absolutely crack, hitting shot after shot. But the problem now for FIT is parang na-bridge na nung other teams yung gap na yun eh. And this is now where I have to ask FIT, what is left in the tank? What else can they bring to the table? Because if they're not going to be quick enough to get those takedowns, they better be damn sure they're quick on the executions. MCL has been one step ahead. Yanagi and Port has been absolutely immense here for this roster. And they have 14 and 12 kills right now. They have 26 kills out of 2 people in 7 rounds. Where do you even see that? Only here in the Alliance game. Java already looking for the shots. It's Ford who goes after Miko first. And there's just no fear whatsoever. Hindi takot to chamber na to. Laban lang ng laban. It's perfect for MCL so far.
Perfect indeed. And now it's already no trace after the moment here for the side of FIT. And in return, it is already them go and bounce
Teleport's
towards the yellow area in attempt to commit towards the piece, but Ford is just waiting patiently for whoever is gonna align to that crosshair, whoever is gonna pass to his back, and now he's receiving a sides. Front, he's gonna be coming down, but little do they know that Java's by the back lines, expecting them. Will be shut down here by Kill with the Sheriff, and of course, there's already an opportunity for them to secure their rifles in their hands. It is an equal round for FIT after all, but also a couple members here, and in return, Yanagi missing them both. Oh my!
He's just bedazzling, right? He distract you with the fireworks, and suddenly he's the one who brings the show. 16 takedowns for Yanagi, one of the biggest reasons why the Warlocks have been in the Alliance games scene for so long. But you can really see now he's getting that support, he's getting even more help, and a Warlock squad this strong looking already impressing many here in the collegiate circuit. It just goes to show you have those years of experience, it can help you out immensely moving on forward. And I can see the stark difference right now between the Warlocks versus FIT. Because they're able to play the better duels, the better angles. Yanagi trying to play it safe right now, but Trix is the better shot this time. And we'll get the takedown. Now that's a good start here for FIT. It's the element that they have been missing for quite a while. Play that entry hard, and then go in with the man advantage.
And of course, though, with all that's been said, it's already a -1 for the side of the Warlocks, and of course an opportunity for them to push forward. But they should really still take this logically, be more careful, because to hear the duo, the Viper and the Chamber, right, is just poisonous to say the least. But they'll be heading towards our A site. Someone's waiting at the nest. I don't know if they're actually expecting that, but this might actually be a really good play for the side of Warlocks.
We'll see now how The Warlocks are gonna try to play things out. Maybe magic can be made by our Sova named Casey. And look at him just hold towards that nest. Does hear the footsteps though, turns all around. Kiel, watch your back, because Casey's there on the mission, and he finds two to the neck anyway. Get the clue, Casey, because he's coming after you. Miko finally punishing the Sova, but the damage has been done. 3v3 scenario now, and here comes MCL, but Miko yet again standing tall up top. Shot from port does not get a connect, and all hail worship as he holds the line steadfast. Around here taken by FIT. Such a big difference when they get that first pick just to get position.
And I guess all they have to say there is, how dare he just chill at the side of the nest.
Tambay lang
and expect him to not actually face them off in return. Tambay lang siya doon. He's just crouching. You know what? Teka, wala pa ako narinig na ano dito. And nakita niya, si Kiel ng wall ay, oh nga, nandito na pala sila, guys. But at least he managed to get through. So I guess that's what's important as well.
Let's see now, as ito naman tayo, the Warlocks. Kaya nila hold to na maigi. It just feels like though with Bastion worship right now, looking to peer out towards Jaffa. It will be, yet again, this hold being instrumental for the Warlocks to try to lock down this B site. Yung iniisip ko talaga dito tapos FIT, unahin natin yung AcadArena. Let's see Trix look to play it out with Miko first and foremost before getting that contact on. And speaking of the contact, ito nakakadila. We get the leer on over Miko, finding Java to start things off. Tapos Fury yung magiging galawan dyan. Dash on nila muna dito sa side ng FIT. As si Trix naghahanap kung sino man pwede kalabanin. Pero yun na kasi naging sasagot pa rin si Kiel dyan. 4v4 scenario at maging 3v3 kasi na-trade pa nga. Casey making the hot Fury work out sa Snowman area. Pero luluso pa nga si Trix. Ladders muna dyan para lang makalabas at bigla na lang mag-white dito. Ang dalawa pa! Trix and Worship, nakulit na nga natitira dito at si Ford. Sige, trade lang ng trade. Hindi pa rin yan gagana para sa side ng MCL. It's FIT who just brute force their way towards that B site and take the win.
Actually, akala ko magiging lamang si... Kasi ang positioning ni Yanagi doon, he go for all of the utilities that he can throw. Pero yun nga, parang hindi rin gumana siya kay FIT. FIT still decided to push through regardless, and might as well make them disoriented, diba? Like, make them like regardless of all of the utilities na pwede nilang ipakalat dyan na hindi nag-work para sa kanila. And in return, napanalo ni FIT yung round na yon. But this time, with all the rifles that they currently have, if ever that MCL would be losing this, they will be forced to go for an eagle round the next time. And that's going to be indeed a problem. Pero ngayon, they'll be heading into the A side regardless of all the Vipers smoke that they're seeing here. It's all about the parts. How Tenshi would it be? But yeah, they're just killing now.
Okay na, I like that term. Sige nga, let's see though if this can be the number 1 instead of the number 2, because we're looking to see who'll be number 1 here in map number 1. Si Java nga, tago muna dito sa sulong sa Viper's Pit nga, laking harang muna. Mahirapan na kay FIT para makapush dito punta sa site mismo. But there we have the lyric to play. Miko yet again is waiting for the timing. But Yanagi! Nakisawsaw na lang! Ano yun? Ba't ka nakikisama sa ibang tropa? Bigla na lang sabi niya, dude, alam mo part ako ng spawn nila? For sure. Maniwala ka pre. No cap. For real, and Yanagi gets away with bloody murder. 2v1 at naku, even with Bakara kay Trix kasi madly. Well, I'm madly in love with that angle, sabi niya, and he finds that takedown. Miko, what are you doing here in the smoke? Oh, kaya kailangan natin maghanap ng mga mask ngayon, Mochi. Ano ka hihinga doon? Pero Kiel, don't breathe. He's looking for another target, but Casey finds him busy with the smokes. MCL, this defense working out so well for them. Parang na-anticipate nila palagi dito yung galawan ng FIT.
I agree. Like, ang ganda ng positioning ni Yanagi doon. Parang napakakulit ng batang to ngayon, ha? Actually, I'm really proud of it. So far, we have been mentioning that Yanagi's key players of MCL, and now he's just popping up. One more kill, 20k na siya ngayon, diba? And also, this is already an opportunity for FIT to actually afford the round. If ever they will do so, they'll be able to narrow down the differences in terms of score. It's easier for them to actually go for a counter in the next half. But let's say if that will be the case, because Yanagi is once again in such a cheeky angle, like be prohibiting any entry coming in. Really great trade here now, 4v4 and be seeing an additional casualty who will be put down the hands of Miko right at that instant. plus the fact that we are seeing a couple of shots
planted.
gonna be left out here by the side of FIT, preventing them from pushing further, making them think twice.
player
But now,
standing.
in a twice, we see the handsome 3-7-5 ending this first half.
Switching
Twice
sides.
there in the end. If there's I'm Nayon, that's I'm Miko in that round.
You will
Gra-
know.
Siyempre, alam mo na kagad yun. I haven't even listened to it. Just like, okay, may solo dyan. Pero speaking of the solo there, Miko just stepping up when they need to the most. Kita natin, diba, nahabol pa nga si Yanagi. And that's what we want to see from your Rey now. Walang katakot-takot. You just are able to feed off the energy of the opposition. And of course, you can just bring that momentum. And it's good to see for FIT na hindi naman sila na nawawala dun sa gana na yun because they need it. If you're gonna be playing Jet Reyna with the Chamber, this is just a hard hard contact roster. You're not gonna have utilities para sa post-plant, di ba? Yung mga Sage, wala kang Sentinel na mga Killjoy. So talaga, Miko, Basti, Trix, we're looking to see if they can do the same thing that Yanagi, Pord, and Madly have been able to do for the NCG. Keep saying that again when I see Yanagi's name. For the Warlocks side, rather, as we go back into the game. Basti goes up by one of these class and ready. We have to start off for Java and Pord. A great take here for the side of Warlocks. It's all about command here. At mahihirapan na nga si Trix dito. Kasi lalapit lang siya. Ditikit kay Madly. Nagkatikian yung magkapa. And Trix right now able to get two. But it's not enough. Yanagi yet again. Stellar shot. You know his name. You know his aim. You fear the Yanagi yet again. The Warlocks will take the pistol.
Nakita ko yung scoring nila. Trix, ba't ka bot, Prag?
Alam mo guys, okay lang yun. Kung si Mochi yung magsasabi nun, okay lang. Kasi siya ay FIT. Siya ay FIT. Pagbigyan kasi tama lang.
Lokohan lang. Nawala ata yung buff niya kanina. Palit siya lang account. Nawala yung buff. Ano uli yung nakalagay dun? I love Sino? Provider. Mamaya na, private.
Binubuking! Grabe talaga. Guys, alam mo, ang raming pwede nyong hingan ng tea sa esports community. Pero kung collegiate circuit, si Mochi talaga, yung Chaa, iba't ibang klase. May Earl Grey, may English breakfast, pero ito na, much appreciated! Kalaki Basti! He fights through there with a headhunter! The Warlocks though still having the advantage thanks to the guns. So lapit na kasi ng abilities sa site ng Logic na naman nag-hanap na kay Casey. And Casey will find the takedown there at the very end. Trix though in a 1v3 situation. Marshals nga, tingnan natin kung tatama dito yung mga headshot na to. Scope on in though. From the high ground yet again, nakita na niyo yung Sova malapit lang dyan. But he's trying to find the off angle here just in case someone pushes him from the left-hand side instead. Duel though versus Casey now. Trix trying to find the 1v1 pero wala rin natin gun. Ni-struck ni Pord si Casey pa ang papatay. The Warlocks now getting the second round in the row here in the second half, and if they can keep this up, Mochi, kung makuha talaga nilang bonus na to, this is a Warlocks game to win by this point.
Actually, so far, I am loving how Warlocks are going for their retakes. Like, it is all systematized, and as well as the fact that Yanagi is one of the couple of people who are spearheading the security here for their team. Like, they've been able to secure a couple the moment the spike's down, and now FIT has nowhere to go. They can try and disengage, but it is a problem because they're being caught up by the tsunami that Warlocks are actually putting out, and instead they're being prohibited. And now it is already a 9-5, already an advantage here toward the side of, but now Trix, parang narinig ata ako. It's already one pick off.
Kinolat mo kasi. Alam na niya yun. Na-feel na niya. I sense a disturbance in the forest. I sense a disturbance with the Mochi calling me out. And ito na nga. Sige nga, Trix. Time to prove it. Start things off versus Casey. Flicking all around. Couldn't the shot though. As far as I know, it seems like the Warlocks on the left to buy shots that don't defend them off. And Trix having to reset, a safer play from FIT. Smarter right now because it's all action here towards B site instead. Mochi Miko finding Madly to start things off. Si Pord stopping in nandito sa left and water shot galing kay Pord. Diyos ko! You can see the headhunter. Naghahanap talaga ng pugot ulo dyan. It's 3v4 though after everything is said and done. Still FIT. They have some positions just to wait for MCL to come their way.
Crispy, pare. But gonna be lipat. Tapos na sila sa KFC. Lipat naman sila dito sa A-site natin. Not sponsored, by the way. But it's going to be Basti, though. We'll secure
30
one.
seconds left.
And still in favor for the side of FI. Still, let's not get rid of the pack of Pord and as well as Java's prowess. You know that these two are inseparable. I mean, not just because of their ages that we're able to ship, but yeah, you know the gist. Java already being able to secure one. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. A-side is ready available for them to take, for them to plant at this specific corner. And also though, they should actually be wary of this because these two might be able to go for a crossfire stance, which is what we're seeing right now. It would just be an advantage for them, but also
one
they
enemy
should also
remaining.
be wary because they can be caught off guard. The high depth tricks pulling up a 3K immediately. And now it's a 9-6 on for a score line. Narinig na. Nice.
Huli ka Mochi ha. Uy, ikaw ha? Trash talker eh. Pero okay no. Na-motivate naman. So there you go. Trix actually getting back to his form. I think that's really important right now here for the side of FIT. If he can start piling up those points, start piling up those kills, then mas madaling talaga buhay dito ng FIT. And we said it naman eh. You play the Jet, you play the Reyna, you play the Chamber together on the defense. You need to secure those frags because you barely have utilities to win out the clash, right? Kung biglang, okay, pwede ka mag-post plant smoke, pwede ka may one trademark, and a bit of intel, but that's pretty much it. If you don't win the duels, you're gonna lose on out, and for FIT, the hotter the hand, the better it's gonna be.
I agree. And so, backroom mo ba naman ang Impierno galing dun kay Worship sa cam niya? Bakit naman hindi, di ba? But now Trick already activated this Blade Storm and might be looking for any heads he can put those daggers into. But so far, Yanagi being aggressive as ever, being able to secure Worship out. No more initiator on the bag, but now it is further going to be exhibited by Manly. And now it's in 3v4, still an advantage here for the side of the Warlocks. Yet to even plant the spike and waiting for any people who'll be pushing here through screens.
Planted.
No lurks, no whatever, no handy-dandy fancy pants. It's still the rest of the players here going through the screens, and of course, will be caught off guard here by Basti. Full of them doing full of buggy system, being able to secure one for each, and now it's still a 1v1 Viper. The Viper is the better Viper. Java's upstairs, waiting for any single person can actually off guard. Oh no, Ken! Ken is sa likod! Wala na! It's going to be the side of Java. And 10-6. Still being able to keep up the pace.
Dumili yung paligid na, nahimik na lang eh. And just climbing down of that rope was the perfect chance there to get the backstab on, and well played there by MCL yet again. You can see really parang mas tactical talagang galawan dito ng MCL so far. And it's not really just, it's not even a matter of agency. It's how they're a lot more secure in taking the sites. It's for FIT, it's really more on the direct stance. And when it works, it looks good. You see players like Trix can pop off, Basti, Kill can pop off and clutch it out for the team. Pero hindi siya ganun ka-sustainable sa ginagawa ng MCL, and you have hot hands like Yanagi to begin with, and it becomes even harder. But wow, Yanagi, his hands are cold this time as he will get the takedown. Worship also dueling against one, but Manly you can find him there. Mukhang ito na nga, MCL, they get the force that they need towards that A site anyway. Bigla na natakpan bigla yung ano ni, yung push nila eh. Mahihirapan dito si Basti. It's a 2v4 scenario with a tour de force. It's either you hit the shots or wala na talaga on the retake.
Spike planted.
Yep, it's like hit the shot or you'll be hit instead. Like, it's just how simple as it goes to the side of FIT at this current situation. But in this case, has been able to shoot it and connect it into one of the last
player standing.
But still, it's still a lot of members here just waiting for one another to actually appear. Basti at the backside for one, gonna be able to connect that. And still in 1v2. Winnable. Still difficult though.
Someone hit it!
Got up by 3K. Ay, kumonekta! 1v1 pa rin. Nasa taas mo, di mo nakita. That... And 6. One round away from the match point. Grabe si MCL.
What did we just see? Yung headhunter hindi tumama, pero yung tour de force na nose ko pa, like, okay, let's just go. Luckily though for MCL, they did have the numbers there at the end. Java was just like watching. What are you guys doing? What's going on? You guys done? Okay, no problem. And for MCL, again, execute towards a site is essential. They're not even dependent on that lurk whatsoever. Note how many ultimates these guys have right now. Yanagi ready with his signature judge.
A lot.
He's ready to fly as high as possible. This is the speed again of MCL. Look at the site. They're trying to avoid FIT though, but they don't know they've actually pushed through the middle. Showstopper muna to clear things out. Eto na, MCL. Sabi nila, kami na maging attackers dito. Big already finding Casey to start things off. Lurk muna dito sa Java sa corner na to. And he's just waiting to go put that talk straight down. Perfect timing now and a perfect shot. Onto one. Looking for a second. Will be looking to try and get it there, but Kiel will trade it back anyway. Advantage now in the hands of MCL. They do put the spike down, but the numbers. There you go, Port. Changing it up. Miko still on it though. Hindi na pinagbibigyan at all dito ang MCL para makatapos. Si Madly na lang ang tatapos dito sa buhay niya. And Yanagi's the one waiting onto the maze instead. The judge is perfect. The white stick is there. Yanagi able to connect those shots. Just flicking over to the other targets. And that will be enough for the Warlocks to be on map points.
Match point.
Sabi siguro ni Yanagi, akala nyo big brain kayo. Akala nyo lang yun, may judge ako. But immediately, they've been able to shut down all the remaining members here for this FIT. I mean, good effort because they managed to narrow it down to 2 more members remaining because they just have their respective pistols and 1 Spectre, if I may recall. But still not necessarily enough to actually win the round. Good effort though. Now it is already a match point. Might potentially be here for the side of Malayan since they have all the stuff necessarily. But of course, I guess they should still be on the ground. And they'll be seeing 2 people here from the side of Warlocks. Able to make magic happen. But of course, Miko ready for 2. It's the dismiss, it's the devour, but still being shut down by Java in return. And there's an opportunity for them to actually go for the aggression, but they're respecting it.
Well, but they understand now that if FIT can establish a foothold that strong, then the contact play isn't gonna work here for MCL. They do have the ultimate, so para lang ma-set up na maayos tong B-side take na to. If they can get close enough to put that Viper spit down, then that'll be absolutely winnable here for MCL anyway. But FIT now still stay alive. A beautiful starting for him, and Basti will take advantage from above. Drop it on down! Inabot talaga hanggang impyerno dito sa KC, and it just isn't gonna stop for FIT. Unrelenting and still not giving up for the game.
Grabe naman yung 6th man. Joke lang. Iba pala yun. Pero 12-7. Wow. They are 1 here for the side of FIT. But this time around, we'll be seeing a couple of, or not just a couple. Majority of the members here for the side of Warlocks are gonna be resorting to substitute guns, not the full thing, but they have a lot of ultimates that they can work with here, respectively through
You want to play? Let's play.
So they can utilize that and even win the round. But this time though, Mavi has been able to go for the aggression, able to pick up 1. Going to be the boom bot or the boom bot, as well as some patience going to put out here at the Viper. Petrix tried to go and secure a couple of heads, but actually being able to be detected by a couple of members here from both sides, 3v4, and we are now down to 2 more members here losing and 1 enemy. It's going to be definitely a problem. Instead, Bassi will be the lone survivor here. Here and Lisa, no chance against the other members, even ending the match off with a team ace.
Yeah, there's just no stopping MCL by this point. The Malayan Warlocks taking the first map by storm. Icebox is there for the taking. And you can already see the usual suspects getting the job done. Yanagi, 27 kills to his name at the top of the scoreboard. Pero laking impact rin talaga yung pinagagawa doon ni Porde. Without him at the start of that game, it could have been FIT starting to roll with it. Because we have seen, especially near the end, Basti, Miko waking on up, the Reyna finding ways to keep chasing the Warlocks as much as possible, but eventually the Warlocks was able to figure out a way to stop that tide. And sabi nila, sige, tama na nga yan. Tara sa contact, kaya namin manalo dito.
And also, it's always this, I don't know, what metaphor can I put this in? Para siyang langaw na lumilipad paligid ng FIT. Tapos hindi siya mapatay. And that is that langaw. And overall, he's been able to disorient our members here for the side of FIT. Able to do wonders for his team, being accompanied by, like what you said, Pord. Pord has been one of the crucial members here as well, being accompanied by Java, the rest. And yeah, I guess it's pretty rampant din yung kanilang body system, and of course the types of angles that they're always positioning themselves into is always ones not currently being expected for the side of FIT Pendulum. And well played actually for MCL. You know what? Pinging ako ng jersey nyo pala, charot.
Nako! Yun ba yun? Kasi nag-jersey, biglang na-jinx na. Pero guys,
na-jinx na, parang may sumpa.
May sumpa. Pero syempre, naniniwala pa yan si Mochi na yan, guys. And we're expecting an even better matchup as we get into the second map. But we'll take a quick little break here at the Lions Games. When we return, it's MCL versus FIT. Daxter with Mochi. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
continue breaking through the stigma of video games and academics.
Happy birthday to AcadArena. We look forward to all the great work you guys will be doing in the coming years.
Happy birthday, AcadArena. We hope you continue to support our industry and break the stereotypes of how student gamers can be.
Pinoys continue to dominate in esports globally. This startup aims to keep the streak going and provide education for those eyeing a gaming career. AcadArena secured over 170 million pesos for their projects. We get to know more about their initiatives with a young...
It's still crazy to think that it's been 3 years since AcadArena started. Today isn't just a celebration of our anniversary, it's a celebration of everyone who supported us along the way. We've had students who grew up with AcadArena, myself being one of them. We know what it's like to balance work and studies, and we know what it's like to feel like you're not gonna make it. But you will, and it'll all be better. Break through with us.
Sang heaven.
Sa heaven.
Pwede ako mag-TP ba? Watch kang heaven.
Watch ng drop. City dito chamber. Tsaka bridge.
Heaven ako.
Nice one. Heaven.
Heaven 1 na. Heaven seat.
Wait lang.
City.
Ako ko cross.
Low natin. Healing ka.
Last heaven, minus 13.
50.
Nice!
Well played. Wala
May pa-autos na kapar.
Ako din par meron.
Ang nag-FPS drop ako sa pincam ko.
Hawak ko heaven ha, kahit wag niya nasmokan.
30 seconds left.
Land.
Hawak ko heaven.
Naka-heaven ha.
Wala na smoke yung city ha. Shock dart.
Nice kill.
Dead.
Sige, nasa amin city. Bulag ako.
Bulag ako.
Pumasok na. Bulag ako.
Hawak ko pa rin heaven.
Check out. City.
105.
Hey,
Let's go.
Tara.
Tatlo kayo dyan.
Ay,
Mali. Uy, isa dito.
nice team. May isa pa dyan. Ayun o.
Ah, ito, isa dito.
Ilalim ba sila?
Pinatipi nyo, pag pinatipi nyo, kinuha niya yung TP.
Nice one. Spike trap ka.
Ito. Right side ko. Right side ko, pre.
Okay, atin na. Nice
Well
one.
played, guys.
Nice.
Pakis nga. Mwah.
Sorry, Rai. Yo, na-op na ako! Nawala. May wall ka pa.
Wall mo.
Sige lang. Okay, go.
Push nyo dalawa. Hold mo lang.
Kita ka. Kita likod mo. Nevermind.
Gago. Punin mo!
Unang kagat pa lang. Masarap na kagad yung laman ng matchup na to. I was literally eating and it was like, we're gonna go straight into the game. Okay, guys, we are back to the Lions games. Daxi with Mochi having a great time here, but the Warlocks having an even better showing so far. I'd honestly say, despite the scoreline there that we saw, it was the Warlocks able to take control of the matchup pretty handedly. And FIT, it's time for the bounce back. Some comfort picks can be absolutely necessary here, especially on a map like Bind. Kasi alam naman natin, for the Warlocks, this can be also a place that they can thrive in eh.
Yun, may Sky pala si Trix eh.
Ay, naku!
Yan pala may pinag-uusapan natin kanina.
Oh, okay. Okay pala.
Yeah, I wasn't able to get it. But...
May ready siyang account.
Ready, prepared. Good.
Very good.
Very Boy Scout vibes.
You were saying.
Pero yun nga, ito nga si Basky pa magpili na nga siya ng... Ba, o Brimstone, commitment o hindi? Ko-commit ba tayo o hindi? Would we rather be more flexible or would it be more the commitment on our end? Kasi it would of course be pretty great if ever they'll be resorting to a Brimstone, specifically when they are not that big in terms of rotations. But considering that this is a bind, oh by the way, ang cute ng aso. Hello, ang cute! Ano naman? By the way, it's okay, bind, diba? So bind bot, and then which we're...
Distracted ka tayo.
One teleport to the other side. I mean, it's pretty rampant on rotations. That's what I would want to say then. So, if that's gonna be the Brimstone, I guess much better. And they're trying out this Fade as well. Interesting.
Yeah, it's a double initiator here for the side of FIT, but they're not running the solo whatsoever. Instead, it's all about Intel with the Sky and the Fade. At pag nakikita ko talagang comp na yun halatang gusto nila makakuha ng close quarter contact as much as possible. You don't need to set up for your team. Pwede naman maka-set up ko fast para sa sarili lamang. And this is where we've seen, players like Trix be able to get the pop-off. Good to see Worship showing what else he can do here for the side of FIT. The Warlocks, though, very confident right now, and pinakapansin ko talaga, it's such a comfortable composition as we're getting back into the game. Let's not forget, guys, don't forget to share the stream with the hashtag LG. And yung mga sa Twitter dyan, basically, use that hashtag LG. We might be able to showcase it even in the broadcast itself. Right now, we're watching if MCL, if the Warlocks can finish the job off, or kakayanin pa ba dito ng FIT. It really will depend on how FIT is able to play this Fade together with the comp they're running right now. Kung tama yung integration nito, magiging malaking tulong talaga galing kay Worship para sa side ng depensa natin.
Yeah, I agree. And also gusto ko lang din i-point out, hindi naman sa pina-pressure ko yun. Pero kayo na yung pinakauling representative ng Tamil. So better make it worth it. But this time though, MCL, I cannot get rid of the fact that they're really showcasing a lot from their team right now. Lalo na si Yanagi at support. But so far though, this time they've been able to secure the pick off here for the side of MIT and might be able to look out for another. Yanagi would try to go for such a sneaky play. Sari would not actually turn out right for himself. He'll be eliminated in return, trying to go for the plant here, faking it just to lure out any peoples coming from the bats area. Pero yun nga rin nakikita natin dito, it's just a waiting game. Pero mukhang medyo nag-hesitate sa MCL mag-plant. Lalo na they're well aware of the risks in terms of manpower.
Yeah, I mean, they know that FIT is around them somewhere. The shower's position, such a strong angle kasi hindi nga na-take ng MCL sa umpisa. Yung angle na yun is mismo. Java though, waiting for an opportunity. Tricks na lang. Already know the scan and the connection! What the intel comes in from KC! And the Warlocks now making magic happen with that first kill. Can they get more Java Casey holding things down. Nico finally getting killed, but Casey is just absolutely unmatched here. Pangalan pa lang, alam mo na, talo ka na. Kill right now though in a 1v2 situation. Can he clutch it yet again? We've seen it before. He's tried to do it yet again. But the wallbang action, low HP na pareho dito. Nanoswarm muna para na makakuha ng chip damage. If Madly coming the way of Kel already. This does force Madly though to stay inside the lamps. There we go with the turret, even better. And Kel, go kill, has been the plan of action here for FIT. Will it work out yet again? He's holding, he's looking 1 HP! Masyado niyang pinilit! He stuck it and he died! It's Madly now, mad enough to peek and mad enough to take the round.
Walang magandang bagay na nangyayari pag pinipilit.
Tama!
Yarn!
Alam na yun! Guys, narinig yun, mga sinasabi ni Mochi ang advice para sa love life nyo. Alam mo.
What do you mean? Here, I just tried to follow through.
Hindi ko naman hinuhugot, pero talaga. May pinagdadaanan ng atipan natin na hindi, di ba? Happy ka?
Happy.
Happy! Diba? Congrats! Minsan lang tayo makakita ng masaya dito. Pero syempre, matutuwa doon ang Warlocks because they actually made it happen. Yanagi this time getting his revenge. Worship will go down. And the shower hold here for the side of the Warlocks. Not gonna work out whatsoever for FIT rather, as the Warlocks have already cleared it out with the shock darts and more. Look at Yanagi flying on high. He's up tower. And such a great position here for the Warlocks immediately. So they have all the angles they can work with here towards that A side. Yanagi contesting Tricks already. Low HP na kagad dito ang ating Sky natin. At si Kiluluso pero Tricks okay talaga yan. Kahit malayo, tatama pa rin yung friends ito. Spectre to, pinilit muna dito ni Kiel. 4v3 scenario, pinaslabas ng ang ating susuban natin. Facials don't get thrown on over. Java and Nice already with the takedowns. Tricks na lang natitira after everything is said and done. But for the Warlocks, they have just been so consistent at getting map control. And it's a big reason why they've been successful here, Machi.
I think that also contributes din sa kanang hawak ng mga baril. Of course, it's the Spectres. So you would most entirely expect them to actually win the round. So of course, all they have to do is to RNG and that's it. Win the round, diba? Pero of course, with the assistance of all the utilities, they're throwing it out and really being able to secure the round for themselves. Pero ngayon, Rifles right in the hands here of FIT. Hingnan natin ko, this would actually work in accordance to their favor, considering that they should actually go for this round. Most importantly, we would actually assume that every third round is the revenge arc for a specific team. In this case, it is FIT. Pero let's see. Already the orbital strays gonna be activated here. Also, there's some people here already pushing in, really breaking the boundaries, and also, but detecting someone, preventing anyone from the lamps. Now we'll be seeing a through the smoke engagement. Nico Yanagi out. Now the drone's detecting or has been able to detect a couple of members here. Going for the aggression here. Basti pushing in, securing 3v4, and of course, the rest of the members here from the side of the are just at the lamps.
Liking the restraint that we saw there. Bit of a reset galing dito sa depensa natin. Ice holding close. Very strict. Miko finding Java along the way. Matty trying to play onto the cart here. But he's waiting for Miko. Finds Miko, but it's not going to happen versus Strix. Too many numbers and too much of the better guns. It's the defense now taking it. Third round turnaround muna para sa FIT.
And also though, I think there's enough threads for Warlocks to actually afford their guns now. But earlier on, I think it's just the disparity in terms of their positioning because they're all clamped up in the lamps area, and I guess it gave them pressure and further limitations in terms of their movements dahil doon. Pero we still have also the rest of our money here in the bag for the side of FIT. Some of them are still holding their Spectres, but the thing here is if ever the Warlocks will be losing this round, it will be a problem next time. So I think it's just everybody's ball game at this point, and of course they have to save the next time whoever will be losing. But I guess it's still the A side there, which they are vouching to enter. But it is going to be the same thing. The orbital strike will be used here and utilized to prevent them from entering. There's just a couple of our members on the side of FIT actually executing 1 for each. And Miko though is just pushing further. Ano siyang gustong i-hunt down dito, pero it will be backing out. Masyadong malayo, wag tayo mag-extend masyado. And I guess that is the thing that they have to do on here.
Nakakatakot maghabol dito, Mochi. At kita talaga natin yung control kasi ng mapa, hindi iba. Pero ito na, Miko! How does he just swing by and swing back? That was just some fleet footwork there. In the end, it does become a 1-for-1 trade. But the advantage still in favor of FIT so far. Guiding lights going to the backside. Get confirmation that someone's looking that way. Worship though over onto the corridor. And the shower's control just has been such a big problem here for these 8 takes. Whether it's the attack or the defense. Ngayon, lipat muna tayo dito sa B side. Si Trix nag-iintay na lang sa back mismo. It can be them overrunning Trix to put that spike down, but Trix on the angle and a shot versus Magic already. Ice trying to keep an eye up, and he's been flashed, he's been taken down, and the setup there from Trix. Kill will be able to knock things down. Tied up now. FIT getting back on the board here.
We have the board, but we still have a long way to go. I mean, this time around, it is already. Might it be a repeat? Might it be a Tuesday? We're not quite sure, but all we know is that these teams are deserving. Wait, follow us on TikTok at AcadArena for more exciting gameplay. And if you want to see their highlights, respectively, like Yanagi and the rest of the team, or FIT with their really great flashy plays, and check it out our TikTok and the AcadArena page.
Yeah, well, wala akong TikTok eh. Sa totoo lang.
Why? Can I know the reason?
Wala, hindi ko lang trip talaga. But syempre guys, you already know all the highlights in the world and more, all the amazing content. AcadArena, they got it for you there.
Yes, sir.
But speaking of amazing stuff, there we have it. Miko already catching out badly after what fell. Showstopper getting thrown on out. Ice, there's just no escape whatsoever. And B-Long will belong for the side of FIT yet again. Right now through A side. Casey finding Worship though to open things up. They're on the lesser buy here, trying to pick up the rifle. But Basti is on the opposite end, reloading right in front of the opposition is never a good sign. Java, can he get the headshot on? Not gonna happen. Basti able to crouch on around and move in the perfect spot just to not get hits. FIT winning it out again. You can see here, Mochi, mas confident talaga yung approach dito ng FIT compared to the last map.
Definitely different. And so far, I'm actually quite curious what happened. I mean, it's not just that I'm questioning Yanagi, but so far, I think he managed to actually just chill himself out. Like, earlier on, he managed to go for really aggressive picks. He's been able to secure some positioning that is not expected by the other side. But this time, he's being tamed. And so far, medyo nagkakaroon tayo ng kahirapan for Warlocks. Pero let's see if they would still manage to go for... Ever they'll be losing this one. O, ikura na sila next round. Problema to. Might be a cycle. That will not be the case for...
There we go again though. Bit of the boombot action. Naghahanap na ng paraan para makapasok yung Nagi. Trying to bit of the edge. Oh no! Whatever. Nanoswarm pa nga. May nag-TP pa. Walang takas-takas dito si Nagi. Lockdown. Kala ko tapos yung quarantine natin pero kawawa naman sila Nagi dyan. Just stuck in his own there. Haven't seen him down to play. The push to see on the side of the attack. And well, it allows at least the Warlocks now to even up the odds after that be a long take. And it's just really incredible when you have that kind of setup to rotate from. Kita natin dito since they made FIT mobilize towards that B side. A is right for the taking here for the Warlocks.
And definitely free for them to go into. But the thing is, they don't know that there's no one in the ace. Now they're really trying to push in, creep into the ace. Angle even spike down. But also, we have the orbital strike here in the hands of Bast. They can use it for a retake, but at the moment, I guess not. And he had to do is to see if ever it's the right time or correct time to pop up the Watcher here in the hands of Worship, since he currently has that. And of course, trying to attempt and go for a retake, but they should really be careful.
One enemy
we'll be
remaining.
seeing one here at the triple. Short, and of course, one more remaining person hit badly by the bats. Nalilinis for the threat, but anyways, yep, I guess he'll be disrupted. It is a here in the hands of Trix. Now it's a 4-2 scoreline.
FIT is so much more comfy, able to take advantage of the utilities that they have. And not only that, their initial holds, parang nakakatago nga talaga sila from what MCL are trying to do. And you can see how effective it has been for the shutdown of Yanagi. Nanoswarm pa lang, wala ka ng takas, diba? And despite the Warlocks getting a good foothold towards that B site anyway and a rotation towards A, it's still a problem when you don't get to play the plan that you want to. Nahihirapan talaga dito ang Warlocks ngayon kasi hindi maka-entry si Yanagi. He's their only duelist right now. And they're trying to set things up to allow that space to happen. So kung walang ka space, paano ka mag-grow, diba? You always need space to grow.
Really smooth entry lang mo. Actually, it's true. Like, in any aspect, even sa laro man yan, of course, it will be pretty difficult for stuff you want to do in order to meet your goal if you don't have the specific space and even go for the objectives, diba? Pero, ngayon, there's going to be a scattered here. There'll be scattered here versus off Warlocks. Of course, a lot of utilities still available for them to take. Yanagi just gonna be crouching at that corner. Will be seen by Worship as well. The moment you jump, yup, your head will be secured. The 4v5, no kills as of the moment, but they're well off the loss that they currently have here by the side of Warlocks, and in return, it is going to be a lot of utilities being appeared at the hookah area. And of course, a couple of fires connecting into one. Passing already put down here at the inside, and of course, it is already a chance for them to plant this spike down. They're already deep in sight, being able to secure the heaven, but we're enough to actually keep an eye out at the spawn or the CT. Of course, Nico though from Telecom. Definitely expected here by Madly, but of course he really look out, but yeah, Madly. I'll secure the 3v4 going for a retake. Might be really difficult for them to do so with a 100 good put out. And now Trix will be able to go straight 3v3. So remember here still have the short arrow, try to go for the 2, might able to aim secure the 2. And now 2v2 ready to commence here. There's a chance for them to go for it above defuse, but still one. The ace. Oh no! He's just going to fake it, but no, the problem is there's not much time.
Oh! He did that! He did that to deny the ace! He did that to deny the ace! He saw it's like, no. You're not gonna get it! You're not gonna get it! And while the Warlock will get the round, Madly will not get the highlight there. Oh, that's a heartbreak for Madly. He was so hungry to get his ace clip there, Mochi. Pero sa totoo lang okay na sana para sa side ng FIT yun. You saw the Hunter's Fury being brought out by MCL, but conversely, it was Worship getting that Nightfall on the site, and the whole right side of the map was theirs for the taking. Just because of that, Madly couldn't really push on out. He found a way still to get that pick off, and at the very end, he stalled enough to give the Warlocks the round. Pero grabe, wala talaga. Pangit ka banding eh. Di binigay yung ace.
Actually, the decision is very, and you know, that in that decision, the design is very tricks. You know what? Yes, we may lose the round, but I'll keep my pride to myself. Thank you very much. And in return, it's now 4-3. And still though, just one round difference. Of course, in terms of the win of the round, I think MCL or the Warlocks might have the chance to regain their morale. Might even be a little bit of a boost because Mali even pulled up a 4K. And he'll be able to catch him off guard. It immediate right here, click on the trigger. Ice will be there, but a 4v4 na tayo ngayon. Now, for them towards the A side once again. It is the same thing that they're doing so far. The trend is establish presence at the B side and even the A side. Now let's go and commit into A. But now I think it's not entirely working for themselves. They're being read here, but aside of FIT now 3v3 though, but one of their members running low, so this is anyone's chance to actually win the round. And so far, resource will be used. Oh no, look at that. Orbital strike activated. Really letting these members here by the side of FIT out. Now, backside lahat, Leo.
And we'll see Arya coming after you. Drico now walking, striding in. Ice gonna be able to get the takedown onto Drix though. Smoke criminal on the inside being such a bother. But I'm mistaken. Wala na oras dito MCL. It's all left now to the sky to go for the 1v2 situation. Low HP na dito si Kiel. Low HP na si Miko. But Ice trying to fake it out. Baits Miko out in the open. But saktong tago lang. Tago-tagoan ang tunay na laro dito ng FIT. And Kiel will have his eye on the prize to get the round win. Swinging pa, pinatay pa. Add insult to injury there in the end. FIT get the job done. I wonder why MCL couldn't put that spike down whatsoever, because we've seen them get the control of the site. There was a bunch of time to do so, but they were so busy waiting for the peaks to come.
Definitely. But so far, I'm still watching for Warlocks. I mean, it might be that they're already being found out here by FIT, like the moment that they're just spreading each other, or spreading out and then going here to the A side. It might actually be detected here by FIT that they're doing the same thing. All we had to do is anchor. And of course, if we can go for some pickoffs, let's do so. MCL, on the other hand, I think they should go towards the B side more. But the problem here is in Charlie, all because of the utilities that the Teletigers currently has. So, yep, better be careful of that one. Pero, ay, tatlong people lang naman ang magpipik sa'yo yan lagi.
Tatlong people nga. Naku, grabe. Nadamay na nga sa konyo to. Ouch, she's talaga pare. Very worship over there. And it just really goes to show how strong the FIT defaults are. They're just able to hold towards the side and go for the harder crest. And you mentioned it a while ago. You think that B side would be the easier answer here for the Warlocks, right? But the fact that Kelly stays, the fact that he's there, the Prowler, uy, tama naman, do your jump, Prowler. Huwag ka maipad dyan. But beyond that, FIT just has a stellar hold by default with the utilities that they have in the first place, that the Warlocks cannot find an answer whatsoever. Hindi na alam saan sila pwede pumasok, saan sila pwede dumaan. And while A-Site has been relatively more successful at least getting that plant down, alam naman natin yung retake pa rin sa gulo na ginagawa ng FIT. Nanalo sila sa mga fight na yun eh.
Yeah, actually, it makes me remember of how good FIT is in defending back then. And right now, I think they've been able to they're trying to revive it. And hopefully, ganun nga yung mangyari, no? Kasi this time kasi kahit papaano, medyo nasishaken na sila ng MCL. And MCL has been progressing good growth from the previous games that we currently have. It's just that now there is some difference in terms of how they were able to address every single thing. Like what you've said, they're continuously being blocked in every single site that they try to push into. And in return, hindi nila magawa yung kailangan nilang gawin, which is to put the spike down. And if ever that they would do so, or if ever that they would manage to do so, there's already a couple of members being lost by them, and they haven't been able to defend the spike that they just planted.
Can the MCL squad though figure out a way to tie things up? Parang yung pinatinatanong natin dito, Yanagi has been heavily shut down compared to that first map. And it really is more of the efforts here of FIT. Tricks, baliktad naman. Siya na nga yung top frag dito alongside Miko. Because Sky looking so much better and so much more effective on a map like this. Really, the flash plays have been so useful here for the side of the FIT to get the advantage. Pero nakita na nga nila. Kuha yung intel na magagaling na Miko. Ang ating pangkapan ni MCL. Crossfire is absolutely on point. Tricks already getting on board kill. Also will find the frag along the way. Advantage in favor of FIT after all the trades. Still a chance for MCL to go for the rotations or to force things out if ever. The problem is Kiel is still on site. There you go with the scan. They bounce it around, gets a bit of chip damage with the shock dart. Pero kulang pa rin yan, Casey. Pwede na pa nga kasi may tutulong na dito. Worship up top by the hookout. Waiting for someone to peek things out. MCL.
One enemy
Desperate to try
remaining.
to make it through the site itself.
Spike
Worship trying to
down,
find
B.
Java anyway. All left now is the man below. And it's Worship looking at him and Kel who finds the target there in the end. FIT! Just these defensive holds have been so strong so far.
Only being strong and Warlocks a bit lost what they should do next. It is already a cycle of insane basic time. So if ever that they will be able to work this one out, then of course it will just be an 8-3 being rampant here, or the advantage shifting towards the side of FIT. But still, we cannot get rid of the fact that the one-time potential of these sheriffs may still count, may be able to pull up a pretty round. We're not sure, but we'll see. Just a moment that they're going for the aggression. They're well aware that here on Eco and inward side, they just gonna be put out here. The fact that the rest of feel a lot of damage from the enemies being thrown, and now seeing some bodies on the floor here, all the way here at Link, at spawn, pushing them through, just traveling towards here at the cave, and now it's going to be the Canyon, and we'll be ring one, but we'll try and go and trade here. Trick, Tiger gonna put out here in attempt to and get some rabies.
Backstab?
Oh, mariribisan ba to si Kitty?
Hindi, backstab. Wala talaga. Saksak.
Tondo gaming?
Tondo time. Tingnan
time,
natin.
Tondo time.
Miko, hindi. Hindi makisama. Wala na spoilers mamaya pa sa secret sa play for Rex. Ito na, play safe nga at play for the win para dito sa FIT. Basti and Trix wrap it up and just the hard aggressive side of FIT.
Last round
showing
in the half.
MCL the door. Sige pa nga, habol lang ng habol, willing makipaglaban doon ng FIT.
Actually, I think this is already the moment na hesitate na tsaka nagka-contemplate na si Warlocks kung ano yung dapat nilang gawin. And so far, parang medyo nahihirapan na nga sila. Then instead, FIT is well prepared. I mean, parang mag-manipulate ang mga to. Parang alam nila, parang alam nila, yun, held back na push them in the trade.
I've got your
Alam naman natin na quite a din naman from time to time. And pretty confident in this. So, right now though, we're seeing a couple of trades. Nagi and Basti. So being able to do one of them. But we're seeing a couple of naku po, jiggle pick na. Jiggle. Naku po, it falls. Naku, 2v2. And now, like still not being planted here, but it has been by the side of MC. Just that quick, madly being able to take turn.
Switching sides.
Laban. Sige nga, go for it. And in a case like that, MCL proving that they have something in them, that they can fight, they can win, and they can frag out the way they need to. The Warlocks though, kitang-kita na nga nila. It's a lead here for FIT. They were able to build pretty effectively. So many times we saw from FIT, tambay lang sa site mismo. Yung isa, mag-hard aggress. Tapos titingnan kaya kung ano yung pwedeng i-first contact dito against the MCL squadron. And it's just so effective because they have the plan, they have the backup plan, and many a time we see some great utility usage and some great utility setups for the Itamaro squad for Pendulum. I notice it the most between Kel's Nano Swarms for Worship and his Haunts, and most effectively, the guiding light from Trix has just been instrumental for both the intel as well as the flash play. So nakitulong talaga dito galing kay Trix. Si Ice naman mapapaback on away kasi ito na nga ang ating FIT squad tumitingin gusto nila makapunta dito sa B-site na to.
Actually, that would be the case, but here is already putting on a lot of I have presence, hesitation, like, you know what, let's up here on the B side and push, but oh my, already a couple of membership inside of FIT actually being eliminated by the remaining members inside of seeing one by the flash, to be expecting that pa, spray ka pa, ayan, patay ka with 1v3. Worship, the last man remaining here, but the side of FIT tried to go fix here from Yanagi, but he's been able to kill out. 48 HP left and still has the seize on the bag, throwing it out, trying to or the counter, but I think that he jab at the right side, and now he is already had. Would it be the right push, or would it be the bad thing to do so? So should I rotate and that would
30 seconds left.
Or even go on the side. Shut down by Mally, pulling up a 3K.
Yeah, they needed that whistle window, and you can see it again. Kung laban lang ng laban, kaya pa naman manalo dito ng Warlocks. It's a little difficult for FIT to just try and brute force their way, similar to what we saw in Icebox, just because of the initial positions the Warlocks are able to take. From that point on, kayang-kaya makipag-take, kayang-kaya makipag-bakbakan dun. And you can really see for the Warlocks that that's just the start of something. They know they're in a fight situation right now. They go for the full buy for the second round basically with Spectres and the full armor. Walang greediness dito. Walang save. Laban lang ulit. Sige nga. MCL trying to make sure they're ready for FIT to come their way.
Let's see if they are indeed ready. This time, we're seeing a presence of a Shari that has a meaningful no satchel also. I find it pretty interesting. That shorty without a satchel, but now we're seeing a couple of numbers going down here. Warlocks are having a really good grip onto. They're confident enough to push forward, and in return, they're just being secured one by one, being rushed by the membership inside of Warlocks. Will right click the back, right click the Basti though.
Last
Will be
player
able to get
standing.
Spectre? No, 1v4. Push lang siya dito. Casey. Really great. Nice streaky.
That's great, Pare. You know
Great
it.
Pare. What do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be I want to be a
Sacrifice your
pilot.
life for MCL.
No, tama. We will bring glory to the Warlocks here as soon as possible. And well, the way that they've been playing so far here on the defense, so much more better than what we've seen at the start of the game. FIT to. Ito na nga, lalabas na nga nila yung mga baril nila. The rifles should be out and about. And I kind of wonder what's going to be the plan here. You look at Miko, he's going to be playing that hard entry. They have the flashes. And really for the Warlocks, they just have to be careful of the utilities on their way. Miko though already leading the charge. Yanagi flushed out immediately by the pain shells. Pero syempre, re-rest pa kanya. Pain shells. Look at Yanagi go! Already spraying it down. Words is still going to get caught out with pain shells. Miko going to be able to get one along the way. But Miko loses there against Matthew. Yanagi even finding Basti amongst the crowd. The Lambs just such a position for the Warlocks. Tricks though, finding success over onto the showers. For the Warlocks here, they're looking to continue on with their dominance, with their streak. And Yanagi is just doing one better. All left now to Tricks though in a 1v3 situation. Kaya ba niya i-clutch to? The Guiding Light is almost ready for both of these guys. Gonna be more effective though. From Ice with the angle, with the takeout, and a bonus one here by the Warlocks.
Ano daw guiding light? Hindi alone need because Trix is not even expecting it, to say the least, and now it is still an advantage here towards the side of Pendulum, but one more round away for MCL managed to go and set a par in terms of the scoreline, and of course might actually be an 8-8 just because of the fact that they were able to afford their rifles more. Their economy is definitely looking good, and if ever that they will be able to lose this one, it's okay. Like, it's definitely still manageable here for the side of the Warlocks, and it just means that there is a better chance for them to actually opt for comeback.
Kaya pa rin dito if the MCL squad can keep this up. FIT losing their way in the sands. Truly, a mirage there at the very end to try and win it out if FIT cannot get the job done. It's a little difficult though because you see the Warlocks are just absolutely on point now with all the momentum in the world. The pipilitan dito ang FIT lumaban, and still the MCL squadron that has found that success anyway.
Spike
now
planted
through the hallway here. The angle perhaps towards the elbow as they want to make a pinch happen. Lurk though from afar. Yung Raze naghahabol si Miko to try pa makakatch, but I believe they heard that coming. And you can see the Sovas watching him as well. Thing is though, it's all about that contest towards that B side. Actually, the Warlocks might be aware of the Raze coming their way. It's gonna be a little dangerous, and there you have it. Miko now finding Java there.
One enemy remaining.
Frags going in favor of FIT so far. Ice the only one left. Trying to at least
last player
down
standing.
the opposition. Ice even with the second, all left now to kill in 1v1 scenario. Turret though being such a bother. And it's Ice again. Ice, baby. Will it win it? And will show off for the Warlocks to tie up the scoreline.
Clutch.
Yeah, but at least though they've been able to win it out. I mean, FIT has come a long way regardless of just having their piece of Sheriffs, but still the Warlocks managed to get the last laugh, and now it's already the buy round. And of course, now we see the existence of an operator here in the hands of Malayan. Alam naman natin kung gaano kalason yan. And just by waiting in a specific position, it's just a game of patience here holding an operator. It would likely be an advantage towards them if ever they'll be able to secure a pick off. So let's see this time around what could be the chance here, because the showstopper is already active, but not still connecting onto anyone, but they are pushing in, really getting rid of our members here, space, and in return, medyo mahirapan dito. Didisperse sila. Yeah, everyone's just pumped up here at this area.
I've got your
trail. Back out, and in return, be activated. Casey though being able to secure Miko as well. Try to go for a trade here. Actually, now for B4, they'll be committing to our B side just short. We're going to Taurus activated, spotting eyes out. And the guiding light's already been activated. Now the trades are coming in. 2v3. Currently, it's not within their reach. Now, okay, now they're ready for it.
Oh, and Yanagi, that is just unfortunate. Trix was holding on to the CT angle. Perfect timing there from Trix to pop off when they needed to the most. And a great entry here so far from the side of FIT. Can they get the job done though? Guiding Light going after Java. The only one there trying to navigate on through. Breaks the turret first and foremost, trying to isolate the duels. Kiel though, ready to swing at a moment's notice. Molly right now gonna get thrown over to the cubby just to make sure that no one is there. But Trix has a better angle, has a better idea. And there you go, he's even a better shot. 4 for Trix, and it's still FIT in the lead.
FIT in the lead, and so far not still a pretty close match. And we have seen how just with MCL, of course, they are the defenders. They managed to push them back way back than expected. MCL tried to go for the aggression, but sadly, it didn't benefit them well. And in return, the rest of our members here from the side of FIT managed to get a lot more room than expected. Like, you know what? Sit there dispersed. Let's just go into B side. Like, we all have the stuff that they need, and in return, they managed to win the round. And of course, though, it still be the B abuse for the side of FIT, and so far it's just the same thing of playing specific angles and try to go for any pickoffs they could get from it.
You know you're looking for more of those opportunities here for FIT to get the job done that way, and I think for the Warlocks it's just a bit too ambitious there to play hard aggress when they're on the defending side. It has been more of the passive stance that can work out for them. Some great angles here to try and go for the hold, and now that A side can be tested. You see these two trying to hold by the showers. They do go for the guiding light, and that gets confirmation. Brimstone is around. Flashback action though. You're not very busy trying to shoot down Miko. Java though finds your target, starting to fly away. But the nice ball now is going to be the call. And we also get the Arrow strike for the space. So this is going to be inside of FIT, buying themselves some time and buying themselves a few frags along the way. Madly now goes down. 4v3 scenario. Basti though teleporting on out. But look at already we see for the defense. They want to chase after that spike as much as possible. Lurk though here, Monchi looking very dangerous. And oh, Ice checks it once.
30
Problem
seconds
is
left.
though, there's still another one. Trix, if he can play his cards right, then it's gonna be the perfect timing as we go for the retake.
Definitely an interesting positioning there from Kill, but he has been found out and in E3, and actually go for retake is actually favorable. Now that Casey has been able to secure worship too, now they don't have any abilities they can Basti, but now he's been facing up against a couple of members here. 1v2, 30 HP left, will be able to go for the clutch, might be impossible, but let's see if it was eyes out, going for the aggression, peeking so wide, skirmishing in, and he has been able to pull the clutch to the 4K as well. 10 outdoors, of course, 2 more rounds away.
Based Basti there. There's just no stopping this guy when he gets off to the rockers in the round. And you can see it there. Just a great call to go for the rotation. Despite them knowing that the rest of MCL would follow suit, they were just confident enough to make that call. They pulled that rotate out. They pulled the numbers away from the site. And from Basti's initiation, it was enough for the conclusion there to go in favor of FIT. This is looking to be likely for game number 3 if this keeps up. And the Warlocks now, eco state as it stands, but a clutch like that will be remembered by both squads. And for Yanagi, Just needs to shake it off and try to find another angle here. Prowler though to start things off. Boombot is there also. And Nico now lobbing the pain shells to just make sure that the labs can't be contested. Allows him to go for the showstopper play. Though, great shot from the Sova to try and trade it back. Yanagi also blowing up Kel. We've seen him get away with that angle before. Can he get away with the Bucky this time? Not gonna happen. 3v3 scenario. Low HP though for both Basti as well as the Fade. And Madly making sure that Basti will disappear this time in this act. All left now though to Tricks and Worship. Tandem here of professional players, all the experience in the world and more to try and fight back. But MCL, they're ready right now to gather that intel. A flank potentially made here by the chamber even, and we'll see who'll find who first.
But both of them, I think it's the Zero FI. The odds are might be seeing one picking up the trigger, maybe able to secure Madly out into the two. Of course, A site.
30 seconds left.
I've got your trail. Push into Seekers already gonna be activated here by Trick. Countered by the God and Live, but we detected them in with. They're well, there are a couple of members both at the A side, and so they'll try to take this.
Last player standing.
Now they're expecting to go. They're being rotating towards
10 seconds
actually,
left.
That's not the case. One is gonna be out, and
Last
they
player standing.
that someone's at labs, putting down the spike here. The moment the Worship might wing, that might be the end of it. But still, it's going to be winning that encounter.
What a track though, and what a celebration even for Worship at the end. The Fade there, finding that fadeaway shot near that spike. And well, 2 rounds now. FIT so close to victory that they can taste it here. The rifle's still gonna be out for the defense, but you can see it there for the side of FIT again. Even in clutch situation, that's where they can thrive. If they can keep those numbers as thin as possible, then really they have the advantage moving forward to the rounds. The Warlocks, they're gonna try to aggress though over onto the hookah. We see already the chamber gonna be together with one more player. And here we go now. Into the round. Isto with a beautiful punish from the Warlock side. We're talking about that hookah position. And the defense able to make it stick. Worship though. And Tricks looking on the round for another target. But no one else is there for the response. We'll start here for the defense though, as they will take the advantage from just an initial peek from one angle of B site.
But also, it seems like they're attempting to go to side, and of course it be pretty iffy because they can be delayed by the trade that Madly has placed on there. So they should be really careful about this. The feedbacks or the stray bullets might actually hit them. That is a plus for Warlocks if ever. And also, with the anchor being prevalent here, they are acting towards the B side, but they do not need any respo backups needed. They'll be able to round for themselves, and in turn is already 11-9 the bound.
And just you can see a triple double though here for Casey, and really the Warlocks, they can contest these early angles if they do find the FIT squadron a little too busy setting something up. Element of surprise, always a potent force here for Sea of Ice. Yanagi now even getting in the more aggressive position as we're going to be getting into the next round. Not the best buy, it's more of the rush here for FIT. They start with the Prowler, they go for that intel. Immediately they feel the contact and come their way. Waldo can get thrown on over. Miko looking to go into the labs just to go for the CQC. And Madly will get thrown out there. Battle picked up, there's the drop down. Yanagi already with one above, one below. And out in front. It's Java who will fall, but Yanagi is just not done. He already gets a 3 here. They're ready for more of these kills. The Killjoy and the Fade so low on the HP. And just a single push, a single bullet even, can kill the last 2 remaining members of the opposition. Boombot gets the spot. And now the Warlocks know exactly where FIT are.
Oh my, it's going to be pretty difficult for FIT to try and even win the round, considering that they're not actually holding all the guns that they would need to win it. And of course their health says otherwise. A lot of you please already Yanagi by the up of 4K and interns already at 11-10. Before we even know it, already being close for both ends. And wow, it is already potentially the last buy for FIT. If ever man na matalo sila dito, forced to go for an eco, and Warlocks might even secure the match point in turn.
magiging delikado talaga dito for side of FIT. They're losing steam yet again. And it really just goes to show that here for the side of the Warlocks, they can just contest in a way that can work for them. The aggression sometimes, the more passive play here and there, but map control is so essential here for the Warlocks ever since that Icebox map. And really that extra bit of activity. These fingers, they need to do something. That's what honestly the Warlocks are saying right now. And just because they have that bit of nuance, they're happy to get more out of the map. Still though, and you can see that for FIT, they do want to punish that overextension here if ever. Tricks over to the corner. Java wanted to set up the smokes. A shower take on the slower side here. For the side of the attack. And Trix is trying to crawl his way. There we go though with all being taken. Using that visual cue, the audio cue rather, to try and bait out Java from peeking. But no dice whatsoever. There, have to do it the hard way.
Face your fear!
Catching out Ice though after the teleportation play. A bit of the heal here to stall yet again. Get the reset here from the side of the attack. But the Warlocks, they're just so mystical already with their stations. You hesitate a moment, the Warlocks get in position, and they made the wish, and they've granted it so far with an 11-11 scoreline.
And also, they're making the magic happen here, and of course, make a wish, take the chance, make the change, and so it might actually be still the win here for the side of CL, but now this is going to be pretty difficult for FIT. This might actually be the match point being secured by Warlocks, potentially, just because of the advantage that they currently have. Because, number one, the momentum's already on their side, and number two, they have all the guns. They even have a couple of ultimates to even work with, so that is a plus indeed. But now, we'll be heading towards the B side here, the side of FIT. Tiger gonna be detecting a couple of members here, rather, a lot of members here. Heavy presence, heavy area. 4v4, a lot of members dying here, but still. They've been able to go for the advantage in terms of manpower. Lockdown already activated. They've been able to have a couple of guns for themselves, but still not gonna be enough. There's not enough time for them to actually execute further in turn 1v2. Try to clutch, but I guess not anymore, as Yanagi will be able to hinder that and take that away.
Match point.
And this is it, match point now for the Warlocks. They took Icebox a while ago, and they can take Bind away here versus FIT. And it will be the sweep that they are hungry for here. It just really has been impeccable so far. You see here for the side of the Warlocks, they set up such a offensive line. And as soon as FIT crosses, basically, there's just no getting out of it whatsoever. Effective enough here for the side of FIT to get up close, but they need to see the frags go their way if ever that's the case. Look at Trix though, 24 kills, 16 assists. Doing such a good job as the Sky so far, but the Warlocks now looking to ground really the expectations of FIT. And now we've seen yet again another squad look to bridge that gap. Seekers though, oh, that's shut down immensely. Yanagi through the Seekers, hits the shot with the operator. The biggest threat so far in this map is gonna be gone. The Warlocks now looking to follow suit. The anti-kill though, as well as Miko, able to keep FIT afloat. They get that site, they get control of pretty much all of it. But keep an eye out, Monchi, because the hook gonna be a dangerous position. Yanagi now looking to put spray down, gives away that he's already in that location. 3v4 advantage here for FIT, and they're looking for overtime.
Definitely looking out for overtime, but let's not stay short because Warlocks might actually be eager to even end this match right here, right now. We're going to try and go for a retake because of the odds here in terms of manpower. Guys, their utilities now. Jab already good for 2. Now 2v2. Now we've been down, all equalized, but still, you see the last remaining member going to be badly, but will be immediately shut down by Worship. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, everybody on to our second overtime this day.
Yeah, we're not done with this matchup. Hindi pa tayo tapos dito, Mochi. Laban lang ng laban para sa FIT. And well, a bit of a wake-up call for the FIT faithful here. They saw their lead crumble, but were able to still salvage it at the very end to force out that OT anyway. It looked to be the end of everything with Trix dying so quickly, but you see Miko and Kill, faces that have been so reliable for so long on the FIT roster, stepping up when they need to the most. The Warlocks need to execute and fast on attacking side. Kanina pa sila nahihirapan dito, Mochi, sa attack nila mismo. Yanagi, he stepped up on the defense, but the struggle to actually play the entry has cost them many a round on the first half. This time though, confidence is there. Kenny actually puts on in. Ice is going to be leading the charge alongside him. Guy like to be there. We also have the Aldron. And here comes trouble. But the Seekers, the Nanoswarm rather, going to be into play after the Seas. We have Yanagi though opening things up. And the rest of the Warlocks follow suit. 5v4 situation. We got 5v3 because Yanagi is just popping off and popping heads already. Kenny find even more. Casey finds worship along the way. It's really seek, search, and destroy. The motto here for the Warlocks. A magical spell. No, it's just brute force yet again. Tricks though. Only gets Casey inside the smokes. And Miko also able to turn it around. Now it's a bit more malleable here for the side of FIT. Can they even get the takedowns? Miko, not disappointing whatsoever. Ice is gonna be melting to his hand. Java over to Miko, though watching out for the corners as much as possible. But Miko, how does he do it? Gets in the face of adversity. Showstopper is there for the stall. And Madly, you're gonna be mad if you decide to peek things out. Tricks diffusing. There's the boop. There's the bounce. And there's the takedown. Miko, what a god he was on the round.
Miko has been gone for Kobe, but it's
Match
not a
point.
3-pointer, it's a 4-pointer, and now it's a 13-12. And if ever that they'll be able to round first, well, they'll be up for a game 3. But let's see if the Warlocks would still go for the counter. Might be even go to the second stage of our overtime. And I'm pretty sure that they don't want to just hand it down to FIT just that quick, considering that they managed to go for the advantage for the longest time earlier on. But now that they are resorting here towards the B side, it might be a potential here that FIT will be able to secure a couple of heads before even planting the spike. Or would it be the latter, as they might actually be caught off guard here? But oh yeah, that would be it. That would be B4, and so they would it to B side. Gonna be rotating here, using the TP, the A side, and someone's going for that anchor, and they may not anticipate this. Java's just chilling, waiting for them to come in, delaying them, and of course there's still a lot of time on their hands, so we better chill. Come on guys, calm down.
Yeah, daddy chill, and we'll see now. Bit of a reset here for FIT at the very least. They felt the presence of the Brimstone. The Molly also flew for the stall, and they can't really, or they can't afford to lose this, but at the same time they don't want to. It's time for them to finish the job off. They've already been seeing the finish line right in front of them, and that checker flag is awaiting the victor of this map. Will we go for a third map in this series, or can
30
Warlocks
seconds left.
cancel that last destination? Still though, look at Yanagi hold, just absolute discipline, waiting for someone to come. It's him versus the world by this point. And he has been able to carry that burden on his shoulders for quite a while. The Seekers, though, might be too much of a fancy call to go for the intel, and instead he goes for the paint chills instead. Running out though, he's the side of FIT. Yanagi with the blast back for Tricks to get that takedown. They will make it the time to go for the plant, but can they get the kills? That's the question. Tricks waiting already. Past the elbow and more. Will we see him coming though? That's the question. Madly right now over on the Tricks. Madly even getting a third one there. You can feel his anger now looking to boil on up. Holding out here. Ready to smash! Ready to bash and dash! But he has to reload, and with 12 HP left. It's gonna be very delicate. There, the Nanoswarm burns down the chances of NCL from winning whatsoever. And it's FIT who will win out to the end. Whew, what an ending though from Pendulum to tie up the scoreline.
Ay, gana naman nun. Ano yung ginagawa nila? Pero ay, grabe yung laban. But still, I wanted to, what do you call this? Give some credit towards Madly, because ang ganda na sana ng construction nila. If it's not just for the reload, kaya niya sana i-secure si Kiel. But still, FIT Pendulum still managed to win it out. Grabe, no? Kala mo hindi ba ka-jersey. But still, 1-1 already on series. We're waiting for the third match. And overall, I love how the side of Warlocks still managed to go and set up the par here towards FIT Pendulum. It's pretty close. I really thought that it would be handed over to IT really quick, but it is actually not the case. They managed to even pull off the overtime, and I'm expecting for more powers than next game.
Yeah. It's a day of game number 3s, guys, and we are gonna go for a decider yet again for a second series. Daxta and Mochi gonna be needing a little break, and when we return, it's still FIT versus MCL. See you guys in just a bit.
Evan! Gulo na.
Apiran mo ako!
Okay, nod highlights later. Habang kinikilig.
Girl. 78.
I think we just play with them.
Yeah, let's go.
You spawn, I heard him.
Garage clear.
Nice. How many times do I need to tell you guys, dude? The pistol strat doesn't fail, dude. That's 100 on that pistol strat. Dude, I'm telling you, we could play PRX and we'd win with that pistol strat, dude.
And then we get 1 round.
And then that's the 1 round we win, dude. Play together, guys. Play together.
No.
Time, Tino. You have ult.
It's aft. It's out. Nice!
Oh my god, he didn't stick it.
Nice,
He didn't stick it.
Impact, bro! Impact!
Impact, baby. That's 1 round, baby. That's 1 map. 1 more, boys.
Oh god.
Okay.
Close left.
Charge close left.
Yo, he's knifing you.
I have heaven. Jen.
Nice!
You have a turret. You can heal. What is this?
I'm scared, I'm gonna go with you guys.
Why is my Soba on the other side of the planet?
Relax.
Mateo, no.
No, with the dart. Dude, they tried doing the UPD pistol on us, dude. If UPD uses that same strat, you guys aren't gonna win the round.
I have lane, yes. Oh god.
Oh, lot spawn. Oh, they all came from spawn.
Dame.
I'm flanking spawn. I have your stairs.
Okay.
Don't be Kita from stairs. I have stairs. Don't be Kita from stairs and I have it.
On that lane.
You don't have it.
That lane. 50.
Play time, guys.
Play time.
Play time.
Turning. Out. Nice.
Oh, where are you going?
I just want you guys to know.
I want you to know. How did you die?
The juice box. The juice.
No, he got
The juice box.
I
The
whiffed,
juice
dude.
box is out. The juice box
I
is
saw
out.
everything, he whiffed.
I told you guys.
He
I had
whiffed.
you guys. Dude, I had Ken on split.
Should be on stream, he was flanking eh.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. Dude, the whole world saw that. Dude. I promise you, they saw that.
Actually on stream.
Oh, for sure, dude. I'm not happy about it.
You guys always last alive. He's beating the entire team. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Oh my god. Okay, you're good. 3 more. Oh.
It is a lamppost.
No way. You're actually cracked.
Am I actually that good?
Look at Mateo's camera. He looks so bored. He wants me to die so badly, dude. Rest! My duties are over!
Go Trent.
Omen's 10 HP.
One short, I think, and one gen.
Oh! What are they doing?
Let's go!
What are they
doing? He's sleeping right in the front.
What?
Guys, games are done. Focus.
Door shower. Last two shower, I think.
No. Flashing. Defuse.
Oh, nice.
Nice
comeback. Nice one. Warm up. Bago pa biyo mata. Wagi ko warm up. Kilibangon biyo.
But 130 jet. There.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I got 3. What the? I got 3. I held the click. I was so blind. Heaven is a. Nice.
We are in for the decider here, folks. FIT versus MCL. Still continuing on. And it's Daxi Redmochi yet again. Nahabol pa nga kanina ng Warlocks yung FIT sa bind. Pero syempre, no overtime, sabi ng Pendulum, nope, we're gonna keep this one in our favor. And we're gonna be able to get this victory. So, effectively, Mochi, kinuha lang nila yung map pick ng isa't isa sa totoo lang. So, we have to go for the decider. And it splits for our third map here.
If our first series got split for the first map, well, this time it is their game decider. And we have witnessed what are the picks that worked well and what are the picks that doesn't work well. But this time around, we will be seeing still the Raze on the hands of Yanagi. And we are pretty sure that a Raze really performs well in a split map with all the nooks and crannies gonna be occupied by the pinches or either the Uwu bot. It will be pretty well used and utilized. And on the other hand, for the other side, Warship might actually be hovering towards our Fade, which is one of the ages that actually did not perform well for the side of LG Terra. But this time around, we'll be seeing if FI team would be able to make it work if ever that would be their ball. But On the other hand, though, we're really seeing a presence of a breach too. Really good combination with Yanagi.
Yeah,
Actually.
come on, we've seen the raise from Yanagi time and time again. They do want to set things up though a bit better this time. Support his entry points. In a map like Split, you're gonna need as much space as you can in these tight corridors para lang makapasok dito sa mga site na to. FIT though, they still bring out the fade and can be a bit hit or miss on a map like this. Kung kaya naman talaga makasuppress gamit ng mga Prowler, laking tulong yan. But you're gonna need to know the lineups to make it very effective. Parang make pagka-similarity pa rin in a way to how it is a struggle to play that Sova on Split. But kung alam mo naman yung mga angles at mabantayan naman dito nila Miko, nila Basti at nila Trix, yung mga galawan dito na MCL, di kayang-kaya pa rin laruin. So FIT, can they actually get the job done? The only representative for the FEU clan, like you mentioned, left in the running. Malayan Warlocks though, always a force to be reckoned with dito sa Alliance Games natin. And this is gonna be it. Last map! Eto na, for a second series. We still got one more to go. Pero bigatin talaga yung mga collegiate teams natin for the day, no, Mochi?
Yeah, actually, it seems like it's already the finals. And by the way, speaking of finals, whoever reaches the final stages, they will be performing live and battling each other out live at the Conquest. So if ever, check it out and buy your tickets, secure one of your own. And of course, let's just focus here. The present, once again, we'll be having a couple of these teams battle each other out as a deciding match. And all the difference that we have here is their initiators. So I guess it's just a matter of strategy.
I mean, it always has been that kind of case. Tingnan nga natin paano sasalin dito ang Warlocks after well, they lost their Unbind. They couldn't get the job done, but they made it close, that's for sure. And perhaps, again, that momentum can be very much more effective moving into the next map. You can see, though, para sa Pendulum, parang painit na painit yung background ni Worship, ah. Is he fine? Does he need some help? Do we need to call a fire? The mga bombero dito. Hello, Worship? You okay?
Alala ko tuloy yung anong meme yun? I am fine. And then it's like a dog sitting in the table na umaapoy na yung house niya. He's like that.
Maybe that is what Worship is feeling right now. Just like, I'm gonna be fine. No problem whatsoever. We're gonna be all good here at the very end. But still, well, we're looking to get into the game very, very soon. As of now, I'm looking again paano kaya mag-set up dito ang ating defending side of FIT. It's a little interesting you put Tricks towards that A side. It means you can contest that A main with the barrier orb as soon as possible para lang maharangan dito kung may mag-push dyan. But mid-control yung magiging galawan. And we usually see this a lot here, Mochi. If you go for that mid-control, it opens things up for both A and B as an access point. And here we go into the game. It's already Yanagi with the charge Prowler. Double chop at him. Someone else needs to get through this darkness. And it's Miko. Angels at the ready to go for the throw, ready to go for the lob, and ready for the stall as much as possible.
And at least they have already expected that they'll be here at the mid area. Warlocks already been activated here by the Vance just to prevent any entry here that's coming from the side of FIT Pendulum from the A side. But of course, still, you'll be seeing unscathed numbers here from the side of FIT. Vouching for a potential retake, but still there's a lot of members here at the site. A couple of members trade for trade to 2v3 already. Just the tracks are all over the place. Actually, doing the other side of the ladder, and in turn, it's going to be a win here for the side of the Warlocks.
Yeah, a great starter for the Warlocks despite getting tagged up by those utilities. As soon as sabi nila, okay, pwede na guys, chill na. We can go. We can push. And you can see there how, yet again, the Warlocks can just bring that second wave forward. Madly Casey getting those frags, allowing the Warlocks to have that station towards that B site. And if they can keep that kind of momentum up, we'll be getting a bit of a repeat here from Icebox. Their execution relies on the space created there by Yanagi, but beyond that, it also has been the setup that can be essential for them. Smoke to get thrown towards the fence. Already Worship getting ready over onto the mailbox itself. The precedes action though, and well, Yanagi and Madly don't really care about that. They are seen, sure, but it doesn't matter if they can get the kills. Miko finding Madly over the spot. Kill right now, trying to go for the pot shots. Casey will take him down, and it's a big advantage here for MCL so far.
Definitely an advantage in terms of manpower in both the guns that they currently have. The arsenals just to make themselves a favor. But of course, still have the counter here between the other side. But just as I was saying it is going to be both of them being executed at the same time. And now it is the buy round for FIT.
Yeah, buy round now. Time to get back into the thick of things. Minsan pwede nang sabihin, pwede ba skip natin itong 2 rounds na to? Next na, skip. Pero problema lang talaga. You can see again, you can do a bit of that economical damage. You can see how you can basically form up your defense later on. And what I noticed here for the side of FIT, one of the biggest reasons that they can actually contend with this is if they change up a bit of their formation, it's gonna be a bit more effective. Now they know that the mid control is being contested heavily by the attacking side. So wall muna dito para kay Trix eh. Harang lang yan. It is your standard wall just to go for the stall. And the rest of MCL looking to break things down and open things up yet again. Pero anticipation na to eh. Alam na kagad ng FIT na dito manggagaling ang mga Warlocks natin. And you can see how heavily fortified the heavens are. Still dangerous though. A double stack towards Garage. Quick execute that's necessary here for the Warlocks.
I agree, but they might actually read that FIT might be expecting that and go towards defense, but I guess not. And now it's already their presence here towards the wall tower. Just being able to secure one. Going on to an alley, but now it's already a 2v4. And of course, the Warlocks and will be immediately eliminated by Basti. And that is such a quick round to say the least.
Yeah, just some haste there, making waste of the opposition. I'm liking this so much more better for FIT. I was wondering a while ago what formation they were trying to do towards the middle, but putting that Sage there, smack dab to contest that, perhaps combo it up with Miko with that raise, it can be so much more effective compared to having that fade in the first place. You throw the slow, you throw the pain shells, and then you can net a kill or two if someone is too stubborn to actually push it in the first place. FIT's defense looking a little bit better right now. But yet again, FCL, they're not stopping watching ngayon. They have the rifles, sure. It makes sense that they're gonna try to go for this mid contest. But how many times do we need to teach the lesson here? FIT's trying to say, will they be able to hold this time as the rifles are out for the offensive?
They might be actually testing it out. Like, you know what? Let's see the percentage of the win rate if ever they'll be going for mid control. But so far, they've actually went 2. Maybe just because plainly of the fact that they have sufficient guns or firepower. But also, you're seeing a really good angle here from Trick. So if ever they'll be committing here once again, seems like someone's gonna be losing their head. But never mind, will be denied. And now the slow orc will be active here, defying them or delaying them further. But we'll be seeing Mother already good for 2 being followed up upon by Java. And a 2v5. And of course, it is already opportunity for them to plant. Might take care for the side of FIT. In return, we'll be seeing Worship taking tremendous amount of damage and eventually being erased out of the map. Now kill at the alley. Might be being pushed here with the members here from the side of the Warlocks. And now, the 1v4 flawless round being pulled off here by the side of the Warlocks.
Yeah, the Warlocks, they show that they can still contend anyway. So apparently, this record ain't broken whatsoever. It will be on repeat here, Mochi. Paulit-ulit na lang. Mid lang na mid, guys. Push mid, only mid. Sounds like a different kind of game that I know. But then again, if it just works for them, if they can get those avenues of the assault to work out in their favor, then it's perfect for the Warlocks to keep going at it. They have the means anyway to flush out who's playing onto tower with that bridge. They can go for the smokes and the walls if ever they need to cover their backs. And how many times will we get the contest on? But this time now we get the face, look at the assist. Tricks already getting on the board for a segment. Getting the shots though. Yanagi, Casey, the ones with the takedown. Worship apparently able to pick up the pieces and pick up the gun along the way. 3v3 scenario. Worship coming out a bit better after everything is said and done. Still, this is a lesser buy here for FIT. They're just trying to do some immense damage. And if Basti can steal a kill away yet again, this is going to be even better for our defenders so far.
They're picking up the pieces. This Lego house. Bring them down. 3v3.
Wow, mag-karaoke ka na lang, boss.
Maganda na muna tayo. Nag-i-intayin pa sila eh. Wala pa nagpo-push. Sige, kanta muna tayo dito. Pero still, diba? There might be some commitment here towards the B side. Medyo nag-hesitate siguro sila dahil parang mali ata tayo doon na nawala yung dalawa natin. Pero okay lang kasi equalize naman 3v3, diba? Pero still, more opportunity for them to go for the prowess considering that there might still be the blinds or rather the prowlers here and as well as the paranoia on the side of FIT if I'm not mistaken. But okay, seems like Aki will be cashing madly out the start. And now the couple of them will be going for the double peek and now it's a 1v2 and both of them are at the spike just slow ones activated. Now the spike will be able to secure and roll for 1. Teleport's gonna be used here by Java. I'd be expecting him to come out of the dark covers and he'll be going for the fake teleport, but I don't think that he'll be out of court. And now, Passy has been able to read it. Really good read. 2-3.
Thrifty just finds him there, and a thrifty win for the defenders. What a way to take it here inside of the FIT squadron. And just, they invested even more on the defense. Parang ito na yun, nagsasama-sama na sila. They're adding more pieces to try and solve the puzzle of that middle. And the fact that Worship was there to give a helping hand to Trix and Miko, it actually paid dividends to keep them alive. They got that advantage. Basti also popping off to find those kills. And yet again, it's a stolen round here for FIT right under the noses of the opposition. Ultimates though are going to be abound here for both sides. You already get
want to play?
brought
Let's
out
play.
by our attacking chamber. Let's see if we can actually find the target here. Wall on up though, immediately from Trix. Wants to be a bit cheeky with his setup. He does hide into the corner.
Ooh.
Sneaky boy to si Trix na to. Let's go, flashback though, breaking down the Trix right now. Breaking the face of Yanagi instead. This was his creation and he will be there to defend until the end. A good pick off to start things off for FIT.
Wow, great. When I grow up, I wanna be like Trix, but there's already a couple of shots here present at the mid area. Will be denied now. The resurrection gonna be popped up here by Port. Now still a 5v5, all complete unscathed, except for one who is gonna be losing his shield. Of course, a couple of utilities that they are losing here in turn. Now the Rolling Thunder is finally being kicked out here by Casey. Just definitely stunning a couple of members here from the side of FIT. Nico though has been able to shut down one, which is respectively their controller, say the least. And of course, that would just means that they will be denied off from cover, making themselves vulnerable for any people here that's coming from the side of FIT. But now, they're not gonna plan. They're still rotating, but they're not expecting the kill will be there as well. How's the trees coming in? Now a 1v2 or 1v3, and that will be an easy ace or team ace here for the side of FIT Pendulum.
Yeah, Pendulum getting everyone on the board, and it's just now finding the answers again and again to the same question that has been being hammered down here by the Warlocks in the first place. They continue on here for the Warlocks, and it has been more and more read basically by the defense, right? It has been some better understanding here for the Pendulum squad, and just because of that, just because it's becoming a bit more predictable, it's a better angles here being taken by the Warlocks for Pendulum rather to take advantage. Still, go back into the game and look at how hasty Yanagi is trying to go. He does have the Sheriff in hand, but it's not gonna happen versus Basti and Worship. Already tracks come in favor of the defense. Big advantage here for the side of the defenders. Worship right now and Miko on the board, and that's just flawlessly done here on the defense yet again. There's just no entry whatsoever for MCL.
Okay, it seems like they're already knowing how the Warlocks operate, and they're starting to, you know what, like put up some areas here that is, of course, denying them some entry. Like they should show their IDs first, or even their Vax cards in every single entry point here at the split map on defense. And so far, FIT Pendulum has been able to catch up to them, and hopefully this actually continues on their end, because this time it might be a bit different. They're resorting towards the A side, pushing through Worship. Worship has no place to go, just sitting at that corner and eventually succumbing to his death. But now it is going to be Basti just being able to secure port health. Now Nico is just going to be anchoring at this side, preventing the plant. You're not aware that he is there, but he'll be shut down too. Being able to delay the plant, but not entirely enough to prevent them doing so. But Basti says otherwise. 1v3 or 1v2. Already is the situation. Casey, they have the possibility to go for a good counter, good teleport, utilizing the body system here just at the corner, just at the elbow, waiting for Casey to actually push in.
Yeah, but Casey is still staying on the high ground, has the fault line now to use if ever. Aftershock a possibility, but you mentioned it. From the shadows to go for the regroup, these guys are just watching the spike as much as possible, setting up perhaps at least a back-to-back action to watch the angles that they might not cover. That's really statuesque here from Basti as well as Miko. We have Casey now trying to come in from the screens. Kel rather waiting into the corner right now, and this is going to be Casey forced to go for these 1v1 duels. He can isolate it naturally. That's the one thing that he can have going for him, but Basti is just ready, and you can see that he just reacts in time. Well, another round here for FIT. Now their defense looking pretty open and shut here, close and shut rather. There's just no way here for the side of MCL from establishing any kind of foothold compared to the previous rounds that we had at the start of the game.
Wala, sinuwag ni Basti tong nag-iisang Warlock na natitira sa MCL. But 5-3. And this is going to be a potential eco round here for the side of the Warlocks. Well, of course, they can actually go for some frags in return just to give themselves all the rifles from the side of FIT. Diba? It's pulot is key, guys. But still, we are gonna be seeing them hover towards our mid area once again. It seems like, you know what, guys? It's not working for us if ever that we go for the A side. So why not? Let's try and go for the tradition. And let's go for the traditional strategy that we're taking since earlier. So that might actually be their buff. But still, it's going to be pretty difficult considering that they don't have the necessary guns that they usually use.
It's gonna be difficult now to try and make things work, and Tricks already making it even easier here for the defense to get the hold on. Worship keeping an eye out for any kind of push from Mailbox if ever. The Haunt is even perfect. Gets the mark here, comes the showstopper, and he's trying to cash out these members. But Casey! What some movement from Casey at the very least. Back on away, hits the headshots, but despite the theatrics and the impressive movements, it's just not enough to win out the round. It's all left to Madly now in the 1v4 situation. As he does get Hunter on, but he doesn't expect Tricks to be there. 6-3 now, and well, it's another one here for FIT.
Crispy Barry 6-3 na. Okay.
You're loving those smooth shots, don't you, Machi?
Yeah, of course. Like, come on. So, parang akong kumakain ng Chicken Joy. Parang inoperan ako ng balat. Parang binigyan ako ng balat ng
Ito yun, Chicken Joy or Chicken Witch?
Chicken Joy pa din.
Chicken Joy pa din.
Yes. There's something in Chicken Joy that I really love and I can't even explain. I don't know. It's just the way that they fry the chicken. It's so great. But now... Still the same thing. Oh no, it's different. Okay, we'll be seeing some presence here for the side of the Warlocks at the A side. But still, might actually be waiting for anyone who actually push through. But Basti would be able to react into that. Like, he, most importantly, been able to expect it or not expect it. Be more cautious about it. And now, the 4v5... It is going to be their chance to rotate towards the mid area once again. And now, this is already the stage wherein they'll be hesitating on what step they should do next.
Yeah, well, Yanagi can't be the one fearful here. It needs to be more confidence right now for the side of the Warlocks if they want to make this opening happen. But FIT getting the duels that they need. They're literally walking into their sightlines right now. But Yanagi from the flash to the push. Miko will be the first to fall. Paranoia thrown over to the heavens and more able to avoid and get that takedown. Here comes now the Nightfall into play. Tricks right smack dab in the corner. And Yanagi able to just be right above him and block him in his head. Worship though, still fighting on back. But there's no prayers here to be needed. This Yanagi will get the third instead. Basti now the only one left in the 1v3 situation. Having that high ground. Teleport away though for the backside. The Omen can't get a better angle here. And Pord finally getting the spot on. The swing comes through. And that's way too many people to handle. Basti will get 1 out of the 3. But 33% is not enough to pass the scoreline. And instead the point goes to the attack.
Definitely way too many to handle. And of course, he's on the open. He has no choice but to accept all the bullets coming onto him from the remaining people here from Warlocks. But of course, they have a lot of ultimates here available for Warlocks to use. So if ever they wanted to secure the last 2 remaining rounds here, that it would be the very benefit that they could get from those. And of course, Showstopper, automatic -1. Casey going for the retake, using the Rolling Thunder, and as well as the Resurrection, just to serve as a share on top in terms of manpower. And of course, though, we'll be seeing already the Worship being able to execute one. They're trying to go for further trades here, but MCL
you want to play? Let's play.
Yeah, Resurrection though still in the hands of FIT, and case in point, it actually does get utilized by Pord, but Miko already destroying the dreams of 2. Pord does change it back though. An advantage now in favor of the Warlocks so far. They're moving towards the site though, putting that spike down over at the elbow there. Really, the backside hold is going to be absolutely instrumental, but bait shells from Yanagi, not the best weapon this time because he couldn't line up the shot, and Trix is able to protect the one he has been medicating. That has been his patient, And by damn, he will not let him fall yet again. Worship now though low on the HP. Tricks right there, right beside him. Yanagi creeping on closer and closer. There's the spot into the takedown. Showstopper now is primed and ready, but Tricks able to evacuate in time before the whole building goes tumbling down. It's 2v2 though, and from the screen, get the Desperate on the board. And Pord! Where did that come from? From Pord! He can't afford to peek it out, and it's a win here for the Warlocks anyway.
Last round
Grabe,
before the
nakita mo si
switch.
Ford nawala, pre. Parang hinampas niya yung table niya. Ayan, kukulit kayo O, bubble kill.
Pinagalitan!
Nagalit si Ford nun. He's really pumped up right now. Been able to secure a couple rating membership for the side of FIT, even pulling off a 3K. And, yeah, I mean, so far, Ford, just as he was potent during the moments that he's using Chamber, I think it is the same thing right now that he's on a Sage, and I guess that's really important. What's really important here for the side of the Warlocks, but this time it might actually be different? Question mark, considering that the FIT Pendulum might be on the other side already. Let's see what's going to be the change of pace here for both sides.
Yeah, we'll see if this can actually change up by this point. Timeout though at the very end. That could have been it for FIT. But they realized there that there's still that clutch potential from the Warlocks. They knew they were funneled because of the wall and because of how the screens was just made in the first place. And Pord able to just line those things up anyway to get those takedowns. Some big-time players making those big-time plays. And that's exactly what we see here in the collegiate scene. It's all about who can out-clutch the other here so far. Still though, Basti now ready with the tour de force. Let's see if it can get any value here. It's the final round of the first half. And this time, it's going to be a little bit different from what we've seen from the Warlocks so far. They will decide to go for that B side. Instead of going through the middle too much though, it's a bigger impact and a bigger force from the garage here. In control though is still to fight for as Miko. So back on the way as Yanagi, trying to call for the attention and also pull the forces from the heavens to the mid itself. Might be a chance here, Mochi, if they can just get the angle on and find the timing versus Kill and Co. Then it's a perfect chance for the Warlocks to make it towards the sites. Still though, problematic because Worship is getting ready for it anyway.
Yeah, definitely, but there's going to be a problem here for the side of FIT because we're already seeing somebody is actually on the floor, but so far it is going to be still an advantage here towards the side of Warlocks in their engagements, but Tricks will be fast enough in the trigger, going for the trade, but still on 2v3, being active. Forced wall being present here at the alley, denying for any kind of entry in terms of reading here for the side of FIT, but all they can do is to segregate them, but that would not be the case. Now 1v2, going for the satchel, and Basti relocated himself here at the tower, and there's already the opportunity for him to take any casualties, but sorry, that will not be the case as both of them will be peeking at the same time, making him confused on what to do.
Switching sides.
Just again, so many targets down below. It can't be enough to find those takedowns. And we end the half in a tied scoreline. Already a better sign here for the Warlocks after quite the run from FIT instead. Just able to tie things up from attack and defense. That's what you want to see here on splits. And really the Warlocks, if they can actually build up from the momentum that they had from the first half and show again how defensive they can be with Yanagi and Ford leading that charge, it's a big possibility for them to wrap things up in this half. I wonder though, how can FIT get the entry points here? They're not gonna have the breach, they have the fade instead, and they're gonna need some really good lineups here from Worship, just some perfect positioning with the utility to make their lives even easier. But that's what the Prowler is for. Already can see the control of it, scaring KC off. That's confirmation now that A-main might be a bit more clear. KC keeping an eye out though in the close angle as he's re-peeking it anyway. And as it stands, is FIT now playing it slow and steady just because they don't have the proper clear out. They're gonna have to do it as dry as possible, and there you go. That's gonna be dipped in the blood of Casey after a stellar headshot from Basti to start things off.
Ang ganda, no? Parang sumasayaw pa nga sila at that moment, hindi sila nagkakakitaan. But eventually, Basti ended that engagement and even secured him out. But there's already a lot of damage being inflicted here by the side of the Warlocks. And now the 3v3, they might be heading towards our B-side just shortly. Miko actually defeating Java. Medyo hindi I expect yun, but eventually it all worked out. Now a 2v3, still in favor of the side of the Pendulum. And they're now here, being able to put the spike. Really good positioning here from the side of FIT here at the backside, but also we're seeing really great rotation here from Miko. But also, He might actually not be found, but that's going to be a secure from Nico. Madly's gonna be erased eventually, and now Ford is the last remaining survivor here. Ford and his classic, and having one in his bag. And I guess we would stand no chance against the two members, just propping themselves up here at the backside.
Yeah, well, this happens there, and FIT able to get on the board to start things off. Already a good sign here for FIT if they could keep that momentum up and get those hot hands going. The Stellar, it's just really the sign here for them to keep on moving forward. Basti, especially, found that shot on. And from that point forward, right, it's just FIT noticing that they can have that advantage and noticing that they can actually go for the advance. And the question now lies over in the hands of the Warlocks instead. Can they actually stop what FRT are trying to do here? You can see now, though, over onto the middle. It's the Sage of Tricks trying to be a bit ambitious. Cheeky play, though, inside the smoke. That's where the Omen of Java is waiting. Has the shorty in hand. And these kind of kills are what the defense are trying to do right now. But again, FIT, always so stable in rounds like this. They're not going to overcommit. They're not going to overpush. Instead, they wait for the right timing to strike at the opposition who might get a bit too antsy and push forward their way.
And this time, though, there will be some minor adjustments here in terms of their rotations for the side of FIT. Actually looking out for any potential, but there might be an encounter here at the mid area. Java's shoddy, adding the need with dark covers. And as well as the fact that he can be detected just in a bit, seeing some present, but will be caught off guard by Basti just from the moment that he is passing through sewers. Now it is already an opportunity for them to go here at the B side. There's already a couple of trades being present here. Kill already good for 2. He is trying to go and stand up against it, but now it is already the 3K on his hands. And now
30
the main
seconds
member
left.
here, Casey,
Spike planted.
with the pistol. He can secure a couple of exit frags, but it'll be pretty difficult for him to actually go and do it for a defuse.
Yeah, well, it's a 1v3 situation, so how can he get things done? Casey looking for anything to scrounge here, but the classic is all that he can get. And what's even worse is down below, Kel is waiting. His Kel is there to get the 4K anyway. 8-6 now. FIT, can they actually continue on and at the very least keep up this momentum? What I'm seeing though for FIT is just that confidence yet again absolutely reclaimed and regained. They can get shaken by the opposition, but beyond that, one of the best things that FIT are just able to do is when they're feeling it, they just go in as hot as possible. They time it right to anticipate the movements of the Warlocks. They're not over eager to get punished by the closer quarters. And really for FIT, it's just more of that stability, keeping them well balanced into the game just to keep their rage in check here by this point.
Yeah, and also though, even if that the Warlocks try and go for a lurk, I think it wouldn't actually work because number one, there's always either Basti or Trix looking at the back lines, and number two, before they even do so and go for a counter here and opt for a retake, there's already a mine. So I mean, it's better for them to actually just disengage. You know what? Let them get the slide and let's go for a retake afterwards. And so far, I guess that would be something that they can start off with. I mean, just serve as a foundation to actually go and back up on their feet once again. But for the side of FIT though, so far they've been able to do a couple of rounds good for themselves. But also, if ever that they might have this round that might actually not work out for themselves, it might be a possible problem for them because that would just mean that their momentum might actually be snatched away by the Warlocks.
And I just can't believe it though that here in the playoffs we still got so much more to come. Basically, we have one more matchup after this one. We're going the distance with 3-game series, and we'll be seeing UST and HAU face off later on. But it has just been the field getting cut down na much. Pakunti-kunti na yung mga players, yung mga teams. The teams are getting better and better, and they want to make it to the finals and conquest as soon as possible, and just try to convince everyone that they are the team to beat in the collegiate scene right now. Then again, though, it's time for us to get back into the game. Miko flies high already, soaring like an eagle, and looking to be screaming there alongside that. But he finds Madly there, but even despite the shots, it's Madly who has the better caliber, and Casey now, case in points, finds tricks along the way. Basti, though, has been incredible with the Headhunter. Can he now do magic here with the Phantom instead? Spraying it down through the smoke. Madly already finding worship kill. Will they be able to trade things back? But here we have it for FIT. They're trying to get towards the site. And luckily for them, the Omen has the teleportation to do so. The paranoia though will be perfect. And Yanagi, even the star of the show. 2 down for Yanagi, and the Warlocks will take the round.
We're just trying to force just to shift and walk towards the site. Really good retake here from the side of Warlocks. Not being able to put the spike down, but still, it is going to be a bonus round from FIT after all, and it is okay if Arena will be using that. This is already the Valiant for themselves though, so this is going to be an opportunity for them to broaden the gaps in terms of our score lines. But also Yanagi might already be back on his feet and might be able to be confident, though not, hopefully not too much, because it might actually be their downfall. Now Tour de Force already activated here in the hands of Madly, preventing him from using it forward, since he has received the paranoia. But now in a 4v5, Yanagi being able to eliminate one here from the side of FIT, which is by chance their entry factor. That's going to be definitely a problem for them if ever that they try to commit into a specific site.
Yeah, you know it already by this point. Well, Yanagi trying to go for the shots. Advantage in favor of the Warlocks here as they try to tie things up. Still, the slower play from FIT, trying to find the momentum and trying to find the angle ready to break down this wall. They're worried though for the crossfire, and there's a big reason why, because Yanagi is still there lying in the wait. So the slow play from FIT, we've seen this before, but they are going to be running out of time sooner or later. And it really is just Pord and Yanagi very, very ready to throw out the slow orb and contest if ever. Dark Hunter though gonna get thrown on out. Yanagi, does he actually push past this? There we have now the slow, a few shots along the way. Can't be too overeager though for Yanagi, because that's a Vandal in hand. Tracer bullets might lead to his own demise. And instead now, the Boombot is theirs to go for the push. Still a big hold towards the site itself. We got the Chamber, we got the Omen. Madly right now getting ready to go for the shot and locks it on versus Bricks. Even Worship will be the next target. Java finding capacity here. And the hold is just perfect here for the side of Warlocks. They only lose one casualty. Madly hopping on the round. Kiel eventually able to correct his aim and get the game on. But beyond that, there's just no stopping Yanagi. What height did we just see from them in that silhouette? The round is over. 10 HP left for Kill. And the chase is on, but can they catch him in time? Not gonna happen. Tied up though, as the Warlocks will get the round.
Madly became extra that moment, and I am really happy that they've been able to secure that round, because of course they managed to make it work. And if ever that round wouldn't be won by them, it would be an equal round this time. But eventually it actually worked out for themselves just because of the I mean, the Tour de Force contributed a lot with that, or from that to that. But now the FIT Pendulum,
You want to
will be
play?
forced here
Let's
into
play.
an equal round. We'll be having them with their barracks on their own, but still it might be a possibility for them to secure a couple of heads with it, and we cannot get rid of the fact that it is still fatal. Just a 1 top 3 skull will immediately gonna be eliminated, and that would be a possibility here for them. Nagi's just refiring here at the fence. Oh no, Trace been caught off guard. Pord is just chilling by the mails or the tower.
There.
And of course, we try to go for the free fires here. And they are executing a lot of damage as possible para dito sa side natin, FIT Pendulum.
Yeah, it's getting dangerous now. Port though been backing on away. The Warlocks yet again setting up their station the way that they know how, and well, Ford, he finds one. Yanagi now gonna be able to answer back. The other part of the crossfire does come into play. 2 HP left capacity. There's the swing from Yanagi. He's just speeding on through. The blast back there for an extra burst. And Yanagi just says, gotta go fast and gotta go in. 3 for Yanagi there to end the round. And it's advantage now for the Warlocks.
Kung ako yung katapat ni Yanagi, doon mababaliw na lang.
Tatasan ko na lang yung DPI ko ng todo-todo. Flick lang.
Diba? Parang hindi mo malaman kung saan ka papwesto, kasi blast pack dito, blast pack doon, tatalon siya sa kabila, and also even being able to throw the patience because he is well aware that you're already cornered, have nowhere to go. And wow, this is crazy. 8-9 already. But FIT is already back and game with the bye round, and this might be a potential for them to actually win it. Hopefully, that will be the case. But this time though, it might be a couple of members here going through it. Denied by the barrier that the Sage or Core has put up on here. But so far with the pain shells already finally activated here. Thunder here with a patience now finally being executed here by Basti. Also Worship being able to go for one. Basti already good for 2 and a 2v3, and there might be some presence here coming from mid. It is Yanagi. This man being able to do such flashy plays ever since the first match of this second series. Also be accompanied by the Breach. Really great combination here, and they can actually make this work. 2v3 still going for some free fires, and also being detected by Worship though. Worship being able to go for 3k, and now it's already the rounds being equalized this time around.
I can't believe FIT got away with that. They forced their issue. They went through the slow arm, and Port did get one. But there's so many numbers that Port had to deal with, and it allowed the side of FIT to actually flood that B site and just decide to call it their home too. You can see it there, the Worship holding all the way at the very end of that pillar. Effectively enough, getting the ranges, getting the isolations that he wanted in the first place. And this is a series that keeps on giving Machi. We are not done whatsoever. 9-9 scoreline, 1-1 in the standings here, the best of 3. And truly, some contenders here, the Collegiate Crown. Oh, the Mobots does get bounced by the flashback of Nico. He goes for the showstopper, but the show is just stopping its tracks. Cancelled there by Ford already. Java teleporting, trying to go for the first contact even. Ford even more so at getting on the board. But Java, does he peek things out? Worship getting ready to go after Heaven. Kelton cannot protect his teammate. It's Worship now, who is all alone in his island here. As Java will enter the Basti even. There's just no escape whatsoever. Worship has to shoot his way out of this one. He has got the third though. Already trying to say a little prayer, looking to find a miracle. And a fourth there for Worship! Oh, is this the start of a new religion here? The era of Worship? Oh no, it is just hard cancelled by Casey. Instead, no prayers needed. Casey is a believer of himself, and he will shut down the momentum that Worship had there. Wow.
1 pixel away from Casey's skull or head. I don't know. Too bad he hasn't been able to pull out a 5k. Imagine being able to go for an ace and even win the round in return. That would be a huge morale boost here for the side of FIT Pendulum. But this time, once again, it is going to be an eco. So they should really be wary of this, because they might be stuck in this loop of buying and saving. And of course, they wouldn't want that to happen. And instead, go and secure some hits. Just like what Worship is doing here. You know what? I may not have secured the round, but I've been able to pop up and secure 4 of you. And I guess that's enough. But still, Warlocks not entirely stopping. And he's just, or they're just at the A site. Everyone's already at B, or for FIT Pendulum. We're seeing a marathon here from Miko, just running all in. And even holding a spike. Kill's already deep here at the alley. Might be expecting someone, but someone's already at the tower. So we better look out for that.
Yeah, it's just so dangerous now. The alleyway, also corner, wherein FIT can exploit things. Spike now going over to the default towards the B sites. And then here we have it now. Kill only has a classic in hand. FIT trying to make at least this round a bit costly for the Warlocks. They're prepared again from above and ready for the drop on down now. Kill down the paranoia, blinding Madly, and that thing down there with Java. And Yanagi just chain those kills in those duels. It's the Warlocks now getting the round again. This defense now looking to hold things down even better. And the thing is, the reason the FIT has some struggles here, the defense, is just the setup of the Warlocks is quite intricate in the first place. There are many times where FIT is just able, through sheer force of will, get away with what they're trying to do, that they push into the utilities, get those takedowns, and they're willing to take those risks. But if it's the Warlocks who does get that initial pickoff, then their lives are so much easier, and that's where the defense can keep building up this lead from.
I have to agree with what you've said. It's just the advantage and being comfortable enough that, you know what, there's only 4 more living people here on the side of FIT, and I guess we can actually win this round. And that's what keeps Warlocks going. It's that fact that they're able to secure the initial frags that they need before even the round starts, or the main game starts. But also, I really like to point out that they're supposed to have such great positioning for both Kiel and Miko. If it weren't for the fact of not being able to connect those shots, it's quite difficult to say the least. Sayang. But this time though, there's already 3 people eliminated for the side of FIT Pendulum. Just all utilities flying here at the vents. And in return, they're just receiving all in. It's like a gift, but the gift is death.
The gift of death, really, for Yanagi. He not just gives it only to 4 people, but he also gives it to himself. Sorry, sir, that's not how you get the ace. But speaking of aces, Yanagi has been the ace in the hole here for the Warlocks for so long already. 26 takedowns, absolutely on fire here with the shots. And a last chance here for FIT to get the job done. They have whatever they can afford. 3 rifles here, the Bulldog and the Spectre, at the very least, to try and force the issue. But really, the Warlocks absolutely loaded, absolutely ready. Have they cast a spell against FIT? Just to keep the game on going. Well, now broken. Looking for the opportunity. Yanagi though on the inside of the smoke. And what a shot from Kiel! Just a perfect first fire on, spraying it down where he may come from. Truly a lucky kill, yes, but one that they needed immensely to allow this one to happen. Bordo looking to hold the line. Basti now making a trade work. First station cleared here by the side of FIT. They go for the resurrection even. And it's a perfect chance to pinch over to the site itself. Java now will fall. They're looking around to try and find Basti. He will die after getting rid of Basti. And that's all left now to Casey in the 1v4 scenario. Flashes out. Tries to get control of the heavens. Bit of the blast back action to get on the way. It's first ship there prepared to take him down. It's still not done here for FIT.
FIT has a long way to go. I mean, not that long, but it is still the case, because if ever that this is going to be around here for the side of FIT, then of course there's still they can actually still afford something the next round for the side of Warlocks. I mean, some of them, not everyone, but you get the point. And of course they would still try and shut FIT down, considering that they need 2 more rounds in order to set the par and pull off an overtime. But also, you also have a 3 ultimates here present on the side of Warlocks. Showstopper can be materialized, and the rest of the other ultimates and might be able to be utilized in order to win the round for themselves despite the odds. But now, this is fairly different. Earlier on, we are seeing heavy presence during the mid and the B side, but now it is going to be the A side, which is they're going to attempt to go into. But Casey is just holding this angle a bit too low, but actually has been spotted out by Nico. And now going for the satchel, and now connecting a couple of shots onto them. And now it's already the showstopper being activated as well. And now it's a 1v3. Everything will be able to flex this out. Already good for 1, but there's still a couple more people and he has to face up against. Resurrection already popped up here as well. Paranoia maybe disorienting him. He's just being found out here like the rabbit. Defenders and win. Now hunted down by the members here from the side of MCL. Yeah, what a great play here for the side of MCL.
Yeah,
Good
MCL.
counter.
They did it. Case and point there at the very end. It's case closed by Casey. How many times has he been able to do that? And a victory there, absolutely well deserved by the Warlocks. We truly see, though, overall in the series, that they're quite the team to begin with. They're quite units to watch out for here, Mochi. And at the very end, just able to put Kill in such a situation like that really has fit the mold MCL has been looking to play for so long already.
Yeah, actually, I really love the fact of how much growth that MCL currently has, specifically Yanagi. I mean, he has been the star player of MCL ever since, but right now it's fairly different. The prowess is different, the aura is different, all the sneaky things that he is doing here is really making him stand out from the rest of the team, as well as the fact that Pord might also be one of the factors contributing to that, and of course, Casey as well, as the breach in this game. He's been able to pave the way around the world for the rest of the members here of the Warlocks to walk into, and in turn, they've been able to tame the Tamaraus here on the side of FIT Pendulum. FIT Pendulum, good run. It seems like today is not your day, but still, it's okay, guys.
Yeah, there's still more to come, and we still have one more matchup to go on in the first place. Absolutely excited though, because I do believe that will be UST versus HAU, and that's another matchup with the beef in check. So really, the team brewer that's Mochi, very excited for that one. Really happy to have seen all these matches so far. And let's not forget, the Alliance Games Finals will be held live at Conquest 2022, happening on July 23 to 24. At Conquest, you'll get a chance to watch all the All-G finalists battle it out on stage, meet your favorite gaming and esports personalities, enjoy a lot of different programs and activities for all kinds of gamers. Stay tuned for more Conquest updates at the official FB page of facebook.com/conquestphl. We'll see you guys though in a bit. We'll go on a break and we return. It's that final match of the day. Dax and Mochi signing out for now. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Dead lane. 50, 50, 50, 50.
Play time, guys.
After
Play time,
that, after that.
play time.
Inserting. Out, out, out. Nice.
Oh, where are you going?
I just want you guys to know.
I want you to know. How did you die?
The juice box! The juice box!
No, he got
The juice box!
I
The
whiffed,
juice
dude.
box is out! The juice box
I
is
saw
out!
everything, he whiffed.
I told you guys!
He
I had
whiffed
you
it.
guys... Dude, I had Ken on split.
Should be on stream, he was flanking eh.
Yeah, for sure. That's it. Dude, the whole world saw that. Dude. I promise you. I promise you, they saw that.
on stream?
Oh, for sure, dude. I'm not happy about it.
You guys always last alive. He's baiting the entire team. Just kidding, I'm just kidding. Oh my god.
Okay, you're good. See more. Oh.
Lamppost.
No way. You're actually cracked.
Am I actually that good?
Look at Mateo. Look at Mateo's camera. He looks so bored. He wants me to die so badly, dude. Rest!
Okay, rest.
My duty is not over!
Go Trent.
Omen's 10 HP eh.
One short, I think, and one gen.
Oh! What are they doing?
Let's go!
What are they
He's sleeping right in the front.
What?
Guys, games are done. Focus.
Do shower. Let's do shower, I think.
No. Flashing. Defuse.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Nice comeback. Nice one. Warm up. Bago pa ko mata. Wagi ko warm up. Kilibangon, bjugo.
130 jet. They're in.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I got 3? What the f? I got 3, I held the click. I was so blind. Heaven is a. Nice.
Oh my goodness, he's getting the
Ano
kills
ba?
against the wall bang as well! 1v2 left remaining. He's on par for the 8th. He gets the 4th. Will he get
Nice shot. Sorry. Smoke off ka. Offset?
Goes long, Abago.
Oh, nice guys. GG, nice game. Mamatara ko sa'yo sunod. GG. But I need to poop.
Mid do.
Okay.
Face your fear!
Remida. Dagan kayo, tulo. Tulo. Nice. One more. Last mid Goro.
Ako city.
Mid Goro.
Hold on, B main. Makara.
Nice.
Oh my god!
Let's go! Guys! I got you!
Kevin.
I love you,
Kevin.
Wala game mo komplement ako kung anong siya gikuha.
Gerbats, Lars?
Nanita ako
Nading. Isa pa Kulong ho ka.
Bilang isa.
Labasan natin.
Isa pa.
Lumabas ako. Dead.
Nice boys. Nice shorty. Na-shorty si Idol.
Shorty!
One side.
Nice.
Pwedeng boat long. Bilang.
Both long. Left and right.
One remaining 3 HP. The wall bangs will be there. Will he survive? He moves in forward. Can he get the defuse? I think not, but maybe go for some exit frags here. As DTP, the only one remaining, gets the headshot once more. Stay at Desu. What will he do?
Nice one. Oh,
sheesh.
Paki-strix!
Uy, gagi. Ano mo yung up ko? Nagsira yung keyboard ko, boy! Gogi ka.
Seryoso? Abot. Oh my god, Trix!
Keyboard ko, boy! Pumindot! Hindi!
pre, muntik na.
Diba? Pinipindot ko, gagi.
Oh, gagi ka. Oh my god, Rick.
Tas.
Hey, bawal yun!
What the?
Good call, Kel. Good call.
Yeah, all tricks, pre. All tricks, all.
One more. That's it. One more.
Apa? No time.
Hindi na pick.
Nice one, Basti. Let's go.
Grabe ka na, Kiel. Ibang klase ka na.
Ano kami ko?
6-man bid, pre.
Ikaw kailan kung komportable ako pareho. Baka mamaya after sasabihin mo, di ko siya komportable mag-jet. Sabi ko, practice na mag-jet.
Ngayon, par.
Hindi, ako na lang.
Kaya ako na mag-jet.
Ayan.
Topic, Miko. Topic. Isang bagsak. Paano? Isang bagsak lang. 1, 2, 3. Tama, bilis. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I mean, chamber. I think it's A.
Smoke A.
Ball niya?
Yeah, it's A. Flashing.
Pushing.
I'll go. I'm dashing out.
Oh, I'm blind as.
Chamber. Hell.
Hell jet.
Right side hell.
Timber slate, no?
Yeah, chamber state. I have your shirt. Oh, shirt. Oh my god!
Hindi nakita yung paa niyo doon. What?
Bro, the timing, walang pa ng bullets.
Ba't hindi kita yung paa niyo doon?
Magic, bro. Ano, epic fail moments.
Yeah, nakita ko.
Watch Mojo.
This is a Christian server mistake.
Oh no, I'm gonna burn.
Okay, darter no.
No.
Darting.
Flashing.
Are you guys gonna go?
Flashing.
Nice flash. One wine.
Jenny. Nice one, boys! Ay, naku, may timeout na naman. 7 rounds, boys. 7 rounds. We win. 7 rounds.
Wala muna ako, matataba ko sa thesis ko.
Huwag ka na mag-thesis. Wala bimin mo, bro.
Dungan mo.
Flashing. Wait lang.
Low kill J, 74.
Padre.
16.
Let's go. Nice retake.
Take it.
I'm lit, boy.
Wala, may check ako na close. Baka check ako na. Pero,
Flashing off.
ready na mo? Labak sa'yo.
Smoke gun ko.
Under. Sud. Hookah.
Hook out elbow.
Munid ako, Chob. Nadasmagan ko.
Wala.
Yeah, throwing team. Sabotaging reported.
Low ng raise. 1 HP.
Raise Keolo.
Ready flash ko.
Nice.
Low na diba? Hindi, Keora. Ay, raise ra.
Out na. Backset. Uy, di planted ko rin ako.
Oy. Staking nga. Unahang planter.
Nice. Ay, bro. Kabalera. Lain.
City Sova.
Akin heaven mo.
City lang, Sova. Last City.
Darting backside.
Yol na.
Pwede.
Tumigit ako sa heaven, pare!
Alam ko magaling ako.
Hookah orb.
One short.
Dalawa ka?
May pito.
May naka-city ako One more. One more hookah. One more. On the left.
Dead long.
Grease hookah. Dead.
He's dead, bro. He's dead.
No!
Dude, I was about to knife him.
Uy, ba't ka nag-ulti?
Gambang thrower!
Nabindot ko!
Oh my god!
Yun, dito ka lang.
Oy, yung die. Yung die
Hindi namatay orb eh.
Push!
Taga, push. Tag.
I need a reset! Dito siya, Derek.
Oh! Get wrecked, kid!
Oh.
I need a reset. Could be reclearing A.
Leave me. I'm gonna get him.
I'm blind.
I have left.
In.
Wait, fight backside with him. Fight backside.
I'm stunned.
I'm pinging.
Dead.
Sky 78 default.
Dalawa smoke.
Chill.
Tino, just help him. Tino, just help. Can we all go?
Can we go?
Both default.
Yo. Nice, let's get default. Stop.
Nice.
Nice! Dude, they know I play in my smoke and they still can't kill me,
Tino.
dude.
Give it to Tino.
Wait, they actually voted the way.
The neon stun! The neon threw a stun at my smoke, dude.
I'm done.
He threw a stun in my smoke and he still didn't kill me.
The stun's useless. Stuns are useless in this game.
Hey, you guys need to remind me to speak only English, dude. Because if not, I'm gonna get roasted again. I'm not trying to get roasted anymore, dude.
Two garage.
Nice.
One more. 80. Nice.
50. Planting default.
I've never seen you lose these.
Backside.
Sure win with the drone, dude.
Might take space,
Yun lang.
Oh, good.
Nice!
Yun lang.
So, oh my god, dude. I don't know why. It sounded like you were actually gonna shoot that, dude. You actually
almost shot it,
you're actually
Given how many times Tino has done brain dead stuff, I thought he was gonna shoot it as
You're
well.
actually the type of dumbass to
Oh,
shock
you wouldn't have
yourself,
that.
dude.
I got mine.
Wait,
Oh no! All good.
Neon ramp.
You have a Vandal there.
Heaven now?
Heaven. I'm in the worst position.
Can you fight with me here? Because I have a Vandal. I don't
Okay,
want to have it.
One ramp. Can you swing, Jeff?
I have Heaven.
I have Evan.
Nice!
Anton, they're dead.
You're just gonna Wait, what are you?
Hey, my KD!
This is Filippo.
This is Jessica.
And here we are, guys, back with the Alliance games. The playoffs still going on. And hey, it's been a while, my good friend. Dax here with the fabulous Ling 2X. Watching out for Valiant Esports versus the Teletigers. So ano Ling? Nagsama na naman tayo dito. And we are going to be getting quite the matchup to remember here at the collegiate circuit.
Quite the matchup indeed, and of course there's going to be more than adjectives to even describe these games, aside from the beef, aside from the playful banter na nakikita natin sa Facebook. So if you guys haven't been tuned in yet, do not forget to follow the Facebook page, and of course share the stream dahil may pag-giveaway tayo. But going back to the topic, we talk about the beef here, and the players that will be competing. It's not just that. Is their personalities also clashing? And you know what's the fun part of this level of competition is that aside from the gameplay that you have to focus on, there is a reputation, there is an ego that you really have to uphold. And for these players right here, for sure, they will just let the gameplay do all the talking, Nito Dax. There's no way to settle all the beef, all the conflict, rather than here against USC Teletigers versus Holy Angel University sa matchup na ito. And hopefully, magkakaroon din tayo ng a little bit of fun aside from tryharding in these games.
Magkakaalaman, di ba? So ano ba? What is up between these two teams? Ano yung tealing? Alam ko naman, ikaw yung makwento dito na between UST and HIU, these guys have been having the banters for quite a while, not just in the game itself, pero usapan pa lang, may away na eh.
I mean, if you have been like updated recently, itong mga pinagpo-post nila, sabi ni Blas, hindi niya daw alam how, pero siya yung pinakaunang nagko-comment kapag may laban kami. Low-key fanboy, question mark? Or let's say they're just scouting the competition. And like for VODs like this, for a broadcast like this, it's hard for you not to even notice all of your fans, all of your supporters naman din sa comment section, diba? Appreciate the support. And mali mo, it could have been a misunderstanding on their part for Goop and Blast. And I honestly love how they're constantly just trying to give each other's like responses and replies on social media or sabi natin on these interviews.
Alam mo naman na ba? May usapan pa lang mainit-init na, but we got the map pool also to watch out for. And it's pretty similar to what we've been seeing most of the day here, Ling. We got Bind, we got Icebox, we got Split yet again. And it's just a bit of a different order compared to the last series around. Pero ano naisip mo dito? Because I'm honestly interested to see who's gonna be playing here for both of these squads. And from some of the previews that we have here in our lobby real quick, parang hindi nga si Blas yung maglalaro dito. So, makikipagsalita siya, pero bigla na lang hindi susulpot. Instead, you got Dos, you got Groovy, you got Kill, you got Ramen, you got Prophecy. Ano ba yan? Blas, pinabayaan na lang yung iba.
Oh, yes, pinabayaan talaga. You know, baka sinabi na nga natin kanina, siya din ang magko-comment sa chat natin ngayon. So if you guys are actually curious kung saan kami naka-broadcast right now, we're also live on Twitch. So if you're ready to join in the conversation or give your inputs and support to your favorite teams, just let us know in the comment section. And also, Dax, ano ba yan, Blast? Dapat ikaw yung nandito. Bakit yung mga teammates mo ang ipapalaro mo sa matchup na ito? We're really looking forward on how this rivalry in between both orgs will turn out. And, you know, going back into the games, Bind, Icebox, and ano yung isang mapa, Dax?
We got Split there at the end.
Split there at the end. Hindi ka ba nagsasawa sa ilang Bind matches ang nakaka-cast mo dito sa AcadArena? Parang napaka-common pick yan siya ngayon lately eh.
I mean, we do what we need to do. Sila na bahala sa map. Tayo na lang pag-uusapan yung mga map mismo. And I understand why. Kasi nga, you can see here for the collegiate teams, they want to narrow down that map pool. They want to be as comfortable as possible. At kita naman natin, pag alam mo naman yung mapa, mas maganda yung magiging galawan mo dito, Ling. Siyempre, di ba? Pag bagong map, saan ako pupunta? Ano yung long? Ano yung short? Where are we going? Where am I looking? Saan ako titingin? But compared to something like classic maps like Bind and Split, alam na yan ng mga tao. Icebox also, you can consider that also. So for now, then, ito talaga, comfort pick at kung saan sila uunlad in the first place.
And aside from that, sa mga mapa na pinipilit nila ngayong gabi, I do have to say parang may malaking bagay talaga sa equation nito in on towards their way to victory is the agent drafts. Alam natin kung gaano karaming mga additions lately by Riot Games on the game Valorant, and it's just quite interesting that there's a lot of teams out there that are trying their best to incorporate the new agent to their current lineup, which is could be both a good thing and a bad thing. We've seen a performance a while ago ng LG Esports na medyo nagsastruggle sila playing around that fade comp. But now, for the side dito ng Holy Angel University and UST, do you think they would see there is going to be a possibility for them to incorporate these new agents or perhaps give a one last hurrah on Split, hopefully?
Yeah, I mean, everyone's just accepting that's gonna be gone sooner or later. Pero habang kaya pa ilagay sa map pool natin, might as well. And I wonder nga how it's gonna be in the tournament circuit for other kind of tourneys na 8-match draft, hindi wala lang talagang Split. Pero mukhang pupunta tayo dito ng Bind in the first place, Ling. At laban na naman. I'm just happy though na magkasama na naman tayo dito. We do hang out for quite a while, that's for sure. But on the casting stage, it's been a long time. So kumusta? Oo nga, it's like, kumusta? Nakita na rin tayo after so long.
And we were literally just talking about when will I ever get to cast with Dax again, man. Hindi na siya ma-reach.
Wow.
Mga ganun level.
Wow, grabe siya. No way. I'm just here to get paid and get going. Thing is
Damn,
though,
that's so honest.
100%. Ganun talaga yun. But in truth, I'm just happy to also do Alliance games.
You love casting Dax?
I
love
100%.
casting
It's
so
my
much.
passion, pare. Don't you know? I cannot live without casting a tournament. Kung wala
That is
yun,
true.
wala akong point sa buhay. Pero ito talaga yun. It's just different always to get back into the Alliance games. Kasi you always see these newer faces, and on the other hand, sometimes some old faces that have gotten even better. Kita mo yung progress, diba? And we always want progress moving forward, diba, Ling?
And we've been talking about progress, we've been talking about yung Alliance game. Ito yung mga Alliance game gamers. Alliance gamers na makikita natin. You know, pretty much standard na makita na double initiator, meron tayong standard brimstone pick, meanwhile sa kabila naman tayo still running with the double initiator, but this time they're playing in a completely different comp. Diba usually nakikita natin is just going in for the mirror matchups. You know what works in the current meta, but here we're seeing two different entities, two different identities, two different playstyles, and we will see how will the difference would actually be a huge matter para sa long nito. A map that everyone else knows how to play, which is gonna be Vine, and it just goes down in the difference on how they will be approaching it. How will they be able to tackle these problems or provide any solutions in terms of what they see as mistakes in terms of their gameplay, or sabi natin on how they've been behaving in the map.
So how do you play Bindling? As we have now HAU versus UST. Sige nga, pa-enlighten nga, what is Bind to you?
What is Vine to me? it's actually one of the maps that I did fall in love with the game. It doesn't it gives like a completely different feel compared to the other FPS titles in existence. So yeah, the TP's very unique, very original Valorant. Yeah, I gotta agree.
Bro, I love teleporters, Barry. It's just like, whoa, suddenly you're here on the other side. What's going on?
Wow.
Wow. It makes a sound and it's already impressive. We didn't even talk about the compositions here. Double initiated for the attacking side. You got that raise, you got that chamber, even for the Teletigers. And one thing UST has always been in the Alliance game ecosystem is to have innovation in their compositions. It's all about the execution, though. On the other side, we have that Breach Brimstone from the roster of HAU. And Prophecy already foretelling the demise of Patty. You got Axia and Astro on the board. Groovy will trade back. So immediately, it's 3 versus 3. It's some action forced out there by the defense with the teleporter play.
Huge teleporter plays. They've gotten even the chance to even eliminate so many agents early on in the round, but still we have to boil down on how will they be able to react or at least utilize the remaining amount of abilities in their kit. And speaking of such, we are going to be seeing possibly a site execute, or we see Kale taking out the first frag here as they try to go in for the objective plays. Now the spike no longer in the possession here of the attacking side, and we have to see how USC, the Teletigers, would even try to commit this any further on towards me. 30 seconds left on the clock, and we could definitely see and hear the smokes being deployed. Although the fade, Astro play out his luck, make that Astro, make out 2. No, it is gonna be just 1, and the 1v1 is gonna be falling down in the hands of the better Brimstone, which is Ram.
Ooh, you're throwing down the gauntlet already, Linga. Away ka agad sa simula pa lang, and for HAU, they win that. Ikaw pa talaga yung magsisimula eh. Parang yung sa flip-top mismo, diba? You're the person who feels like, oi, ito na, laban na, round 1! And Ling already getting into the action. While we also saw...
Spark some, ano
You
naman
kind
dito?
of want to initiate this, don't you? But speaking of initiations, we just got for HAU the hold after the psych out, basically. Ankle breaker galawan when you play with the teleporter. And this time now, the Teletigers looking to go for the push if ever. Kale, though, right behind the lamps, ready to set up any kind of peek if need be. Boombot gets the confirmation. And for the side here for the Teletigers, they just want to make it close. A few shorties along the way. A little interesting if you're going to be trying to peek out towards short with a shorty. I don't think it's going to work out too favorable for you. Ram, though, holding it down. And a slower play right now for the Teletigers as they're trying to find a way to punish HAU if they do aggress.
Aggression, not exactly the forte here at the moment coming out from the defending side. How is playing this a bit too passively, but they've secured all of the necessary angles that they could even secure those early frags. Unfortunately, though, Sir is canceling out that effort. We see information even being relayed by the attacking side for their advantage. Unfortunately, though, for Groovy, not exactly quite sure if he actually gets Goop. As soon as the smoke dissipates, he's going to be turning around just in the worst possible timing there is. Although he knows that there's someone coming out from his behind. A quick comeback up coming up from the race, unfortunately. Prophecy, it's not even one to even further aggress to that. Good thing, though, he's able to secure the kill. Now, he's down to 28 HP. But actually pull out his luck here on the 1v3. That is going to be Cirque. Unfortunately, though, it is the Ghost that will prevail in this situation. And that is going to be the second, making this game in a 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 there. It's just so many bullets from the Spectre. He turns around, tanks the Frenzy in the first place. And that's enough for HAU to survive a little bit more. So low on the HP, but enough on the guns. 2 casualties, though, applied here by USD. So they can make their third round a bit more in their favor, to say the least. This is a better possibility right now here for the Teletigers. You have that fade, though, with the KO. When you look at the composition like that, you need that intel, you need that suppress to get the job done. If not, it's gonna be hard to set things up. And HAU, I think that's the beauty of running that breach right now. Can stay away from the KO's range. Layo lang layo dito si Kale para lang makatulong. And then you add on perhaps Groovy getting that intel with the Sky here. In these closer corners, it's gonna be a bit more reliable. And just some interesting dynamics now. We have all these different initiators. Pero walang Sova. Laos na si Sova, pre. Wala na eh.
I mean, I just gotta say, parang, I just love how the playstyle of these teams would completely evolve depending on whichever works best for the team, especially with the comps that they're forcing to do right now, which eventually made them even better. I mean, let's just say Laos is Sova, but we have something better. We have the utilities and Fade, and we also have Sky there with the Trailblazer. Really good in terms of scouting for more information in isolated targets or isolated parts of the map, but I just really hate how they nerfed that agent though, which made him less efficient. And speaking of efficiency, they have been trying to even penetrate the site any further. Si Ram dito naglalaso inside of Crane, but he's like Matty, just trying to make sure that all the angles have been checked. Now, Spike being planted on B. Let's see how this retake will even turn out, knowing that the Rolling Thunder is going to be committing quite too early with no follow-up almost immediately. People coming in from backside, but we see the fault line being committed here in Garden as well. Now,
30 seconds left.
No. It is not 3, that is 30 Ling, and it's still gonna be a 4v5 with no objective being met just yet. What was that pressure being installed, and they even decide to even re-aggress? There goes the guiding light to even guide anyone towards their own deaths. Unfortunately, there goes the Reaper, that is Cirque, and Matty takes the frag for himself as well. 9 seconds left on the clock. Can they even commit for the objective? Yes, they can, but Kill tries to apply more pressure. Unfortunately though, Cirque is now there for the lurk, and that's where we see them. UST with a quick on answer back, and that was too close. I hate it. I hate it.
Oh, was that quick? It took a while, in all honesty. When I see what the HAU squad was able to do, they go for the Rolling Thunder for the stall that you mentioned it perfectly, but it was just a do or die situation for the Teletigers as much as possible. They had to win out that fight because of the time being bought by Kale and Co. And it was a tough endeavor. And you mentioned it got close, it got dicey.
You want
but the
to play?
Teletigers
Let's
able to go
play.
on the prowl and get that round win anyway. So they're back on the board, and we're gonna be getting a game here, ladies and gentlemen. Exia now trying to keep an eye out towards the A sites. Again, pressure being applied towards B, but you can see for UST, bigger characteristics here has to be the fact that these guys love to play it slow and steady and then execute when they get that intel. That's the beauty of that Fade and that KO. Effectively enough where they need to the most to get that intel, they can gather it here. Ramdo trying to go for the hold, ready with the smokes and ever. Short now the push here from the side of Teletigers, and Exia looking to lead the charge. Bit of the bounces and first contact here. Ram will go down, and the Teletigers draw first blood.
They have given enough choices for their team on how or where they're going to be hitting on next, but A could be the best decision that the team could actually go for. And now that the spike being planted here is going to be quite too early on, is going to be putting themselves in a better position, better post-ban scenario for the team here, the Teletigers now. You hold control, completely lost almost immediately coming out from Gale. Now Acho is out, he takes out his third, and where do we actually see Group here, who is going to be playing out for the clutch? Not exactly going to be taking the first kill, but still, an almost situation for them, and it's a good thing that Holy Angel was able to pull that one off.
Just pull it off, just go for the hole, and despite an early pressure there being applied by the Teletigers, you can still see the potency of HAU coming into fruition. 8 takedowns already for Kale. Just so impressive to basically hold things down as much as possible. And really, space is going to be the biggest factor here for the Valiant squadron as much as possible. These guys are very ready to go for the retake if ever. These guys are just going to be always prepared as much as possible to go for the retake or prevent that plan from even happening. And for HAU, that's really one of the biggest strengths here. Exit though, null command to start things off. Nightfall also from the short angle. A bit of a redo this time from the side of the Teletigers, and they will get the plant down.
Spike planted.
They've given enough chances for the team to actually play themselves now. Pretty much a favorable spot. But unfortunately though, that shower's control not exactly being taken on the drag, just have to pay the price right now. But for Kill though, what is happening there? Judge kills that I'm not even seeing on the map. That it could have been a juicy one, but for him. He just decides to pick up the Vandal and still goes in a quick on tap Ruse. And the team is just wiping the floor right now for Teletigers. A really quick one. I wish I could have seen more. I wish.
Well, in the blink of an eye, it's effectively done here. I can't believe, though, that despite the Teletigers getting to establish their flag towards the site itself, it's still HAU who finds the answer. Valiant right now, absolutely potent so far. Just able to hold themselves back enough. The discipline is exemplary here for HAU in the first place. And things are looking good for them. 11 takedowns up for Kale. He's just absolutely popping off the Rolling Thunder. Plus the Showstopper. Tools now to try to keep the run on. Ram, though, keeping an eye out. They got Atro right now, also looking for the frag. But Groovy and Matty already making the trades happen. It's a rifle, though, being dropped by Valiant Esports. So they do have to be careful when they over-aggress like this.
You have to be careful, especially when they're losing so many people early on in the game. And for Gil, though, he decides to even avenge their teammates even. But the effort, though, that this man has to take, man, he actually has gotten map because I'm not exactly quite sure if he knows that the spike is just right around the corner. He's gonna be your enemy lurking from the shadows. That is Acho. Now they have the spike once again, and let's see how this round even turn out. Man, imagine, ang raming nila napitas early on. They had that advantage, but it's just, no, Ram, don't do us like that.
He's gonna do it.
Don't just do those jiggles.
He's gonna do
go
it.
for that.
Oh man, no, he did the damage though. Ling, he did the damage, and really HAU, they overextended their borders, but now it's DOS versus Cirque, the battle of the chambers. His name is DOS, but all he needs now is a single shot to ring the ears of the opposition. Cirque, they're going to be going onto the inside, trying to navigate through the lamps. It's going to be very dicey, though. A ring around the rosy gameplay. It's cat and mouse. Go for the chase. Go for the angle. And there you go. The single shot uno for DOS. And that will be another round for Valiant Esports.
I was gonna say something that
Oh,
was supposed to start with Tress, but I couldn't. I couldn't keep up with Spanish counting backs. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry, I watched Dora.
Cinco.
Tara, Dora watch party.
Hello.
So it's uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco. Okay.
What comes after cinco?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You're so good at this, Dax.
The
linguist.
No comprendo un español, señorita.
Hola, mi amigos.
¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
Yes.
You know, Filipinos kind of like Spanish. I was saying to one of my friends, they're gonna go to Spain and be like, if you go to Spain and you speak Filipino, do you think they're gonna understand you clear enough? And I'm just like, there are some words, some of it. Like,
I don't think we're allowed to say that on broadcast, Dax.
Whoa.
That's the only Spanish word that I know.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Okay.
Lababo. That's a Spanish Filipino word.
Launching smoke.
Anidoro. Oh, it is. Is it not?
Escuela. This is.
Kamusta, dude? Kamusta?
Kamusta is not Spanish. No.
Okay,
it's close.
Fine.
No,
I like Spanish, but does that count?
No, I guess I'll give it to you a little. ¿Cómo está? Kamusta? Close enough. Proud of you, Ling.
Hola.
Okay, why don't we talk about the La game here and the Groovy already perfecto to actually get that takedown onto Cirque. So a great start here for the defense, and it does feel like for Valiant Esports they have learned their lesson despite still winning the round from the clutch. They're just gonna be holding passive angles in the more aggressive stance. DOS right on top of the container, and I just love the positions HAU are taking here. They're so respectful of the positions that the Teletigers can take, but look at the opportunity. Look at the range that they're trying to play. And let's not forget, they have the utilities for the racing in PvP. Ramdo fighting Goop with the takedown 2v4 now.
I honestly just love how they're trying to make all the right decisions in terms of when they're going to be peaking, especially for the duels that they should be taking. And given that of the matter, they've delayed even further the objective that is supposed to be met by the attacking side. Now, Teletigers not exactly going to be committing anything, but still, as much as they can, inflict much damage to their economy, which is they couldn't even risk for themselves. Now, it's already a 6-1. Valiant Esports is already up for the lead on by 5 points. And I do have to say, they have been trying consistently in shutting down the economy, or perhaps canceling out any point of effort that Teletigers is trying to do in this map right now. Canceling out map control, all those utilities are going to be coming out to waste because the microplays have been completely on point with these flash peaks, with the proper amount of aggression that they have been displaying so far. Man, if they keep this up, it wouldn't be a problem for them to actually land out this series.
And not only that, it's just the job isn't done with what the plan down. There's so many members of HAU still alive. Just having that breach is such a big conundrum. We added the Brimstone for good measure. And Kale, of course, will get the first takedown. Sork able to trade back with that through the force. Groovy and DOS on the board yet again. Groovy hits that. DOS played his namesake. And this is just absolutely commanding here from HAU. 7-1. It's like they gave a chance to UST, but it's all HAU from then on.
Sabi na nga ba? Blast! Blast, baka naman.
Blast, baka naman. Wala nga dito eh.
Blast ko nandito kapag galawin mo yung baso.
Busy yung mga boys of the Naos eh. Yeah, yun.
Yeah, they've been quite busy, but it's just nice how the roster is still able to perform regardless of whoever's playing. And sa ganitong level ng competition talaga, Dax, parang isipin mo, the level of preparation that you have to go through in terms of competing itself is just gonna take more than just weeks, more than just 100 hours of your time, but it's gonna take months. And for both teams to actually understand that, they have to know very well that everyone is fully equipped to the point na hindi natin hahayaan na we are gonna be underperforming here. Kasi we really want to reach it up to the Conquest Finals and actually get to meet Kaide sort of scenario. But
I want to meet Ling 2X there. Pwede ba yun?
Bro, I heard she's a toxic streamer. Why do you want to meet her so much?
Dude. I heard though that she's like the nicest person in the world. Tipong siya mismo magdadala nung table para sa meet and greet niya. Ganun siya kabait, di ba?
Wow. Ako din magbibigay ng mga pentel pendant.
Oo, di ba? Ikaw na magsusupply.
Ako na mismo bibigay ng autograph kahit walang humihingi.
Oo, nasa iyo na ang lahat. Alam naman natin, picture pa lang. Worth priceless na yun pagkasama si Lee. Pero ito na yun, it is quite a heavy price that Teletigers are basically paying here over and over and over again. Dosto, that's some good suppression, and it could have netted Teletigers a kill. Unfortunately, he found the corner to not get tagged down by the paint shells. And now the Teletigers waiting for someone to peek on that. Dosto already on the left-hand side. Perhaps a double swing here, but Matty finds the timing onto one. The fault line a little too late to the party. Groupie now trades it back. It's 4v4 after the play.
I'll find you.
Huge on impact that they've basically implemented early on in the game, and it seems like we are going to be seeing a much of an effort here coming out from Agile with this A-short push. Now Rolling Thunder. It's a bit too early now, but the flash even does for his teammates. Kill, what was that? Sir, but they secured the kill. That's what matters right now. In this DU5, they still have the Brimstone ultimate they could actually use, but Exia is going to be trying to make sure that they're going to be evening out the numbers. And with everything that has happened so far, there is still no spike plan. It has been a marathon that the Brimstone basically went for to even go towards B. Now it's all going to be up to Goop to even place themselves in the rightest angles possible to even delay or cancel out anyone who's going to be going in for the early on rotation. Now Chamber has to catch up now. Has enough time, has a lot of ground to cover though. It's all going to be up to the Brimstone. Goop to fend the side all on his own, possibly getting the first one or perhaps the second. Can Groovy win this out? Turn around just right in time. No, he does not even, or he could not even handle that 2v1. And this is where we see finally USC Teletigers taking back the momentum that was supposed to be theirs in the first place.
A much needed round there for the Teletigers. I do like the fact that Goop again going for these kind of calls, assessing where it's better to put that spike down. And it allows Cirque, who has been finding the numbers of kills going his way, to get the duels that he needs to basically win it out for them. For the Teletigers though, big lead still to try and gap close in the first place. And I'm still looking to get even more value out from the KO and the bait pick. We see a glimpse of it with that hookup play, right? At least the suppress is just absolutely valuable, and they were able to effectively get the kill just because of the quality of utility that they have. The problem is, it's few and far between because after that kind of play, it's still the HAU squadron effective enough for that retake, for that post plants, and it took some heroic efforts and some big kills to start things off for the Teletigers to get a bit of the advantage in that last round. But now the Prowler scouting around towards the shower. They're trying to get as much intel as possible as it's a hang-back approach here for HAU. Backside here for the chamber, watching for the showers. Lamps being held together by the brim. And yet again, it's all about the slow hold here for the defense, trying to see who will come out from the entranceways first and foremost.
No one is going to be moving a single inch here away from the site, or perhaps be a little bit too eager with the pushes. They fully understand that every ounce of utility has so much value in terms of how these rounds basically turn out. But meanwhile for DOS, he's going to even not going to take out Izuno. But the KO is already down on his knees, not exactly proposing anything for a site now. You see Teletigers are reassessing the situation. Unfortunately, though, they don't even have Acho in their equation to even further secure the round. Now they're playing this on a 2v5 dex, and Forcer has full-on control on towards the site. Full penetration, as we could definitely see. But for Kale, he is here already, signaling his teammates that everyone is going to be, or should be here at the moment. But for them, man, they're just pushing in the most untimely way possible. Now it is 1v4. Can we make this work? No, he does not. And a retake expected to happen coming in from Valiant Esports, and it's still gonna be a point lead for them.
Huli at Gulong, he just got found there into the corner. And goodbye, good sir. Should see you later into the next round. Still, it's just case in point here. You put that spike down. It's not the safest aspect, really, of the Teletigers play. I would love to see if they can actually net some kills early on into the round and then use their second cycle of utilities to get another one. Because the fact of the matter is, HAU is playing so, I'd say, well, in a manner where they can be a bit more passive on one instance, but then just bounce back when they need to the most. And perhaps one more thing they can bring out here could be just a deeper entry for the side of the Teletigers. Just not put that spike down as of yet. Decide to commit even further just to remove the rendezvous from the equation, the breach utilities from the equation, and the showstopper now gonna be the play. So it seems like Matty trying to get the memo, but 2 HP left lane. What will the showstopper even get if he shoots this? He is dead to rights right in front of him, launches it to the doorway, gets absolutely nothing. And it's 5v5 right now. They got the space to work with, but it isn't still the win condition here for USD.
And they fully understand that they really need everyone here to make these retakes even work, which is where we see USD Teletigers have been struggling to hold up against the side here ng Valiant Esports. Now they even force out the spike plant happening still on B side. We see Groovy taking in a few kills for himself as well. Now being suppressed by the dagger. No, they only gonna be doing this on aim duels alone and still be prevailing over everyone else. Can Teletigers finish this one out? Flash beacon for one. Can we take another? No, he does not, sir. Ang hirap, Dax. Ang raming flashes kung nakita mo naman.
Okay, that's why I close my eyes before the fight starts.
Grabe.
Ganun ako mag-cast. Yung tipong hahawakan yun lang screen just to try and figure out what's going on.
Last
but then again,
round in
you
the
mentioned it. It's just so difficult to navigate in the first place. How many flashes does the defense have? You have the breach, you have the sky, and it just becomes such a big bother when suddenly there are slow fields from the chamber, you get the molly out of nowhere, the smokes, plus of course the paint shells to add things up. And it's just all about the value here. Kale is just priceless for HAU right now. 16 takedowns. Just so many ways to help out his team with those flashpoints and with those fault lines. And so many times, you can see now the hesitation here of USD. They feel like they want to be secure about the round, but you can never get that sense whatsoever just because of the HAU retake. Now then, Boombot gets a spot on immediately. This big intel and a big pickup from Kale to catch out Cirque to start things off. 5v4 immediately. They have all the intelligence in the world to know that the Teletigers are coming their way towards that A side. And look at them already. Active map control on the lurk. We have that Sky watching out for the Brimstone. Nightfall though gonna be the call to start things off. Over the strike can be play, but Matty finds Prophecy. It's 4v4 now. DOS on the inside of the lamps here. Towers being taken down. Held together, and Teletigers making some space to get the plant on.
Spike planted.
The plant on its way. Can Teletigers actually follow through with the given situation they have been dealt with right now? The cards, if played right, could land their way to the victory of this round, but the Brimstone, uses his ultimate too soon, taking out the Fade, which is Atro. Now, They could fake in the tap. Not exactly quite sure if these players coming out from A-Short are aware that Groovy is out there for the lurk. Good in Flash Peak Trailblazer to even further scare everyone out.
Enemy remaining.
Get your shots right, sir. Oh my god, no. It's just hard. They're completely overwhelmed there.
And they're just completely overwhelmed, completely overrun. And it just continues on here again and again for the HAU trade.
Switching sides.
Swap sides. It's a 10-2 scoreline. And it's just a big indicator of how HAU are able to snatch victory at the jaws of defeat, basically. They can see the pressure. They can see that they're already fended off the site, but, you know, Evergate King can actually drop their whole kingdom just to take it back even better. And that's the case in point here. So many angles being taken by HAU to be active. Just, again, in the amount of tools that they can have here to make their lives so much easier, it's become even more effective. And the Teletigers, they're effectively put into a box and thrown away without the key in question. It's so problematic right now here for USD. They have some right ideas. They always have these great concepts. But in terms of execution, it's where HAU have the advantage ahead. Groovy now blindly like the call. Prophecy looking for a target. And it does seem like for HAU this time they're trying to scope out what this B defense is all about. They realize though that's a double stack towards B long. They get the guiding light on and they can actually execute from the hookah if ever. That's the case already. Trying to hold things off against the Fate. After looking to take down Luggage versus Prophecy. Prophecy able to get the trade back. Ruby on the board too. And an opening towards B side here for HAU.
An opening, which is definitely what they need in terms of fragging, but it's just gonna be the space that they have to worry about so far in this game. Now, no efforts being exerted just yet for them to even exercise any point of mobility coming out from these agents, which is they already lost the race too early on, and it's just a matter of time for them to actually figure out whether or not they should stay, whether or not they should even commit. And for them, commitment is definitely going to be the key. They're not even going to be scared of that still. They have the flashes in hand. They have all the abilities to even follow through in this situation. But unfortunately, though, it is going to be the aim that we should be relying on. Coming out from DOS, he takes out his first. Now, in this 1v3, what can Matty actually do? Now, he compromises his own position with the TP plays, with the steps that he's going to be taking here on towards Zuka. And unfortunately, though, his death is going to be happening quite too soon. No clutch for you, sir.
No clutch for you indeed. No way, no how. And this is looking to be HAU's domain again and again. They just found the right call one more time. They realized how heavy that stack was towards Belong, and then suddenly they just went for the push. Atro tried his best at least to look for the contest. But they're just so overwhelming right now here from HAU. And this Valiant Esports roster is looking to be primed and ready to do even better. One of the teams that has increasingly impressed all throughout the stages of the AcadArena circuit. Groovy though finding Matty XC already with the 4-5 situation, and he does make the trade happen. So that's a spike down. So there's a chance here for USD to try and hold things down. They also go for the teleporter and a mad scramble now to try and get this victory with Prophecy. He has foretelling that this is victory. Go in favor of the HAU squadron. DOS also on the board, 4v2 scenario, and a big advantage here for now for the attacking side.
Perhaps they actually understand that sooner or later may inip talaga itong mga defending side or mag-aasim at a certain point for them to actually try to even take away map control in this game with the given confidence that they're running at right now. They could commit all of the mistakes, but now might not be the best time to do so. They could possibly be losing this early on and have lost so much in their economy. And speaking of that economy, they have to win that back. Can Goop actually even try to pull this off? He's down to 29 HP, not exactly the most ideal of situations that we have to even deal with, but the cards are basically what he's left with.
There you go. And it's the card of death that this basically raids here. Now then, can this continue on? Can we actually get the Teletigers to get back into the thick of things? At the same time, Holy Angel University. All I can say is holy, because these guys are just impressive. Holy. Impressive to say the least. Just an absolute rip and tear of the opposition. The Teletigers may need to look to the next map to bounce on back, because there is just no question on how I'd say rigid HAU have been able to play this. They have just been so structured. They've been so effective on when to go for the calls for the raid take, when to go for the calls for the contest. And it's just these right decisions that go in their favor that allows HAU to prosper just like this. Dot Roller spray on down, searching for a target or two. But Teletigers, last ditch effort, just gamble with the judges and look to believe in the heart of the shotgun.
This can be quite too difficult. They still have 10 points that could definitely catch up on. Given that the tables have turned, they're going to be playing more as the people that will be making the first move right here. This is going to be an interesting chess game that we could be witnessing here, Dex, as we see the early on aggression coming out from the Rays. Prophecy, though, leading out the Brave. But unfortunately, though, there is going to be Goop who is going to be letting not anyone survive or even pass on towards the gates. I would not exactly say hell, but for sure, they're going to be raining on everyone here with Hellfire. Now, everything falls silent as everyone is trying to seek even more enemies to even slaughter. U-Hauls is going to be back on the possession here, or back on towards defender territory once again. But Gale, though, pretending as if this is not going to be a shot that he will be missing, or perhaps he will be hitting, though. Ooh, good on kill for him. Can he actually go for the last one? And he shall live another day thanks to the heal coming out from the sky, but they have 10 seconds left for this objective. And for Cirque, though, creeping. That was an almost lineup. What?
It could have been it, but there is just no stopping Holy Angel University whatsoever. HAU with commanding victory to start things off. And it will take quite the effort for UST to bounce back here. Sometimes it's not about the talking, it's about the action here, Ling. And really, all of Bind basically going to Valiant Esports there. There were some moments for UST. You can see that, again, the idea is solid. It can be a great plan. But at the very end, it's HAU who effectively executes so well on the plan over and over and over again. Choreographed to perfection. You can put it in an auditorium and you can say that it's already quite a beautiful sight to behold.
A beautiful sight to behold, and hopefully they will be giving us another pleasing sight of those amazing plays for the next game. And for Valiant Esports to actually try to follow through in this game, I have to say, whatever mentality that they're currently running at right now, regardless of the banter that we have been seeing here, they did not let that tiltedness or perhaps let anything get in their way that would affect their performance, which I have to commend for all of these players, right? They have kept their cool and pretty much running in the right mindset for today. And hopefully second map mapagpapa tuloy nila yun.
Wow, haba talaga.
Wow.
Ano ba yun? Matindi man, mapagkumbaba, those are traits rather than just characteristics. But all I can say, I can't even say that on stream too. But you know what I can say? Let's go on a break. Holy Angel University commanding presence in that first map. We'll see if the Teletigers can bounce on back. Dax here and Ling. We'll see you guys in just a bit for more of the Alliance games.
Shorty!
Shorty time.
Front side. Nice.
Pwedeng boat lang.
Both long. Left and right.
One remaining 3 HP. The wall backs will be there. Will he survive? He moves in forward. Can he get the defuse? I think not, but maybe go for some exit frags here. As DTP, the only one remaining, just jump once more. Stay at DLSU. What will he do?
Nice one. Oh,
sheesh.
He's tricks.
Uy, gogi. Ano mo yung up ko?
Nagsira yung keyboard ko, boy!
Gogi.
Gogi ka.
Seryoso? Abot. Oh my god, tricks.
Keyboard ko, pumindot. Hindi mo nakikita mo, diba? Pinipindot ko, gagi.
Oh, gagi ka. Oh my god, tricks.
Tas.
Hey, bawal yun! What the?
Good call, Kel. Good call.
Yeah, all tricks, pre. All tricks.
One more. That's it. One more.
Apa? No time.
Hindi na pipick.
Nice one, Basti. Let's go.
Grabe ka na, Kiel. Ibang klase ka na.
Ano kami ko?
6-man bid boy.
Ikaw kailan kung komportable ako pareho. Baka mamaya after sasabihin mo, hindi ko siya komportable mag-jet. Sa practice na ako mag-jet ngayon para. Hindi, ako na lang. Ako na mag-jet.
Ayan.
Topic, Miko, topic. Miko. Topic. Isang bagsak. Isang bagsak lang. 1, 2, 3. Tama, bilis. 1, 2, 3.
Chamber, I think it's A.
Smoke A, smoke A.
Ball niya.
Yeah, it's A, it's A. Flashing.
Counter pushing.
I'll go. I'm dashing out.
Oh, I'm blind as
Chamber, late chamber. Hell.
Hell jet.
right side hell, right side hell.
Timber's late, no?
Yeah, chamber's late. I have your shirt. Oh, shirt.
Oh my god!
Hindi nakita yung paa niyo dun, what?
Bro, the timing, walang pa ng bullets.
Ba't hindi kita yung paa niyo dun?
Magic, bro. Epic fail moments.
Yeah, nakita ko.
Watch Mojo.
This is a Christian server mistake.
Oh no, I'm gonna burn.
Okay, darter no. Okay, dart.
No.
Darting.
Flashing.
Are you guys gonna go?
Flashing.
Nice flash. One wine.
Jenny.
Nice one, boys!
Boy.
Ay, naku, may timeout na naman.
7 rounds, boys. 7 rounds. We win. 7 rounds.
Muna ako, mataba ko sa thesis ko.
Huwag ka na mag-thesis.
Wala bimin mo, bro.
Dungan mo.
Flashing. West, flash, wait lang.
Low kill J, 74.
Brother,
16.
let's go. Nice retake.
Thank you.
I'm lit, boy. I'm lit.
Wala, may check ako na,
Check
baka check ako na. Pero,
Flashing off.
pwede na mo? Labak sa'yo,
Smoke gun ko.
Under. Sud. Hookah.
Huka, elbow.
Dami.
Munid ako chob, nadasmagan ko.
Wala.
Yeah, throwing team. Sabotaging reported.
Low ng raise, 1 HP.
Raise Keolo.
Ready flash ko.
Nice.
Slow lang diba? Kediday, Keora. Ay, raise ra.
Out na, backset.
Uy, di planted pa rin ako.
Oy. Staking nga. Unahang planter.
Nice! Ay, mura! Kamalera! Lain!
City Sova to. Akin heaven mo.
City lang, Sova. Last City.
Darting backside.
Yul na.
Pwede.
Tumigit ako sa heaven, pare.
Alam ko magaling ako.
Hookah orb.
One short.
Dalawa ka?
May pito.
Ay, naka-city ako ah. One more. One more hookah.
One more.
On the left.
Dead long.
He's dead. Dead. He's dead.
Bro, he's dead.
No!
And guys, we are back here, Valiant Esports, with a commanding 1-0 lead over Teletigers in our final match of the playoffs for today. Dax here with the ever-famous Ling, and well, we just saw, don't look at me like that, Ling. We just saw the Valiant Esports. They were just as incredible as you. Oy. But beyond that, I kind of have to say the real quick. Pinagtitripan lang kita. Tropa, so totoo lang. Pinagtitripan lang kita. But in all honesty, let's go back on topic real quick. That was just a masterclass from HAU. It really feels like that they understood how to play their composition and they squeezed every bit out of it for prestige.
Ay, Machi. Sorry. Alam mo, ito talaga. I was aware na for Teletigers that they actually tried to play with a different roster. Teletigers brought in Acho and Uwa in her place for Moon and Chiron. And do you really think that this has made a difference in terms of their performance? Was it both is it a good thing or a bad thing for them in terms of what we have been seeing lately? Kasi sa pagkakaalam ko, this is the rematch ideally para para ng Valiant Esports versus Teletigers kasi they have went up against each other, I believe, in season 2, where How won against Teletigers. The matchup wasn't exactly that close, but it was a 13-8. And right now, playing on Bind, I mean, I could have expected more given the fact that they have definitely learned from that experience, which is I was like greatly disappointed in terms of how Teletigers played. But setting is on Icebox, palamig muna tayo dito, and hopefully for everyone else here that it has been a quick reset for the players, and we hopefully take this to map 3. I don't know. Kayo na bahala. Dax, what do you think about the agent drafts?
Parang tayong bahala rin makisama dito sa Icebox eh. Parang feel ko trabaho natin yung makisama dito. But truth be told, I think for the Teletigers, they're just kind of getting blown out of the water by the sharpness of Valiant Esports, and it's a perfect way to bounce back in the series by going into another map. You already see that this is pretty much the no duels composition that can be brought out on a map like Icebox. You can see this actually in VCT. It's technically a triple sentinel comp, and what the Teletigers are going to be wanting to do is to control the action with the post plant and prevent the plant from happening later on into the second half. At Valiant Esports, Prophecy, you already know his name, you already know his game, and he's ready to play that shit for the squad. This is a bit more standardized here for Valiant Esports. DOS going over to the chamber, pretty much the newest meta on Icebox right now. It really will just be that kind of case yet again. Teletigers, the concept is sound, but it's all about the execution. Valiant Esports, it's pretty meta, it's pretty clear-cut what they're gonna do, but by God, the way that they do it, the way that they play it, was able to give them the advantage. Can Teletigers bounce back and growl back against the opposition, or Valiant Esports ascend to newer heights yet again? Parang yun yung tanungan talaga dito lang eh. It's about kung kaya mo ba gawin yung gagawin mo dito, yung lalaroin mo dito, or kaya ba no other side na pakita lang sa'yo paano laruin yung meta mismo?
I mean, which is quite interesting because all of these teams have completely different approaches. Kahit sabihin mo, this is gonna be the meta, but this is how we're gonna be playing it because ito yung bumabagay sa playstyle ng team, ito yung bumabagay sa playstyle lang sabihin natin duelist na maglalaro para sa mga play natin, which is parang, I have to say, has played a huge difference in terms of how a team is able to build their identity for themselves. It's nice that you're gonna be able to imitate other playstyles coming out from those international teams for you to study and for VODs for you to even review, but it's a lot better that you're able to come up with a concussion of your own, which is something that is not exactly that quite common in the Southeast Asia region, but hopefully in the competitive scene with the given talents that we could be witnessing here on this matchup is something that could be a good start. And speaking of great starts, we see Exia though goes in for the quick on trade for his teammates, putting everything down and calming the storms even further. As the snow has settled in, we see an aggressive push here coming out from the Viper on towards B, just lurking in the shadows with the poison and perhaps a dagger or a classic that could come in handy for him to even secure the kills. But what was that angle, DOS? An almost swing for you, and could be your death at a certain point.
Well, DOS though, at least he snaps on away to relative safety. They still don't know where the Teletigers are going to come from. And this is the thing about USD's composition right now. They can't play it slow because they don't have access to that extra bit of speed. If they do get the plant on though, it's going to be such a stellar position right now for the Teletigers. You have Exia, you still have the Killjoy still alive here, and of course Goop. The Oxley is already prepared and ready for action yet again. Spike now planted 4v4 scenario. It's going to be a difficult retake here for the side of HAU. It's already the fortifications applied here by USD. Can they actually find the target? Scandal comes on in to start things off.
Starting things off is going to be a retake here coming out from the Valiant Esports energy here. And seems like the smoke playing as a blanket of protection here for Prophecy. They dash on in towards yellow quite too soon. It's going to be the kill that they will be securing. But there's going to be people who's playing in for their own utility. Last one kung tatawagin natin yun dito. But for the Viper, I honestly could have been, for the Sage rather, I could have been expecting that push to even happen any sooner. But a round is a round, and that's going to be the first one for Teletigers to even secure away from the opposition.
Look, Ling, they can take their sweet time. They can take as much time as they need if that timer is still having at least a little bit on it. And that's really the beauty of how the Teletigers can play things out. Great execution there by Exia. One of the biggest things that kept them alive in that whole game, in that whole round rather, was the fact that Exia won those initial duels, and despite the HAU squadron crossing over to yellow, it's still not enough because they had to double back and still die to the hand of the classic anyway. Dosto fended off. Gonna be a bit easier this time for USD to actually make it towards the site with the gun advantage that they have. Contesting though the high ground, the smoke though gonna get in the way of Dos right now. And here we go again. Nano Swarm plus the wall, but there's another wall in the way. They are able to break it down. Don't kill also just trying to chip away at it. Ice pick muna dito sa Todo kill right now. Gonna be going for the peek on out. It's 5v5 still, but HAU have to reset as already USD get the job done.
Reset, but given the fact of the matter, they're gonna be only running on classics, only on sheriffs against the SMGs, which can be quite overwhelming given that they're trying to push them now. Enough angles for them to actually peek, but unfortunately Matthew is gonna be Nathy, I have to say, is gonna be there to even secure in the frags. Now, whoever's name is now dito, but 1v5 para sa kanya. Tingnan natin kung kaya pa talaga papatunan dito ni Groovy dito na sheriff lang ginagamit, but it is still gonna be the attacking side. Teletigers following through on their Spectre buys and inflicting with just one casualty on their team.
Tropa mo na si Matthew, pre.
Wait, tropa ko talaga yan since FPS title that I'm not allowed to mention.
Ay, pwede mo sabihin. Gusto mo sabihin?
Oh yeah, pero yeah, face it days.
Face it days. Okay, got it. Don't worry. So, talaga eh. I think really people can kind of forget that honestly, Ling does come from that CS background, and it really just goes to show, diba, na there is that community that know each other. Wala ako eh. Oh, lonely boys sa Overwatch ako nun eh. Like, hello, what's a tactical FPS? Ba't ang bagal nung laro? Ba't ganito? Kaya lang naman. It's been years already. We get to know each other. But we do know for the fact that Teletigers looking a lot better on this composition this time. They're understanding how to really set up their fortifications. And like the fact though that DOS is going to go for the gamble. I believe this is an operator in hand. At the very least, no, it's actually a rifle. My mistake there. But he can't find the picks anyway. He's been settled with a rendezvous. He knows how to get the hell out of there. There's the peak. There's the outs. DOS with 10 HP. But at least he's still alive.
He's still alive and kicking. Not exactly getting the impact frags that the team needs right now. But still, every life matters here. And speaking of that, we're going to be taking more on towards one. That is Kale. Picking out the Killjoy. And of course, we won't be needing any Tondo moves here with the Ice Pick because mukhang ipupush up ako dito ni Kale ang yellow. But for Matthew though, he's going to be canceling out the effort and we are going to be seeing this 1v3 unfold. Goop takes out one. Can he take away the Spike Diffuser or perhaps the Soba na paligo-ligo lang dito sa kilid? But for Groovy, he's holding it! No way! Goop could actually win this out! Can he actually go for the spray? Unfortunately, he does not! Sayang. Okay. Okay.
Nice.
They canceled the defuse pala doon. Kala ko he was holding it.
Yeah,
Fake slow pro.
Alam mo, pwede naman bitawan muna, tapos balikan mo na lang kung mahal mo pa rin, di ba?
Ay! Huh?
Yung Spike kasi,
kung mahal mo, wag mo talagang bibitawan, Dax.
Yeah, no, you have to love the objective. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, Ling. I don't know. I'm talking about...
Ang mahal, ito kasi, like, defusing is like 300 creds, diba? So, mahal na yan. Anong mabibili mo sa 300 creds? Ewan ko din.
Utility.
Oh,
no,
actually.
Utility. Diba? Kaya importante. It's like, it's 1, 2 utility stops depending sa ano afford. Minsan.
Dalawang 150. Yeah.
No, diba? Dalawang 150. Saan aabot ang 300 credits mo? Dalawang smoke. Pwede naman, diba? Kung ganun. Kung ganito, tatlo nga yun. But ito na, isa para kay Matty, yung ating tropa ni Ling. Pero mo kasi Groovy makakadalawa rin. Goop also able to get the answer on. It's 2 for 2 trade. But at the same time, it's still the Teletigers able to establish the portal towards that A site. Ramdo already with a stall. We have the Naz Swarm into play. And we will get the flank also in question. This is a must kill here for USD if they want to get this A site. But they're rotating! And it works out for them! Goop, Eagle Eye to find DOS. Kildo still lurking in the wait. Nico round here for defense, but there's still a possibility he can get these shots. Grab right now, Peeking gets a takedown. 2 versus 1 now after everything is said and done.
Still a dual boost scenario coming in from the stage here as he even goes in for verticality of angles here on towards you, Belt. She even managed to secure single frag at a time. You just need to pick up a better rifle, a better gun here for you to even increase your odds of winning out this clutch. You have a Phantom right in front of you, sir. Can Kill actually win this out? Unfortunately, he does, and Goop finally out for the redemption arc, winning out this clutch and puts the team another point advantage for them. And for Valiant, I gotta say that was a good and like a good thrifty round for them. Good eco, yeah.
It was a good eco, yeah, for the Valiant squadron at the very least, but still, Teletigers if they can keep advancing here, keep moving forward the way that they know how with some of the right members in check, then you can really see here that their post-spawns are going to be so successful. I'm looking at HAU right now, and I'd love to see a bit more aggression here from the Jet and the Chamber. This is the perfect time to get the catch on, and I can appreciate what DOS is trying to do. He's been fended off though, but well, it's not just appreciation, it's just about respect and groovy. My respect to you, good sir. That first pickoff, absolutely instrumental. This can burn the res if ever they choose to do so. But instead, the Teletigers moving towards the B side here. DOS right now holding it again on yellow, ready right now to go for the shots, but misses badly. It's an opportunity missed here for Valiant Esports. Hunter's Fury instead gonna be the call, and they're looking now to try and contest this post plan.
How did anyone not even die for that Hunter's Fury? Not being able to connect to anyone was just... Could have been information or it could have been a frag. Put everyone in a better advantage in terms of manpower, but the Killjoy lockdown being committed here in this game, just trying to even make sure for them to secure the round. But for Kill though, he just tangent to the dome and still could even land on the single one. Now, for Valiant Esports, what? Hello? Check his PC! Check Ram's PC right now! What was that?
That's what they call a perfect pre-fire. That's what they call a perfect pre-fire there, my friend. And
pati siya siguro nagulat.
Oo nga eh. Parang biglang, uy, namatay. Uy, nawala yung Viper's Pit. Uy, may tao pa dito. And to the surprise of everyone in the server, it was just Ram who batters against the opposition. And well, he's just able to strike at the heart of what was absolutely necessary there for the Teletigers. Si Goop, nagulat na lang. From Goop to Gulat real quick. Name change, 30 days. Lala.
Lala, lala.
Lala.
Gusto niyo pa nagsabaw dyan sa chat?
No,
Rami dito sa ano? Sa Discord na.
Galing.
Anyway.
Galing. Thank you for the call out. Pero sige nga, okay. So, this is why I love being with Ling. Grabe. I make one joke and she's like,
actually, hard save, dude. Same tayo ng vibe.
Oo nga, any vibe checkers, but here we have it now. Konting vibe check into the middle. We do see, I believe, the Sage of HAU actually peeking towards that. But yet again, Teletigers are just so ready to keep an eye out on every kind of angle. And while there's alert for the Viper here, it's still gonna work for the Teletigers. This rotation is gonna be relatively clear. And if we do find them getting a takedown towards that B slice, the Teletigers don't need to force things out. But DOS is a force of nature of zone. Already 2. You can say that's his name. Can he get even more there? Kale already finding Coop. And HAU just picking apart the opposition one by one here.
One by one. Yes, indeed. And speaking of 1-1, there is no one gonna be manning for B side. Just yet, except for the Sage, playing in for orange position. Good counter wall they could basically deploy later on in the game, but we'll see. With the Spectres in hand, he could be quite efficient as well, taking out Groovy. Taking out Acho, and Groovy is going to be there for the backup. Quick on round coming out from Valiant Esports, and they still managed to put this game on a tie scoreline now. Dax, operator na kanilang nilalabas. Like you said, we're expecting DOS to do a lot more. With the fact of the matter, na wala siyang ultimate, at least, put the Sentinel up to use fake Sentinel / duelist na sa larong to. Oh, okay pa?
Wala. Ganun lang. I was like, oh sige, ano pa point pa dyan? But I can see why you can think that way. I am concerned going to the side of the HAU squadron right now, despite them able to tie things up. If the Teletigers can really adjust on the fly and break some of those sidelines even better, then it's a perfect chance here for the Teletigers to do the same thing they've been doing over and over again. It's all about tidying up the act here on the attacking side, but the operator finally making it smart. We've been calling for it, we've been looking for it, and if DOS can't hit the shots with the rifle, a single shot is all he needs to get that takedown. There's the advantage now here for the teleport side of HAU. Prophecy also with a flash. Exia with resurrection, 5v5 now, and this time Exia, not just your healer, but also the protector of Kale's life. Advantage now ceded over to the side of the Teletigers. The trade system goes. It's hard though for the retake here for HAU, as they're completely stuck right behind the wall.
And they could play this a little bit more patiently given the fact that they already had the flank, but unfortunately though, they have been compromised too soon. But for Ram, he is still going to be trying to take out those duels, even if he's going to be playing on the most disadvantaged position. But for Groovy, quick on follow-up from him, it's just not the ideal situation for them to even deal with. And for DOS, he's gonna be saving this operator. They really need it, and given the fact that he's gonna be able to provide so much impact in the long range position, might as well just bring that or carry that over for the next game, or not next game, next round. How do you baon mo operator next game?
Ano yan? Babaon mo para sa next map? Medyo madaya yun ah. Medyo lang.
Pwede naman.
Kung magawa mo yun. Kung may secret stash bila ang Valorant, ewan ka na lang. Pero, it's a great call to go for the operator. You can see how valuable it can be. But, DOS can actually go for more of an advance here now moving forward. Teletigers have taken this lead back. But just micro-adjustment versus micro-adjustment here, Ling. Konti na lang eh. Yun talaga yun, just to eke it out against the opposition. Naglaban pa kayo ng Atos, dude! Nabanggaan! Ano to, Idsa? There's so much space, you still hit each other! And really, the battle bots now able to touch noses there. And well, a bit of the push to the tube. Kale don't. Did you see all those lines, Ling? Huwag ka dyan. Kale wag. Oh, he got the memo.
There.
And he did not there. He will back away and keep it safe for now for the defense.
And imagine, he's the one pushing when he has the ultimate in hand. Could have been better if they actually play this one out. Bit more coordinately, perhaps, for Prophecy to even secure even frags even further. Fully enabling the duelist is something that they need. And speaking of that, he plays out his crossfire just in the right timing possible. Taking out to the spike is in his hand, but he's going to be able to take out a single more. Only thing single here is just them singling out everyone there on towards Remade, and Goop is just gonna be making sure that no one is gonna be dying in the hands of the Jet any further. Dax, why are you laughing?
Okay. No hugot allowed on castling. You can save that for Twitter later on, but again, HAU just unrelenting again. They're just keeping up. How many times do we see this? And look at the aggression here brought by Prophecy. They understand that they can actually get away with this kind of aspect of the game. If the Teletigers aren't ready to go for the crossfire or the punish angle, Prophecy and DOS will be the ones to lead this dance. Choreographed now to the tune of HAU, the Teletigers. Oh, look, the content towards that A side instead. Prophecy now. He knows what he can get away with, but he doesn't want to get scanned whatsoever. Dash is getting readied. The rest of Teletigers on the opposite end. Sees the shoulder. Finally finds the body of Matty. And that's the first pick off here for Prophecy.
Perfect pick off. A perfect angle for him to take out these two more! Dax, sobrang swerte ng batang to. Sobrang swerte ng batang to who is going to be able to take out a few more people, but unfortunately, his streak just ends there. Now, it's all left in the hands of Kale here. He's going to be lurking right from behind, not letting anyone know that he's gonna be curtailing this stage right here, or I have to say the Killjoy Sentinel of Death. Ang katitingin, sir, at mukhang magkakamali pa tayo dito. Now, Killjoy still has the lockdown, still has their proper angles to even hold. He has the right amount of utility for his job to be a little bit more easier, but still wants to force out the A-side plant. Yes, he can, but he knows fully well that DOS with the operator can be difficult problem that he has to face. But for Ram, isang balaha lang, sir. Kahit saan ka pa titingin, kahit saan ka pa magpipeak, mukhang hindi ka na maging successful sa ginagawa mo. And we see Valiant Esports with a solid on hold towards the side, canceling out those canceling out the opposition who were running on those ecos.
Yeah, just no real chance whatsoever. HAU, the punish is absolutely stellar here, and the Teletigers gonna have to rely on the guns many a time just to leave their marker here, Ling. It really feels like for Valiant Esports, if you see Prophecy and DOS start to climb those charts even more so, climb that scoreboard, then that's a sign that they are looking for.
Play? Let's play.
They've already done a relatively good job to all this time, so getting 4 rounds here is a bit part of the goal, but the defense is going to be even better later on, and maybe the future can be brighter here for the Teletigers. Tour de Force though, already looking to make this present quite the gift for them. Aldron scouting on around. Hunter's Fury, don't the call! And HAU looking for a pickup from afar. Does he get the angle? No, does he get the tag? He only will get a bit of a stage towards the stage, and counter Hunter's Fury is the answer. Teletigers making that space, but Ram has found a way in. Prophecy finding angle versus Surso, and Matty with the shot, making it 4v3 as Matty will just bow in, of course, the applause that HAU will give him. Prophecy now with the blades. It does seem like the ultimate's getting their markers and their value here.
So much value, so much impact, and so much that they have to actually do to even follow through this spike plan. Objective being met, there's no post-positivity coming in their way. They have to force this one out, force everyone out of their own position, and we see the rest being forced out coming in from backside. Now Prophecy takes out his third, and it seems like he could be taking out the Bladestorm as well. For his demise, it's going to be left on a 1-1 situation. He's going to be down to 35 HP, not exactly the most perfect of HP, but could still work with basically anything. They're trying to go in for the ring around the rosy dito, Dax. At mukhang dito pa nga tayo magkakita sa likod at mukhang wala pa ngang makukuha tungkuhin natin. But has enough time for the defuse and still plays out for the clutch.
Yeah, you should be able to have this. Prophecy a little bit close, but it doesn't matter. Prophecy yet again just essential to the success here of HAU, and that's the thing. Despite the distraction there of Ram, he's not the one who actually gets the kills from the rafter. Prophecy just setting that crossfire, and that extra bit of speed is so helpful for HAU. It's been incredible to see for Valiant Esports how on point and in sync there are. It just coincides again with how they play that bind, how they're able to coordinate, and because of that extra bit of seconds, milliseconds even, that Valiant Esports are able to react faster than UST. It gets the job done against a composition which is more on the steamroll pace that they're trying to build here.
Which is actually quite good that they're basically able to react to one another, but I'm just more excited to see whether or not they're going to be playing the dynamic of an initiator and duelist, which is I haven't really seen much effort coming up from their side on the defense, and hopefully on the attacking side they could be able to display a lot more. So information being tagged out on all across the map as we see them quite so much visual information being detected by the players themselves who are out in for the push. We see these flanks happening coming up from the stage, and he could actually spot up at least one. Another one for him, and seems like Tiramdi that has no problem at all defending the side all on his own, except for the problem that is going to be Extra, which with the Sheriff, quite efficient with the aim, but they have managed to humble down the opposition, which is going to be Valiant Esports.
Conundrum. Last player standing. With the drop down after Matthew already getting to take down on the kill. Prophecy though, quick a little updraft. He does try to play from the net position as much as possible. All the angles though in the world that has to contest. And the Teletigers will just crawl out of them anyway. Matty able to go through the maze, find his destination, and also find his shots against his opponent. One more round and we tie things up here. The Teletigers putting up such the effort this time around.
Such the effort just for them to actually take away or perhaps secure the second map. This could possibly be the last map that they will be playing in the entire series, and that's why they are willing to give it their all. And hopefully for Valiant Esports, they could be easily be toppled down with these aggressive pushes, with these explosive plays that they're running at even without the duelist. They're trying to make sure that this mobility is not exactly something that they need, as long as they're going to be managing to hit their shots right, or perhaps find that window of opportunity for them to secure those frags along the way as they're trying to even go in for the play. Unfortunately, Exia is going to be taking out Kale now. One less Sage to even worry about, but for DOS, he decides to even try to go in for the quick one assist. Unfortunately, he does not even bear any fruit from that action. A konting ice pick on the gaming muna tayo dito sa gilid. Mukhang pipilitin pa nga dito ng defending side, which is Valiant Esports, na papasukan or sabihin natin, kukunin muli ang side. That is gonna be the retake kung sa English pa, but mukhang tayo, Piper Spit para sa isa at mukhang makakahirapan, hindi magkakakitaan kahit mga kakampi. It's just gonna be the shot, the bullets, the sound cues that we're gonna be hearing. Prophecy is gonna be playing this 1v4, even puts it down to 1v3 almost immediately, but actually just gonna be there in the corner to even end your life quite too soon, sir. It's a 6-6, and it has been the closest. Actually too close for comfort for either of the side. This has been a match that has me bit too angsty of the results. Well played from the both teams, actually.
You know, a lot of things going on there into the round, but the fact of the matter is it's still the clear out of the floor there by the Teletigers. They had so many angles there versus Prophecy at the very end. Their setup is just looking absolutely instrumental, and it'll get even more difficult here for HAU, so no walk in the park this time here, Ling, for the side of Valiant Esports in this second half, or in this second map. This defensive composition should suit the Teletigers even better. And the biggest win condition now here for the likes of Exia, for Cirque, And of course, the match there on the chamber is to prevent that plant down from going in the first place. There you go already. Amount of facilities being a bother. Goop able to take advantage of the vulnerable state of Kale. Goop even with the second. Don't go through the Goop. You already know that you cannot. And Goop even with the third. Mean green machine. That is the Viper holding down the middle so far.
I couldn't help but imagine Mean Green Machine. I could already think of the Hull, but smashing on their way is gonna be him. Still, he is gonna be out for the ace dito, Dax at Muang. He's hungry for the last frag remaining, which is gonna be Groovy. Now, can he tap on in for one? No, he does not, but that was a good on highlight for him just a while ago. And a good on hold coming in from the defending side. Teletigers are not exactly pounding on any side just yet, just making sure that the territories could not be easily crossed by these what's the creature or the mascot in Valiant Esports? Angels!
It's
angels!
Angel, dude. It's a verb! No, it's actually an angel. Kaya nga, Holy Angel University, diba? Ling. Pangalan pala.
Yes!
Nandun na eh. Yeah,
Actually,
wait,
good point, yeah.
are you gonna like ask me? So their school is called Angel University. Ano sila? Mga scorpion? Mga eagle?
What?
Ayaw ka na lang.
Oh my, so parehas tayo sabaw.
Ako pa yung naging sabaw din eh. So I'm just like, it's in the name link, but this is the game now we're watching and, well, HAU. Oh, next, yeah, that's gonna advantage for the favor. Prophecy now will fall down first and foremost. Also the extra aggression here from Matty to try and find Ram. And now Archie blows and there he goes. Matty. Always just taking that high ground as much as possible. Stellar control here from USD so far, and this is what I'm talking about. It's gonna be even harder here for HAU to play the offensive, despite having that jet, despite having that chamber. Teletigers all across the board, getting the flawless win for the round.
Flawless win and those eco frags that they could secure and make Icebox a little bit more tolerable for their side. Now, Teletigers, if they keep this momentum up, I'm pretty sure that they could even land this game 2 for themselves. But dito sa side ngayon ng Valiant Esports, considering the fact that they're already off for a full-on buy for this round, can they do a lot more given that their composition is running with Prophecy as the jet? And in comparison to the agent draft ng kalaban nila, they're not even running on any duelist so far. Can they perform a lot better? Can this be a more efficient lineup? We'll have to see if they could actually put on those amazing plays that Valiant Esports could be preparing for this moment.
Amazing plays and amazing moments. That's exactly what we're looking for here. But HAU, they do have the guns now to make those wonders of reality. The Prophecy on top sees the wall already. He tries to go for the dash on the way, but lands on the wall, and Alto is there to catch him as he falls. Ram right now making the trade happen though. It's 4v4 as it will be an absolute maze here. Pass, of course, the fourth end spot. Rambo finding Exia, gets that takedown, cancels the spike plant though, and Goop will take advantage. The objective isn't down yet. Teletigers, they can actually make this one work, and they have the man advantage now. Matty finding Dawson along the way. It's all left now to the Sova, all the way stuck in the corner. Groovy though, trying to go for the attention. He fakes it out, crawls on the round. But so already the angles here for Goop and Matty can be on the farther ranges to get the spot and to get that takedown. Headhunted, and Matty will call home 9-6. Well, pretty nicely done by Teletigers to even win out the bonus.
Man, they applied so much pressure there for the opposition to even not be able to go in for the spike button, and that was just a right amount of time for them to actually try to figure out on how efficient the Spectres can be in terms of overwhelming everyone there. Not just in terms of firepower, but just, you know, striking fear in their hearts. So may tao dito sa likod, wag muna kayo mag-plant dahil hindi tayo nakakasigurado dito kung makakasecure ba natin yung objective na yun. At mukhang they even tried to delay that even further, but it's just Holy Angel or Valiant Esports have to say struggling for a bit in this given scenario that Teletigers could be completely on point in terms of their aim duels, and they have to outplay them in any possible way, which is not exactly dying out too soon.
Stay alive, but fortunately, Groovy and Ram, they did not get the memo, Ling. Hindi mo sila tinix kasi, and there you have it, 4v3 scenario now. Thus finding Surf even along the way. HAU They have a bit of that mid control to try and contest, but the problem is already the angles here for the Teletigers playing as far back as they can towards the site. Anyway, Kitchen being held together by the Sova. Atro, he was busy baking a pizza, but of course he'll be seeding that just for now because of the closer quarters there. DOS looking for a target, and HAU, they get to navigate towards the site here, and that's beautiful from Kale. He had the spike, he needed to get that takedown just to open things up, and DOS also finding the angle over Xia. It's still not done. 2v2 scenario. Talk screen gonna be getting in the way. The Clappers is there though to allow Prophecy to navigate on through, but Goop with the spray, the prey, and of course the hunts to get that takedown. Kill down versus the world, taps it down. 1v1 scenario, and HAU, they've done some lethal damage against Teletigers so far.
And look at this. Look at the mind games being played out here for Kale. He could pick up any gun possible here on Boiler Precision, but unfortunately, he even decides to go in for the safest strat, which is going to be playing the spike plant with a cheeky angle. Whoa, Matthew might actually know of this play, and I'm exactly quite sure if he even lands on this shot. That was a clutch! Hello! Sir, you have to calm down there. A thrifty round, and I do have to say, you could definitely see where Valiant Esports can be proficient with their aim as well. Regardless of the momentum being fully blown away by the USC Teletigers, they could still take it away at any moment. Just flip on the switch, and we could definitely see these players popping off and pulling out those clutch plays.
Yeah, always a possibility, always something viable, and Teletigers cannot rest on the laurels whatsoever, despite that they have this kind of comp that can lock down many a side take in the first place.
You want to play? Let's play.
HAU in, they will just take command of your own home. And truly, some stellar shots there with the Sheriff. That's exactly what HAU needs to get back into the fights. Goop, though, was essential on the hold before with that Viper, especially with the snake bites. Can he do it yet again? The one way, though, to scare them off the Aldrone is there, and Goop already tossing out the snake bite just to stall for time. The scout, though, is going to be absolutely unreal. It's looking all around for the yellow hand side, and Tram here trying to hug it, and the pixel angle for Goop to get that takedown. Perfect window of opportunity here for the side of Teletigers. They add on with the Viper Spits, and HAU, they have to scurry on away.
And the question is it worth it to still aggress on towards B? The Viper Spit there with everyone else up for the rotation here on towards the side. I don't think it's going to be an easy task for them to actually penetrate, at least for this game. Now, 4v4 ang maging laruan nila dito, Dax, at mukhang hindi pa makakapunta sa kung saang site man dito sa mapang to ang Spike. At kay Cirque, mukhang siya lang natitira dito sa B-side para makapag-depensa or at least para makapagpitas, providing the impact or at least naman makakuha pa ng isa. But para kay Dos, a quick conflict coming up from him is gonna be doing so much more for the team as they try to force out this spike plant. Mukhang pipilitin din ng mga ng defending side upang ipanalo tong round to dahil pipilitin nila mag-retake. Now, a lurk na nagagaling dito sa likod is gonna be coming in for Matthew at mukhang spot up na nga siya. What was that 30 shot, sir? Buti na nakapag-trade si Prophecy para sa kanya. At mukhang Teletigers ang matitira dito na si Goop, who's gonna be out for another clutch play. Now, in this 1v2, may Hunter Spirit na tayo na kailangan problemahin dito sa malayuan at mukhang si Goop ay nagbabaka sakaling mag-go for the duels, and unfortunately, it's gonna be Groovy who's out in for the quick con dance towards his own, like, towards the death of his enemies.
Yeah. Well, it's just having that numbers advantage, and HAU, they pull it out yet again to get that victory. It's suddenly looking pretty perilous here for the side of USD because they have a good handle the first time around, but when HAU just reset and go again, it becomes so much more difficult for them. The utilities already get used on up, they're expecting the full commits, and HAU, they have ways to recompense and retreat basically and still come out ahead at the end of the day. So Valve Esports now, just retreat is a big option that they can utilize in a matchup like this. And we're gonna be getting contact over to the A side instead. Matty though, Tour de Force out and about. Might see one coming in from the nest. All the storm come from there, so he should know that the Sage is right in position. Kill down, gonna fall on down. He's been clutched before, but not this round. Matty right now looking for another target alongside Atro, but here we go, Prophecy finding exit though. It's 4v4 as the rest of HAU looking to follow suit and look towards that site. Control right now towards the front. They do get the spike on down, and the Teletigers just trying to find a few snipes before they go in.
With the post plant na ginagawa nila dito, Dax, mukhang magiging imposible for them to actually be penetrated quite soon. At mukhang may masasagot pa nga natin dito. Ang kuya natin na si Matthew ay mukhang makakuha pa nga na 3. And it's gonna be a 1v3 para sa Teletigers. Si Goop na naman ang matitira at mukhang hindi pa nga makakakuha. It's 9-9 na dito, Dax. At mukhang isang... Hindi ko sabihing mabilisang, but isang malapitang scoreline na po makikita na as they're rallying their way back and forth. 9-9 na at mukhang ang ekonomiya natin dito is something that could be playing around for time and time again.
Dikit na dikit talaga yung laban dito, Ling. And of course, this is what we've been expecting between these two squads. First map, all HAU. This time, we see the strengths of UST and HAU coming out into fold. And while Valiant Esports has been able to play the clutch, we've seen for Teletigers they've been able to play systematic instead. Brains versus bronze, hearts versus strategy. They all have those aspects though in their game, but you can see where the focus is for both Valiant Esports and the Teletigers right now. Matty though, the advances there. Does he get spotted by the outro? It seems like that's the case. And he's gonna rendezvous on the way. A beautiful tag though into the takedown by Groovy to start things off. That's the opening HAU is looking for. Matty breaking down the wall. It's Exa breaking the face of his counterpart on the other side. Nice angle though by Matty as he pushes on forward. And no one's looking here on the right hand side. It's all right for Matty. First name basis here with Ling, but he's looking for even more of the shots. Can he even get the angle on? But he does make the damage happen here, Ling, and essentially, he has just effectively won this defense so far for UST so far. For UST here, rather.
They have been quite efficient, quite effective, especially in what they're trying to do here. But kilala natin ang Valiant Esports. They know when to fake back. They actually know even still dito ng side ng Teletigers kung anong mga sinusubukan nila, anong mga binabalak nila dito sa side. They're gonna be down to 31 HP. Si Prophecy ang natitira at mukhang I just spoke too soon. Make that quick for him. And Matthew, first name basis, Matthew John Caresma ang maglalaro at magtatapos ng round na yon.
Name drop pa! Ay nako, sasama na yan sa... Ay, bawal sabihin yan. Bawal sabihin.
Anong bawal? Anong bawal?
Yung ating mga favorite gawin after hours, syempre. Bawal yan.
Oh, huh?
Well, speaking of, message kita rin after this game. Pero suddenly...
Nabahan ako doon.
Biglang nadamay sa Yaya out of nowhere. But, okay, specifically, Teletigers, that was just absolutely huge for Matty. And a bit of a time bout here will be called. The Teletigers, they know they can still force out a game number 3. And hasn't that been the case na dumidikit yung labanan pag game number 2, diba? Bigla na lang may hahabol, may babalik at pipilitin nga yung decider. The playoffs has been this close already, Ling, so far. And I wouldn't be surprised to see another one go the distance from the way these teams have been playing all throughout the day.
Baka ako may curse, may Link 2X curse. Kasi game 2, laging ganito. Hindi ko nagigets bakit. I mean, sa bagay naman kasi, Dax, parang, it always, parang sabihin natin first game warm-up talaga yun. Sa totoo lang. Para sa mga ibang teams, so sabihin natin hindi naman talaga tama sa body clock na ganitong oras ng galaro. We always make that excuse na kaya nating bawiin to for the next map, and hopefully this is the narrative that Teletigers is trying to go for right now, which is they can and they will. There's nothing that would stop them right now, given na fully activated si Matty. Na we've seen those clutch plays coming up from group, and we could finally say dito na they could be running at full speed at any moment, or they could be running at the pace where they would leave all the opposition questioning on what their next move should be.
Questions about though, what can be the next move now after you lose the chamber, the resurrection, always a viability that Teletigers are looking for. But that's such a dangerous angle to actually go for it. UST waiting for HAU to go for the rotation, but already there's so much discipline here for Valiant Esports right now. They're still keeping an eye out. They can get the opportunity, they get that takeoff, and that is going to be absolutely perfect. They also coordinate the fact that the wall has already been used here by the Teletigers to secure the orb, I believe. And UST now going to be tested on their defense with the loss of the man that carried the weight of the world on his shoulders last time around. It's so close to the series. HAU trying to find a way to tie things up. And a slow rotation now to head towards A. Groovy here. Going to be essential for the scan to give the intel for Prophecy here to figure out what's going to be going on. Gupto onto the corner, and a single dart can just blow his cover here.
With the spread across the map, Dax, even if they're trying to pull out the fake ontowards speed as much as they can, they have to provide so much impact. And this is where we see them finally delivering. And it seems like the spike has been compromised here para sa site na to. At Moxie Prophecy, at mukhang pipilitin pa nga niyan makakapagtanim dito sa A site. Now, we all see that it's going to be outro here to even halt or put an end to everything here. But it seems like Prophecy might know something about the future here as he predicted the Sova coming in from screens.
Na ano mangyayari, and there you have it. HAU, exactly that. They just get the right race at the right time. That's why you also want to play your episode as much as possible with the jet entry. Just able to gather intel between the utilities and the push. And HAU right now, just never letting go of this gas pedal. Both sides here just really vying for control of this Carling. Sino mag-drive dito? HAU ba o UST ang mauna sa destination nila? Can't waste it. You just have to find a way to navigate through Icebox instead. And for Valiant Esports, one of the best ways that they've been able to do so is to find the pick-off to start things off. Dismantle lang kung anong setup pwede gawin dito ng Teletigers. Si Dos rin naghahanap papunta dito sa may A side. Pero a heavy stack because UST might not be in the best economic state. They do have the rifles though, so it's a big gamble to actually abandon B completely. But then again, they have the lockdown, so it seems like that's the plan here for Teletigers so far.
I mean, it's a research they are basically willing to take given that you have full faith or full trust dito na binibigay para kay Goop. At mukhang hindi na naman tayo mahihirapan to even try to make a good read on them, even though that we already know that may tatlong tao dito sa bisat na pinipilit pa nga ditong objective. At mukhang si Zerg, mukhang pipilitin pa nga i-lockdown, mukhang hindi pa nga niya abangan to. Antayin nila yung mga teammates to go into the big one back at para kay Goop. He cancels out that lurk coming in from DOS. At mukhang operator po, 4,700 credits ang masasayang. Now, Exia, lockdown food na tinagamit na nila ng mas maaga sa larong to. Mukhang tennis score. They're gonna be popping it at any point now. At para kay Kiel, hindi maapektuhan ng mga ultimate na ito at mukhang maapektuhan na lang siya with the physical damage coming out from the bullet. But 3-1 for Prophecy. He's gonna be able to hold on this whole side. Coming in from yellow. And for Groovy though, he will touch Chuckler even further, making sure that no one is gonna be out for the defuse. And finally, for Valiant Esports to take away this win on towards this round. Now, 10 or 11 to 10 na pong score dito, Dax, and we could see a team possibly in shambles in terms of their economy, in terms of their defense right now, which poses a problem for them to even want to push this to Game 3.
And they just want to end it here for HAU. UST, the push is going to be absolutely quite the burden to bear. And it even gets worse because they have the Sheriffs right now only in hand. They're forced to go for the equal state just to contest it the next round. And it does seem like for UST, they're really playing for overtime unless they can just get these hand cannons to work. Out in the open though, Matty trying to be ambitious there. He's caught up in Prophecy. Extra speed, extra altitude, and extra lethality there with a side helping of the shot. Prophecy already getting on the board. It's a perfect opening here for the side of HAU. They go for the Altron, and the push is coming in from the Viper even. It's all about the smoke here, but Asher finds Prophecy. Danger close! What's going on there for Exia? Travel to get the takedown, but Asher yet again. Trade it back, so at least right now we see that UST will not cow down without the fight. HAU can't barrel it in because of the extra shot and the precision of the defense skill though. Finding the middle, finding another target, and the flank is absolutely golden as Kale will kill and get the round. Match point for HAU.
That was just basically a good read coming out for the side na Valiant Esports. They know that they're gonna be playing a CSGO play na magsastack lang talaga sila sa isang side. Just as they've seen time and time again. They've been quite successful at a certain point, sure. But it's just only a matter for them to figure out the cracks of defense nila na kung saan they will be fully exploiting that. Not just the crack, but also the mistakes that each individual player has been making in this game. May mga times na nag-aasim sila at napapunish. May mga times na sobrang passive nila, which just gives them a way for them to actually just waltz in towards the side. And this is where we see Holy Angel just reading them like a book right now.
Well, it seems like though the pages have been spread across this icebox map, and this can be it for the end of the day. Can HAU finish the job off? Or will UST force out more work and more of an overtime here? If they can string along these rounds, they do have a bit of ultimates to use though. The Vipers from Goop can lock down this site if ever, but it might just be for the retake instead. Goop, his life absolutely on the line alongside the rest of UST. Instrumental for the hold. Slower play though here from HAU yet again. We've seen them do this just in case because of the threat of contact. And Matty, well as the chamber on the opposite end, cannot get the shots whatsoever. He's allows HAU though to move on forward thanks to the space created by that single shot. Scandal comes on in, doesn't get the connection though, unfortunately. Really, he's just desperate right now at this point. Matty trying to find the target. Cloudburst's gonna be in the way. USD though, trying to hold things down, but Kale already. He was essential before. He'll do it again. Wall on up, almost gets hit by the swing. And there we go with a chase down from the other stage on the opposite end. Bladestorm, the Landing Map Prophecy on top of the screens, on top of the world, and looking to just bring in the damage yet again. Advantage right now here for the side of HAU. They're desperate here for the kills as much as possible to get the site. Time though running out. It's a maze here on site. And look at Exia go. Prophecy around. Where did that come from? Machines here just absolutely spinning. And HAU, they feel like they can spread their wings and fly to even newer heights. Scoop, the only one left, but the presence of the rest of HAU, absolutely seraphic. The Angel of Death that is DOS will deliver justice here for HAU. And that will be the victory, a 2-0 to end this series.
Man, they have forsaken the gods. We just know who is gonna be the apex predators here, and it's gonna be the not. No, I wouldn't say the human race. Make it the angels, just soaring over high and using this verticality of angles in this map on Icebox, where everything hell has frozen over, but they have kept their cool and. Might as well may mga players talaga nag-iinit that we definitely were anticipating huge moments coming out from the USC Teletigers, but it's not going to be enough for us to highlight those individual plays. We win as a team, or they should win as a team in this 5v5 setting, and this is where we see Valiant Esports just displaying how things are supposed to be done in the terms of team play here on Icebox, and they won at the series, and almost a close match for them, honestly.
Yeah, it was a better chance there for USD, and I have to say that it looked incredible for the Teletiger squad for a bit of it. But then again, HAU, they felt the clutch. You mentioned it, that this just suddenly Valiant Esports can just eke out these victories, can pull it out of the cat's bag. And it's crazy to think that there are just some of these moments that could have been better for the Teletigers, but HAU, incredible skill alongside incredible synergy, that is just an absolute recipe for success. So congratulations there to Valiant Esports. I do have to say that they have really gone above and beyond many an expectation, and it really just goes to show that this is a squad that can go the distance here in the Alliance games.
Can go the distance, and it's not just that I have to say. Parang marami ding adjustments na nangyayari sa game. Like, we've seen a few buffs and nerfs happen. We've seen the new agents being incorporated sa mga drafts nila, which made everything just fit quite well like a glove para sa side dito ng Valiant Esports, and they've tried to at least fully understand the game in itself, and it's not just enough for them to remain stagnant in terms of their progress, and this is where we have to commend them firsthand kasi sila yung isa sa mga teams na a lot of people have looked down on, or parang sabi natin would not keep their eyes on, hindi natututukan, and now they have made their mark here on the playoffs, and they have defeated Teletigers, which has parang a team that has had a reign for a while in the previous seasons, and gotta say, a performance like this and the progress that they're currently running at right now, we have high hopes on where this org or where the roster would take them, take themselves and possibly into greater heights.
Yeah, some big matchups still coming our way. Look at the upper bracket right now. DLSU versus MD Excalibur. In all honesty, Excalibur has been one of the biggest surprises so far of the season. And it's great to see them just go above and beyond many an expectation. On the other side, though, the Warlocks now will be facing off USC, the Mustang Warriors, next time around. And Valiant Esports versus LG Esports there as well. So the matchup's looking absolutely spicy here, Ling. And let's not forget, the teams who make it to the grand finals, they're not playing online. They're playing at Conquest on July 23. And you know everyone's gonna be there. You're gonna be able to meet everyone that you know already online in the esports scene and more. And I can't wait to see what the rest of the Alliance games here in Valorant especially will become.
And you know, it's just a lot of exciting things para sa mga players, para sa mga content creators, and of course for the rest of the audience who actually wants to see this first and foremost for the actual event, this conquest. And aside from that, parang we also have a sweet treat for everyone else here in the comments, or for everyone else who are still here on the stream, because we're here to announce na meron din tayo mga launch ng newest cycle of scholarships na nanggagaling from AcadArena, which is open to all our student gamers. So meron kayong mga kapatid, meron kayong mga pinsan or mga kaibigan nandito pa rin ngayon on senior high school and college, mag-apply na kayo sa mga scholarship grants na meron dito ang AcadArena. If you want to visit or if you want to know more about know more information about these scholarships, you can always go to acadarena.com/scholarships and get a chance to be a hashtag AcadArena Scholars. So, student gamers out there, I mean, for AcadArena, that has been providing continuously some mga opportunities for these players to gain experience in the competitive scene. It has been a great stepping stone, and we witnessed the games here ourselves na marami pa tayong tututukan na laro, marami pang bigas na kakainin ng mga players na to, at marami pa tayong surprises that could come our way. And Dax, it just has been an honor to cast for these games and to witness history to even happen here today.
Absolute pleasure to be with you also, and thank you again to everyone who's tuned in all throughout the day here. The playoffs looking quite big, and well, the most impactful in the collegiate scene. And from us on the casting side, it's time for us to sign it out. On behalf of Mochi, who did an incredible job all throughout the day, we are going to be signing on out. Hey Ling, let's do it the way we used to. I'm Dax.
And I'm Ling.
And we'll see you guys in the next one. Tune in next week for another iteration of the Alliance Games. We'll see you guys then and there. Peace out, have a good night, and there's more to come here at #AllG.